Allegiance. So today is the first time that the Billings City Council has met in person since March 16, 2020 for a regular business meeting. I hope you'll be patient with us as we experience some technical bugs during the meeting. This is the first time we've met in person in that time period. There are a few other items to keep in mind during our meeting tonight. The microphones and speakers for all computers, tablets, and other devices in the room must be muted or turned off at all times, or there'll be very distracting feedback here in the community room. There will only be one microphone picking up sound in this room at any given time, and that's the one located right up here, the kind of, I call the big white pizza box. Please speak clearly and with a reasonable volume so that everyone on Zoom and in this room can hear you. There's no amplification of sound in this room, so you must speak loud enough for people on the other side of the room to hear you. The microphone, the pizza box, is hot at all times and is very sensitive, so be careful what you say. Even whispered sidebar conversations in the back rows might be broadcast on Community 7 TV. It's very hard for the council members and others attending on Zoom, as you can see on the screen, to hear if there is more than one person in this room speaking at any given time. So please do what you can not to talk over someone else, and please avoid informal sidebar conversations that might prevent others from hearing the meeting. In-person attendance by the public is limited to about 15 or so people here in the community room. Overflow will be allowed in the lobby, but that also is limited due to social distancing. If we have a very large crowd, some members of the public might need to wait in their car or outside the building using the library's Wi-Fi connection or cellular connection to monitor the meeting. A television in the lobby will broadcast the meeting via Channel 7 TV in real time. If members of the public are seated or standing here in the community room but notice that others are waiting in the lobby, I would ask that you at least consider leaving the room once the City Council has addressed your matter or you've spoken, if you are so inclined, so that others out in the lobby can enter the room and still maintain social distancing if they would like to do so. To slow the spread of the coronavirus, Governor Gianforte's directive from February 12, 2021 encourages all Montanans to wear masks or face coverings and to follow CDC social distancing guidelines and best industry practice. To that end, and for the time being, masks or face coverings are required for all persons attending the meeting in person. And council members and staff will do their best to comply with that rule. However, masks do make it more difficult to understand when someone is speaking. So anyone may remove their mask if providing public comment at the podium or council members and staff are speaking from their seats. Since I'm often interacting with council members and staff and the public, I hope you'll forgive me if I don't always replace my mask immediately. The good news is that I am now fully vaccinated. A few last items about public comment. During any public comment period, persons who wish to offer in-person comments will be asked to speak first and use the podium if they're here at the library. You'll need to speak clearly and loudly, again, as there's no amplification in the room. Persons who are attending virtually using Zoom will speak second. They will need to register with Zoom by following the instructions on the city website and indicating which agenda item or items they'll speak to. They'll need to raise or use the raise hand feature on Zoom to indicate to the clerk that they are ready to speak and that their microphone should be unmuted. People in this room will be able to hear but not see the person who is commenting via Zoom. Further instructions on how to attend virtually are available on the agenda and minutes page of the city website, the first page of the City Council packet available online, or by calling the clerk during normal business hours. The old public comment phone line has been discontinued, so no public comments will be taken using that phone number. However, anyone who does not have a computer can still call in using a Zoom phone number and following the instructions that appear on the city website. If anyone has any questions, you should always feel free to call the city clerk's office at 657-8210. So those are the introductory comments, and with that, we can begin our meeting with the Pledge of Allegiance. So please stand with me for the pledge and remain standing for our invocation by Council Member Chiriki. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Actually, please feel free to be seated if you want to. We are not. All right, what I'm going to do is just read off a couple of quotes that I found that I think are informative to the task in front of us, and give us a few moments after that to think about them. So, to begin, the saddest aspect of life right now is that science and technology are moving faster than society gathers wisdom. Isaac Asimov. Be the change that you wish to see in the world. Mahatma Gandhi. Your assumptions are your windows on the world. Scrub them off every once in a while, or the light won't be able to come in. Isaac Asimov. I actually really love this next one. If I had asked people what they wanted, they would have said faster horses. Henry Ford. In reality, most human beings are not, to most human beings, more important than money. Thank you for sharing your thoughts and your time with me.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Chiriki. Tony, would you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Shaw. Here. Yakowicz.
Present.
Neese.
Here.
Ewalt.
Here.
Joy.
Present.
I
Chiriki.
am here.
Harrington.
Present.
Ronning.
Here.
Boyette.
Here.
Brown.
Here.
Mayor Cole.
Here. Tony, I believe the March 22 minutes were distributed, correct?
That is correct.
So our only minutes for approval tonight are the minutes from March 22. Is there any discussion, council, or is there a motion pertaining to the March 22 minutes? Councilmember Boyette.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that we approve the March 22nd, 2021 minutes of the.
Motion by Councilmember Boyette for approval. Is there a second? Councilmember Purington
Second.
has the second. Is there any discussion? Any discussion on the motion? Motion is for approval. If not, all in favor of approval, please raise your hand. Thank you very much. It's easier to do this visually. And I think I saw a hand from all council members. Motion passes unanimously. Council courtesies. Council, do we have any council courtesies this evening? Councilmember Ronning and Councilmember Yakowicz.
Thank you, Mayor. My council courtesy is actually to thank you for the outstanding job you did in the keynote for the the Montana State Fairground. Outstanding job. So thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll give you your payment later. Just kidding.
Yeah.
But thank you very much. Councilmember Yakowicz.
Thank you, on the council. Just a shout out, Veterans Meat Locker. They held their 4th annual archery event in remembrance of Sergeant McNeary. This event is a scholarship for Sergeant McNeary's kids. During this event, they gave over 160 bags of 12 to 15 pounds each by the veterans, bags to veterans. And they have a saying, the Veteran Meat Locker, it isn't a handout, it's a handout. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Yakowicz. Any other council courtesies? Seeing none, we'll move on. We do have a proclamation this evening for the Billings Great American Cleanup Day. I'm going to read the proclamation, then we're privileged to have the Executive Director of Bright and Beautiful, Joni Tooley, with us, and we'll ask Joni to come over and address the public and the council. So the proclamation reads as follows. Whereas the Great American Cleanup is the country's largest community improvement program and kicks off in more than 20,000 communities each spring, this national program engages more than 1.5 million volunteers and participants who take action in their communities to create positive change and lasting impact. And whereas Bright and Beautiful encourages people to improve and beautify Billings and is a proud affiliate of Keep America Beautiful, and Keep America Beautiful, the nation's leading community improvement nonprofit organization, strives to make every community a clean, green, and beautiful place to live and has established the Great American Cleanup as its signature national effort. And whereas the Keep America Beautiful Great American Cleanup includes more than 15,000 events each spring and engages more than 1.5 million volunteers and participants to create positive change and lasting impact, and whereas the City of Billings seeks to protect its natural resources and bring people together to transform public places into beautiful places, and whereas the City of Billings recognizes its commitment to engage citizens, civic and government leaders, and business leaders to work together to end littering and beautify America's communities, and whereas Bright and Beautiful and the City of Billings are committed to elevating volunteerism and motivating everyone in our community to become stewards of the environment, particularly on Saturday, April 24, 2021, during Billings Great American Cleanup Day. Now, therefore, I, William Cole, Mayor of the City of Billings, do hereby proclaim April 2021 as Keep America Beautiful Great American Cleanup Month, and April 24, 2021 as Billings Great American Cleanup Day, and call upon our citizens to join in activities that remove litter, promote responsible environmental stewardship, and help us build a better world today and for future generations. This evening, we're privileged to have Joni Tooley with us. So, Joni, it's all yours. And could you tell us how people can get involved on Saturday, April 24th?
Absolutely. Good evening, council members and Mayor Cole. Thank you so much for the opportunity. You know, we were very disappointed to have to cancel our Great American Cleanup last year. At that time, you might remember, there was concern about COVID-19 living on plastic and paper and aluminum, and making it therefore even more hazardous to handle than ordinary. So this year we decided that as long as we are cautious, as long as we observe COVID-19 protocols to keep away from each other in the process of cleaning up litter, there is absolutely no reason for us not to go out and tackle some of the problems that occur after the snows retreat. You see the litter that's left around the city. So we're doing things a little bit differently. Great American Cleanup is not going to involve a group check-in or a luncheon after cleanup in the morning of the 24th, but we do encourage people to go out in small groups, in households, to clean up in their neighborhoods. If you will simply call us up or email us, the phone number is 248-6617. The email address is brightandbeautifulbillings@gmail.com. Let us know you want to participate, and I and our board will get you some nice cleanup supplies and gear to borrow to do your darndest out there in and around Billings. So that's happening on the day of the 24th. We've also relaxed parameters to include any cleanups that people do between Earth Day, which is April 22nd, and Mother's Day, which is May 9th. What a fantastic way to honor Mother Earth. Go out and clean up. Be in touch with us. We can get you supplies if you'd like them ahead of time. And then please let us know how many bags of litter you filled. The generous City of Billings has made roll-offs available for depositing your filled bags at across the street from the community center downtown, at Castle Rock Park in the Heights, and at Poly Vista Park on the West End. So a little bit different from years past. And we'll also give you a hand in loading your bags if it's difficult for you to transport them from the place you clean. So anyway, I think that covers it. We'd love to have all of you out there taking part in this wonderful Billings tradition of cleaning up on the last Saturday of April, or, as I said, from Earth Day to Mother's Day. Look forward to seeing you out there. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council.
Thank you, Joni. Much appreciated. Thank you for your efforts.
Thank you.
Thank you. And that concludes our proclamations. Do we have any council reports from any members of the council this evening, from organizations that you serve as a city representative on? Councilmember Joy.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor and Council. I just wanted to say, I think the email was forwarded to all mayor, the whole entire council, that the CBD has received an additional $2.9 million for a home, the program in HUD funding for the home program within CBD. So this is a really great opportunity where we will be able to really look at and really try to deal with some of the challenges of affordable housing. So I would really like to extend appreciation to those members of Congress that from the Montana delegation that voted for it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other council reports? Don't see any. If I miss any of the members of the council, just give me a shout out. And Dave Watterson or Brenda, we've got that spare computer around. Would you fire that up for me if it's not already? City Administrator reports. Chris Kukulski.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. So just a few brief items. First, actually, I'm going to turn it over to the police chief. He's got a couple things to see here. If the chief is via Zoom. If he is not, I will cover it as we were scrambling around here this afternoon. So a couple of key proclamations or references tonight, could have been proclamations, which is April 11th through the 17th is National Public Safety Telecommunications Week.
I apologize for interrupting, Chris. I can barely hear you. Can you speak up?
Thank you. Well, we'll try to speak up from here. So April 11th through the 17th is National Public Safety Telecommunications Week. So we just want to recognize all of our 911 dispatchers. That's a very critical part of all emergency services. So the call literally starts with them. And so they're a critical part of our overall team. It's also Animal Control Officer Appreciation Week. So both of those on a national scale, just recognizing the work that they do in our organization and in our city. There were 18 ex parte communications that came in after 3 p.m., all regarding regular agenda item number 5, that is the massage and spa facilities discussion this evening, first reading. Lastly, I'll just highlight a couple of items for our legislative activities. So Senate Bill 385 is back over to the House. So it heads from the Senate. It made it through the Senate, back over to the House. It's being heard tomorrow morning. This is the bill that in its current form will require that any districts created after 2009, when the legislature consolidated kind of all the district language, so Park District 1, other transportation districts, not here for Billings. For Billings, it's really Park District 1 at this point, and any future districts will be required each 13 years or a shorter period. They'll need to be reconsidered by the electorate and voted on by the public. They will be limited to an inflationary growth index. I did ask that one of the amendments that they consider over on the House side is that growth index be made on the formula calculation versus the revenue. Why does it matter? If you're growing as a community in any way, shape, or form, and you don't make the inflation off the calculator, then that growth will not be calculated in the revenue, the additional revenue you'll collect. And then they've gone back and forth as to whether mill levies will be a part of that. Currently, mill levies are not included in what 385 was amended to include. So that bill's up tomorrow morning. The only other one I'll mention is a bill tomorrow afternoon, House Bill 464. The mayor's going to testify. Interesting, it's a little known. There is a local option gas tax. It's been on the books in Montana legislatively for decades. Several counties, it's only at the county level, so a city cannot take it to the voters, but counties can. I think Missoula County is the only successful county to have done this. The statute today requires that it be voted in by the citizens. Tomorrow's bill will eliminate that opportunity. So to me, the irony is we have a number of bills this legislative session that seek to take authority away from local elected officials and only give it to the electorate or the citizens if they're willing to adjust a tax or an assessment. In this case, that's what's on the books, and now they want to eliminate that possibility. And I'll tell you, there have been several debates, not here in my short time in Billings, but in my previous lives in Montana in both communities, as to whether a gas tax was a fairer way to fund the transportation system than an assessment district. Remember, assessment districts only tax property owners. Fuel tax, in theory, would tax those who use the transportation system. So I think it would be unfortunate to lose that. That's tomorrow. Amy and Greg will be on next week's call. They'll give us an update. The trend this week, maybe through the end of the session, is that there are a fair amount of hearings on Monday and Tuesday, and then a lot of internal work happening in the middle and late part of the week. So with time sensitivities this evening, I'm just going to highlight those two bills. If you have any questions, be glad to answer any. That is the end of my report, Mayor and Council.
Thank you, Chris. Councilmember Neese has a question.
Hey, Chris, on that gas tax one, you're saying that we had an option in the city that we could have assessed a gas tax to do our. Is that what I understand you're saying?
You do not have the option as a city council. The county commissioners, under statute, can take it to the citizens of the county, and there's a formula in the statute that shares the money with each incorporated city and the county. So there is a definite benefit to each municipality, but again, I believe only one county in Montana has successfully passed it.
And that would have to be initiated by the county commissioners.
The county commissioners are the only ones who can put it on the ballot, and the citizens are the only ones who can vote it up or down, of which we've historically, as a league and as cities, supported that motion because it is squarely in the hands of the voters, and it is a way away from property owners and more to users.
And do you know how much, if that wasn't in place, how much it would alleviate our current assessment districts for infrastructure like that?
I do not know the dollar amount offhand. It is substantial. I think it maxes at 3 cents or 3%. As I've looked at it for Kalispell and in Bozeman, it would have, if you simply shifted whatever the collection was, it was a substantial shift away from the property tax and over to the user tax. I've never seen a calculation for Yellowstone County or Billings, excuse me.
And when was that hearing?
It is tomorrow afternoon at 3 p.m.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll move on to public comment on non-public hearing items. So this is the opportunity for the public to comment on anything that there is not going to be a public hearing on. So specifically, that will be item 1, our consent agenda. Item 2, dealing with the library, refinancing the library construction bond. And item 6, the second reading on Highway 3 Zone Change 987. Significantly, this is not the time to comment on item 5, which we're expecting plenty of comment on. That's the massage ordinance. All the other items, there'll be a public hearing for later in the meeting, so you can wait to comment on those. But if you'd like to comment on items 1, 2, or 6, either in person here or on Zoom, now is your time to do that. We'll start first in the room. Is there anybody who would like to comment on items 1, 2, or 6? If so, please come to the podium. I'm not seeing anybody walk toward the podium. Tony, do we have anyone who has called in using Zoom or appearing on Zoom to comment on items 1, 2, or 6?
I would need our attendees to raise their hand if they would like to speak on those items.
So anybody who's watching, please use the raise your hand feature on Zoom to signal to Tony, our clerk, that you'd like to comment on items 1, 2, or 6. While we're waiting for that, if there is anybody, we'll just ask that you keep your comments to 3 minutes. Tell us your name and address up front, and Tony will unmute you, having seen your hand.
Mayor,
I have not seen any hands raised.
No.
Mayor, can you ask Tony to explain how to do it if they call in? Because they may not know how to raise their hand if they're actually dialed in.
Okay, so Tony, there was a request that you explain how to raise your hand if you called using the phone, right?
Correct.
So Tony, can you do that? And you'll see me eventually once I get a computer working. But you can hear me, I hope.
I can hear you, yes. So they must dial *9 on their phone to raise their hand.
Okay, *9. Tony, do we have anybody who has raised their hand to comment on item 1?
We do not.
Okay, there is no public comment on this item then, so we will close the public comment period on non-public hearing items and move on to the consent agenda. First, council, are there any separations from item 1? Councilmember Boyette.
Yes, I'd like to separate 1B, 1, and 2.
Separation 1B, 1, and 2, that's fire station roof replacement and fire station siding replacement. Thank you very much. Councilmember Shaw, or Sean Brown.
Yes, Mayor, I will be abstaining from item 1. S is in solo, 1 and 2.
Thank you very much. S1 and 2. Other separations. Council, any other separations this evening? Okay, don't see any. So, Debbie, that's right. Item N, we really have a change to, so I will separate that for separate discussion later. Thank you for calling our attention to that. Any other separations? Okay, don't see any. Is there a motion, Councilmember Neese and Shaw? Councilmember Neese.
Make a motion to approve item number 1, except item 1B, 1 and 2, 1S, 1 and 2 for Brown to abstain, and 1
Thank you very much. Second by Councilmember Shaw. Then, is there discussion on the motion? Motion is for approval of the non-separated items. Councilmember Ewald.
Thank you, Mayor. This thing on. I would like to ask a question on 1H, it's in Harvey. And it's with the equipment purchase for annual citywide traffic signal controllers. Debbie, we've got a lot of state highways running through Billings. And I was talking to Rod Nelson, and he said that you guys operate on different software for your signals than the state does. Does that cause a problem where we have city streets crossing state highways?
So we did look at that in 2013 when we selected our software and our equipment that we were going to use. And we looked at how compatible they were and how many places that we actually did have those situations occurring, and decided that we did not have enough issues to create or cause us to go with the other type of system. This one has better service. For us, it works better for what we're trying to do. We tend to have different issues than most of the state routes, so that's why we selected it. It's not perfect. In a perfect world, obviously, we would want to combine systems with them, but it does work well enough together that we can keep them timed.
So is there any chance that we could provide the state for their state highways here in Billings, our software around theirs, or we seem to think that it was kind of an issue, like especially with the 27th Street light at Montana Avenue. Doesn't work well with the rest of Montana Avenue lights. Is that an issue, or?
Well, they use a different type of system, and unless they want to change all of their signals over, I don't see them going to our system. And like I said, we felt like the compatibility issue was not enough to cause us to go to the other system because of what this provides us. So while it is not perfect, I do think we are able to work through some of those issues. Like I said, on some of those cross streets, like Montana and First, and some of those, we've been able to work through those. I will certainly call over to Rod and see what issues in specific he's talking about. It might be something as easy as keeping making sure our timers get set up correctly, or making sure we coordinate them better.
One of the reasons I brought it up is because I've noticed since 27th Street's been redone, Montana Avenue lights don't work like they did before. You got stops and goes. It doesn't have any effect on the train. It's just that you don't have flow of traffic. And I don't know if it's the 27th Street light that's causing it or what, but it's not like it used to be. So
Montana is also theirs, though. So Montana and 27th should be timed together because those are all owned by MDT.
All right, just asking. Thank you.
Okay, I'll call him and talk to him about it.
Okay, any other discussion on the motion? Motion is for approval of the non-separated items on the consent agenda. Any other discussion, council? Just raise your hand or speak up if I miss you. Not seeing anything, so we'll proceed to a vote. All in favor of the motion, which is for approval of the non-separated items, please raise your hand. Voting in favor are all members of the City Council. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. First separated item is item 1B1. Councilmember Boyette, that was your separation, I believe. Would you like to start off our discussion there?
Thank you, Mayor. I was out looking at used cars the other day, and I happened to see 4 cars, and 3 of them were at one price, and 1 of them was half price. So first thing I thought is there's something wrong. But when I see the bids here, I see this CNC Construction from Northwest Florida, and that goes to item number 2 as well. Can someone explain? It appears there's something wrong when I see a bid half price. Either they're really off, or the other 3 are in cahoots saying you got to charge us too much. So I just need an explanation.
Thank you very much. Jessica Iverson, our facilities director, is here. I'll turn it over to her unless, Chris, you want to comment first.
Nope, Jessica can give us some feedback.
Okay, Jessica Iverson, it's all yours.
All right, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilmember Boyette, for the question. So, oftentimes we do get a variety of bids and there might be various discrepancies. This one we were concerned about, and we did reach out to the bidder, and we did confirm that it was a responsible bid. They did include the full scope of our bid documents in their bid. I can't speak exactly to why it was so much lower than the other ones. I do know that they're eager to get into this market. They do have an office in Helena, so they've been doing some local work. But as far as the bid process and the due diligence that we have done, we do believe they are the responsible bidder.
Thank you, Mayor. Can I have a follow-up?
Please, Councilmember Boyette.
Will someone be monitoring them then on a weekly or monthly basis? You just can't leave them alone at this point.
Yes, absolutely. We do have a project manager on this project. He actually talked to the contractor as well, making sure they had the full scope of work. And then we have facilities staff that'll be there on a regular basis.
Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion. Councilmember Ewald.
Thank you, Mayor. Is this contract for re-roofing Station 4, is that state prevailing wage contract?
Yes, it is.
So they know that they have to pay prevailing wage?
Yes.
And you're protected with a performance bond?
Yes, we are.
Okay. Because I called a big commercial contractor today, and I told him that this price came in at 55% of the next lowest bid, or the bid above it. And right away he said, red flag. So I hope you got yourself protected on this, because that comes from a pretty good sized commercial contractor. And he goes, 55% is red flags all over. So I hope you got your I's dotted and your T's crossed.
Great. Thank you. Yes, we do have the performance bond in place. We'll have the contract in place that if they don't perform, we can cash the performance bond to complete the work. So we're confident in that regard.
Okay, thank you very much. Good discussion. Do we have further discussion, questions, or a motion? Councilmember Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. Jessica, when you get bids like this, do you actually call up all references or anything like that on that, or do you just take their bid at face value with the bond?
So I don't know if Liz, our purchasing agent, would be more suited to comment, but we really have to, we can confirm with them that they bid the scope of work that's outlined in our bid documents. However, there are only certain factors outside of that we can consider when accepting a bid. So unless they've already been excluded from bidding through some other process, we can't just not accept the bid using these outside factors.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Further questions or a motion? Councilmember Shaw.
Thank you. I move to approve consent agenda items 1B, 1, and 2.
Thank you very much. Is there a second? Councilmember Joy. Now, discussion on the motion. Is there discussion on the motion? Motion is for approval consistent with the staff recommendation, item 1B1. Discussion. Seeing none.
Chris.
Oh, I'm sorry, Chris Kukulski.
Sorry, Mayor, Council. Just want the council to know this was a red flag issue for us, which is why the calls were made. And secondly, whether you're an in-city, in-state, or out-of-state contractor, you will be held to building to the standard. And we are dealing with some issues with contractors today where this team is holding folks accountable. So we just don't accept low bid and then the quality is the quality. The quality needs to meet our minimum standard, whether they're in or out of state. So those actions have been taken, so I'm confident they will be taken on this case if we run into unanticipated problems. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Further discussion on the motion, Councilmember Ewald.
Thank you, Mayor. Chris, is this a hard bid with no chance of them coming back and adding to their price once they get into the project?
Well, I don't think there's ever a bid where there can't be a request for some kind of a change order, but we always take those change orders into deep consideration. Is this outside of the scope? I'm speculating here. A roof, we weren't anticipating sub problems, and there are problems. I mean, it's got to be legit. for it to be granted by the staff but I don't think I could ever tell you there's no opportunity for someone to make a claim or request for a change order. But again, especially when we get a red flag like this, we're going to be hypersensitive to, did they just low bid it as a way to get in and plan on change ordering their way up to a better price?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Further discussion on the motion? Any further discussion on the motion? Okay, we'll proceed to a vote. The motion is for approval, item 1B1. All in favor of the motion for approval, please raise your hand. Voting in favor are all members of the council. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Next item, 1B2. This is the same fire station, but the siding replacement, different contractor. Councilmember Boyette, this was your item.
Yes, sir. I think it was the same contractor, and that's what brought my attention. And it said there was a conversation with some of the bidder. Can anyone explain what the conversation entailed?
So back to Jessica, and just to clarify, it was awarded, or the proposal is to award it to a different contractor because that same Northwest Florida was disqualified. So maybe we get a little background on that. Jessica.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councilmember Boyette, for the question. So the same contractor that we're awarding the roof contract to did bid on the siding. However, their bid was exceedingly low, and we did have that conversation verifying the scope of that portion of the project, and we determined that was not a responsible bid because they did not bid the full scope of the siding work. And so in that case, we could exclude it as a non-responsible bid, and then we went to the next lowest bidder.
Thank you, Mayor. Quick point of order.
Councilmember Neese?
I thought the motion was made for already approving item 1 and 2.
No, it was only for item 1B1.
Everyone else remembers it that I've talked to is 1, remember 2.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was repeating the motion as only item 1B1, but you're saying the original motion made by the council member.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, if that was the motion, Councilmember Shaw, you made that motion, and it was your intent to address both items. Is that correct?
It was my intent to address both, but I now understand that there was a follow-up question to this one, so I don't have any problem with what's happened, but I did include it initially.
Okay. I would suggest, council, because of that confusion, let's just take them in order. It shouldn't take long, especially if that was your intent. Is there a motion concerning item 1B2? Councilmember Joy.
Thank you. I move we approve Fire Station Number 4 siding replacement project. I recommend T.W. Clark Construction LLC, $114,000.
Okay, and a second, Councilmember Shaw. Discussion now on that motion for approval. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Voting in favor are all members of the, Councilmember Tricky is not voting in, Councilmember Tricky is voting in favor. Okay. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. That brings us then to item, separated item 1N, as in nighttime. There's got to be some better military. What's the military for?
November.
November? Okay. 1 November. I made the separation so that Debbie Melling can tell us if there is a correction to the resolution. I was emailed around. Debbie Melling, our Public Works Director, can you walk us through the change to the resolution?
I can, thank you, Mayor and Council. In section 4 of the resolution where it talks about the description of the project, we said the improvements included streetlights and park. It actually includes streetlights and roadway. So I changed the word park to roadway and sent that out to all of you yesterday. So apologies for that error there.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any questions for Debbie or a motion relating to this item? If there is a motion, we need to make sure that it clearly references the new resolution that changes park to roadway. Questions or motion? Councilmember Boyette.
Mayor, I move that we approve 1N with the amended changes as stated.
Okay, motion for approval with park being changed to roadway. Councilmember Neese, did you have the second on that?
Yes.
Second by Councilmember Neese. Discussion. Is there any discussion on the motion for approval? Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please raise your hand. Voting in favor are all members of the City Council. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Item 1S, 1 and or 2, is there a motion or discussion? These are the bills for the week of March 1 and March 8. Councilmember Brown will be abstaining. Councilmember Shaw.
Thank you. I move to approve 1S, 1 and 2 with the abstention of Councilmember Brown.
Thank you very much. Second by Councilmember Joy. And that does include both of those items. Discussion on the motion. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor of the motion for approval, please raise your hand. Voting in favor. All members of the City Council, with the exception of Councilmember Brown, who abstained. That then concludes item number 1. We'll move through. Appreciate everyone's moving expeditiously. We are anticipating lengthy discussion on item number 5, and as well as public comment. So we'll want to move just as speedily as is fair. Item number 2. Tony, would you read item number 2?
Item number 2, resolution awarding the sale of refunding library general obligation bonds. Staff recommends approval. Action, approval, or disapproval of staff recommendation.
Thank you. I believe we have a presentation by our Finance Director, Andy Zeller.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Give me a thumbs up or a wave that you can hear me. All right, cool. I'm presenting to you the general obligation bonds refunded. These are for the library. We had an opportunity to refund these bonds based upon favorable market conditions. Interest rates have dropped since we issued these in 2012, and they are callable, which means we can now refund them. And the city has a good bond rating. We were rated by Moody's on April 8th last week. They gave us a rating of AA2, which is very good. Some of our recognized strengths, just our regional economy, strong job growth, and strong finances and a low debt burden. They did notice some challenges with our rising public safety costs and some elevated pension liabilities. We opened bids today. That's why you did not have the exhibit attached. It's not possible to do that. We wouldn't receive bids. You have to open bids and sign within 24 hours. It's the only way it can be done. We had 11 bids, which is really good. The true interest costs were ranging from 0.9% to 1.19%. So the winning bidder is Robert W. Baird, R.W. Baird, and we've done some deals with them recently. And the result of this savings will save taxpayers $1.2 million over the next 10 years. Here's just kind of a summary of the savings. You see it's about $500,000 per year. This will be reflected on tax bills starting next fiscal year, if approved this evening. This is the Exhibit A that was not included in your resolution. It's just that same bid schedule. They're giving us, our coupon and yield rates here, and the total amount borrowing was $7,310,000, but it was at a premium, so we are getting premium payments. We will be paying off the full amount of the bonds outstanding. So with that, staff recommends awarding the sale of the Series 2021 bonds to Robert W. Baird and Company, refunding the Series 2012 library bonds. If there are any questions, I am happy to answer them.
Thank you, Andy. The proposed resolution references Exhibit A, the attached winning bid. Can you just put that back on the screen so it's absolutely clear what it is that we're approving, and that is Exhibit A?
You bet, Mayor. Here we go. Yeah, this is Exhibit A. It's the bid tab, and they are the lowest bidder of the 11.
Okay, thank you very much. Council, do we have questions for Andy or motion? Councilmember Shaw.
Thank you. How exciting that we finally have some news to give to constituents that we're not begging them for money, but we can actually drop their taxes. I mean, well done, team. That's really fantastic news. I don't believe this has a public hearing, so I'm going to go ahead and make a motion for approval. I move to approve the resolution awarding the sale of refunding library general obligation bonds as recommended to staff.
Thank you very much. Is there a second? Councilmember Boyette? Motion made and seconded. Discussion now on the motion. Is there any other discussion on the motion? Councilmember Neese?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Andy, for taking the initiative to make sure that this was done. And I agree with Councilwoman Shaw that this is really good news to see that we're actually lowering taxes here going forward with stuff like this. So look forward to that. Thank you again, Andy, for getting that done.
Thank you, Andy. I think we all agree with that, and I can't think of a more fitting place to be getting this news than in the Royal Johnson Community Room of the Billings Public Library. If there was any doubt about the value of building a new library and its usefulness to our community, I think tonight underlines that very well. So, any other discussion on the motion? Okay, we'll proceed to a motion or to a vote on the motion for approval of the resolution award of the bid. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Voting in favor are all members of the City Council. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Tony, would you read item number 3?
Item number 3, public hearing to provide the community an opportunity to comment on the low-income housing communities of Brush Meadow Apartments, Edgewood Apartments, and Shiloh Glen, as required under Section 15-6-221-2 MCA. No action by council is necessary this evening.
Okay, thank you. If you're saying this is deja vu all over again, you're right. We do have a presentation tonight. Wyeth, are you our kind of introducer before turning it over to Betsy? Could you help us out there?
Correct. Yes. Thank you, Mayor and Council. I will just really quickly run through a couple of slides as we did a couple of meetings ago regarding this item, and then Betsy Shano is also on the meeting tonight and can answer questions as well as needed here. So can you see my screen now?
Yes, we're also seeing your next slide screen.
Is that better?
There we go.
Okay. So this is the public hearing, as was stated by the Deputy City Clerk, for a low-income tax exemption application that 11 Capital has made through the state of Montana for 3 projects, existing housing developments. I guess you say they're not under construction. They're existing housing developments here in Billings: Brush Meadow Apartments, Edgewood Apartments, and Shiloh Glen Apartments. And basically, the exemption is for rental housing, providing affordable housing to lower income tenants in the community. And as I said, they're all in existing properties. Just real quickly, just move this out of the way for you. So this is up, two of the developments are up in the Heights, Brush Meadow Apartments and Edgewood Apartments. And this is Lake Elmo Drive right here. So you can see the 2 properties are right next to each other on the east side of Lake Elmo Drive. And then the other property is Shiloh Glen Apartments in this area. This is King Avenue West and Shiloh Road. So it's on that northeast corner of that intersection, and it's that portion of the residential housing in that area. And so, again, per the state code under section 15-6-2212, the process requires that the city hold this public hearing to solicit comment on whether the housing property meets a community need. There's no other action by the city aside from conducting this hearing as part of the process. Unfortunately, the legal notice for this item for the February 22nd meeting was found to be an error when 11 Capital had coordinated with the Yellowstone County News directly to run that ad as part of their process, and there was an error at that point. So they approached us again to make sure that this was conducted again, to make sure then with the proper notice has been done through them in the Yellowstone County News. So that's the reason that you're having this repeated back to you tonight. And then these are the 3 apartment complexes. They exist, as I said, already serve the community need for housing in 2 different areas of our city. And 11 Capital Asset Manager Betsy Shano is also on the Zoom tonight and can answer any questions. So with that, I will stop sharing and whoops.
Okay, thank you very much. Wyeth, did Betsy want to comment?
Yes, hi there. Thank you, Mayor and City Council. I first just wanted to apologize for our error in having to repeat this meeting. But I just wanted to reemphasize that these are existing assets, and by applying for this tax exemption, it does really allow us to put the investment back into these assets and maintain them as Section 42 assets.
Okay, thank you. Council members, I'm going to open it up for public hearing in just a minute, but are there any questions of Betsy or Wyeth before I do so? Again, our only obligation tonight is to conduct the public hearing. We make no decision. It's just a public hearing to see whether, to discuss whether we're meeting a community housing need. Any questions? Don't see any, so what we'll do is we will open the public hearing now on item number 3. To provide community an opportunity to comment on the low-income housing communities of Brush Meadow Apartments, Edgewood Apartments, and Shiloh Glen. Is there any public comment, any public input whatsoever on this item? First, we'll start here in the library in person. If there's any member of the public who'd like to comment on this item, please come on up to the podium. And also anybody who might be watching in Zoom land, please use your raise hand feature so that Tony knows to unmute you so you can comment. But back to here in the library, is there anybody who would like to comment in person? Councilmember Neese.
Can the people in the foyer hear that you're asking for public comment now?
People in the foyer, you're hearing it on television, but can you give me a thumbs up if you can hear us okay? I see thumbs up.
Okay, good.
Mediocre, okay, but and our city minister is going to go out and kind of monitor the situation there. Tony, we have no public comment here in person. Tony, do we have anybody on Zoom who would like to comment on item number 3?
We do. Hello and welcome to the public comment for this evening. You will have 3 minutes in which to give your comment. I have Patty Webster. Can you please give your name and address?
Sure. Patty Webster, 4432 Lawn Lane.
Go ahead.
Mayor Cole and members of the council, my name is Patty Webster. I'm the CEO of Homefront, which is formerly the Housing Authority of Billings. I wanted to remind the council tonight that Homefront is here as a resource for all council members in reviewing the housing projects and policy issues that might come before you. Under state law, housing authorities have the power to study and make recommendations concerning the plan of any city or municipality located within its boundaries as to housing. So we're here to support you in evaluating projects that come before you, even such as the one tonight. Just a clarification, this is not low-income housing. This is tax credit housing, and there is a big difference. Low-income housing is subsidized, and tax credit housing is not. In particular, I just wanted to make sure that all the council members are aware that the Homefront projects in the city of Billings, even though we're a governmental entity and a nonprofit developer, we pay a payment in lieu of taxes. And we think that's important to pay our fair share for the use of police, fire, and other city services. As the council considers the need for additional public safety resources, as well as understanding the cost of services, ensuring that nonprofit housing developers are paying for a portion of the use of city resources like Homefront does is an option for your consideration. Nonprofit tax-exempt status can be an attractive incentive for developers, and there's a critical need for additional affordable housing in Billings for sure. At the same time, the incentives for development should be balanced against the impact on public services, specifically on public safety, which we know has been taxed as much as it possibly can, right, in all the resources. I believe that there is a path forward to encouraging development while still ensuring that nonprofit housing projects, like the ones before you tonight, are not unduly straining city resources. So for example, the number of public housing units we own and administer in the city are 274. And the number of units they're putting before you tonight for tax exempt status is 240. But yet we pay a payment in lieu of taxes every year. And so as you move forward tonight, and as you look at future housing projects, please know that Homefront is here as your local housing authority to be a resource to the council in reviewing these types of proposals. Thank you.
Thank you. Tony, any other comments on item number 3?
I do not have any other comments.
Okay, we will close the public comment period on item number 3, and that also then concludes that item. Thank you very much. I'll just comment, I don't know whether our technical staff has any way to turn up the volume of people who are commenting by Zoom. I could understand everything that Patty said, but I had to strain a bit. So if there's a way to turn that up, everybody else I'm sure has better hearing than I do, because mine is definitely going, but I don't think it would hurt if we could turn it up a little bit, if there's a way to do that. Chris?
Mayor and Council, I would also add the more we can project our voices, the better. We knew this was probably a challenge for not only in this room, but there's a time delay on the screen out there, which makes no sense. So they really have to rely on hearing us through these doors. So I would say as much of a hassle it is, when you speak, you take off your mask. That will make it quite a bit easier to be heard. And we'll just do the best we can. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So use your outdoor voice as your kindergarten teacher used to tell you, even though we're inside. Tony, would you read item number 4, please?
Item number 4, public hearing and first reading ordinance granting a non-exclusive franchise to TDS Metrocom LLC for cable service. Staff recommends approval. Action, approval or disapproval of staff recommendation.
Thank you very much. Our presenter tonight, Chris, I assume is Stacy Tenney. Okay, we'll turn it over to Stacy. Chris, you don't have anything further? No? Okay, Stacy, it's all yours.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Joining me tonight on Zoom again is Joshua Worrell. He is the manager of TDS Business Development, and he spoke with you last Monday night at the work session. I will begin my presentation with a brief PowerPoint. Put that on for you here. Let's see here. Are you seeing that? Was I able to share that with you?
Yes, we can now see it.
Oh, great. Okay. Tonight's presentation is introducing a competitive, non-exclusive cable system franchise with TDS Metrocom LLC. This is a corporation out of Madison, Wisconsin. Mr. Worrell explained to you that this is a family-owned company that's been in business for 50 years, but it also is a subsidiary of TDS Telecom and Fortune 5000 companies. The background here is that TDS is out of Madison, Wisconsin. It is a provider of cable and high-speed internet services. And it has made application to the city for a non-exclusive cable franchise to invest $50 to $60 million to lay hundreds of miles of fiber optic cable to form a brand new network throughout our city. This TDS is offering to build this as an all-fiber, which would provide high-speed fiber connections directly to the doors of homes and businesses that would offer a minimum of 120 cable channels. And also, along with that, it would also offer the ability to have some competition with Charter Spectrum, who has been the incumbent and only cable provider for many, many years. Under the Cable Communications Act, this is a federal act. It was enacted in 1934. It has had several iterations since then, but basically it allows state or local governments to franchise, allow a cable system, a wire system, to be in a public right-of-way. And it allows city governments to grant those franchises. But in recent years, probably in the last 20 years or so, the federal are you okay? Can you hear me? Am I breaking up or anything?
Nope, sound great.
Oh, good. Okay. The FCC, the Federal Communications Commission, has provided that exclusive cable system franchises are not allowed, and that a local governing franchising authority cannot just have an exclusive cable system. It has to allow competition. And it may not unreasonably refuse to award an additional competitive franchise. And that's what we're looking at tonight, a competitive franchise for cable. In 2007, the Federal Communications Commission also enacted a rule establishing a 6-month deadline for granting or denying a competitive cable franchise application. So that's what's going on here. Back in October, TDS submitted an application. You received those materials in your work session packet last week. I asked you to keep in mind those materials, because when you start to look at whether or not to grant TDS a franchise, you'll be looking at their financial, their technical, and their legal ability to perform. So what is a franchise? Well, under federal law, the definition means an initial authorization or renewal issued by a franchising authority which authorizes the construction and operation of a cable system. And of course, franchising authority, what is that? It's any governmental entity like the city that's empowered to grant a franchise. Now, cable systems under federal law allow for local government like the city to grant permission to use the public right-of-way for area cable wires and services. And again, the franchising authority cannot allow an exclusive franchise to exist. They find that it's unreasonable to refuse to award a competitive cable franchise. And so therefore, any application for a secondary franchise in a community has to, if it is denied by the local franchising authority, the LFA, then such a decision may be appealed to either the state or the U.S. District Court. In terms of franchise fees, the Communication Act has Title VI, and Title VI really governs cable systems. And Title VI allows for local governments to receive a franchise fee of 5% of the annual gross revenue within the cable system's operating local area. So, for instance, if you were to grant TDS a franchise, then the city would receive 5% of TDS's gross revenue from their workings in Billings. Oops, excuse me, I'm sorry. Now, the interesting thing about Title VI of the Federal Communications Act is that because the wire that is in the ground running not only the cable can also have non-cable services on it, like broadband. The Title VI regulates that a city such as Billings cannot extract any further fees other than that 5% franchise fee for any other non-cable services. So the only amount of money the city will receive or can exact from TDS, if it were to grant this franchise, is that 5% franchise fee. Now here again on this slide is just a little bit more about applicant TDS Metricom. You have had the information in your packet from last week, but I've just kind of highlighted here for you the background and technical ability for TDS, their legal qualifications. I got on the Secretary of State's website here a couple months ago, and TDS Metricom is registered as a active foreign profit corporation in good standing in Montana. So, and then in terms of what they're capable of doing, again, they're going to construct an all-fiber, fiber-to-home cable system. This is going to be capable of providing at least 120 channels of video programming. It has active and passive devices, and they're capable of delivering high-quality digital video signals meeting or exceeding FCC technical quality standards. And that is basically the city standards. If this passes muster with the FCC, it certainly passes muster with the city. In terms of its financial ability, you have the financial affidavit and the financial statement from TDS in your work session materials. And finally, in terms of their construction schedule, I have another slide on this, but they do have a build-out schedule. And they also, in terms of our community needs and interests, they're bringing a competitive all-fiber cable system that will provide consumers with a new choice of video service providers. And the cable system will carry a wide range of programming, including the city's public education and governmental access channels. And I have another slide that I'll talk to you a little bit about that. In terms of the PEG channels, which we're on tonight with Community 7, one of the TDS has agreed in a proposed franchise to provide the city with 2 high-definition PEG channels. The TDS has also agreed to maintain and provide the active links that required to get the broadcasting from our city council chambers in City Hall to our access provider, which is Community 7, located in the Lincoln Center. And they've also agreed to support the capital costs for our public educational and governmental access channel. They would provide, they would send 25 cents or require 25 cents from their subscribers. This would be allocated directly for PEG capital costs. Pursuant to the federal law, in awarding a cable system franchise, the cable or the franchising authorities, so the city in this instance, would have to allow TDS a reasonable period of time to become capable of providing cable service to all households in our franchise area. There is a plan proposed in the franchise in which TDS believes this is reasonable, that it can build out 70% of the city within 4 years. Now, Josh explained last week that they anticipate more of an 85% build out in 2 years. But this is this is kind of the worst case scenario, I guess. This is their minimum standard, so which is in the franchise. They anticipate building out much faster and quicker and more. And then in terms of both federally and in our own model cable ordinance, TDS would have to make its services and rates available on a non-discriminatory basis, and they have agreed to that, and that is a term within the franchise. So in terms of competition, this slide is just a look at, we currently have a franchise in place with Charter that served us very well since 2008. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just that it has an expiration date. That expiration date with Charter has been extended for the last several years. So we are in the process of attempting to renew that with Charter. And the same terms with TDS are primarily the same terms that Charter has been extended, except for build out, which Charter is already fully built out. And then TDS is committing to link us up with 2 high definition channels and do the linkage for that. And so that's just a little bit different, but all of the other terms would be the same. So if you look at the current Charter franchise that is in effect and on the books, they have agreed and they pay the city a 5% maximum franchise fee. Similarly, TDS, if you are to award this competitive franchise, they will also pay the same 5% maximum franchise fee. Charter right now pays a 25%, goes through their subscriber, but their subscribers pay a 25% PEG capital support fee. The city, in its terms with Charter, City Council can increase those costs on a City Council vote up to 85% per subscriber. But for the last probably 15 years, that has stayed at 25 cents. TDS has agreed to those same terms. Charter has 2 dedicated PEG channels. One is a high definition channel, which was put in around 2013 after Charter took over transfership from Bresnan. And they also have a standard channel. And those are basically kind of TV sets. You know, you have your smart TV that's high definition, and then you have some of your older television sets that don't. TDS has agreed to actually 2 high definition channels. Tim Harrington, who is the manager of Community 7, he helped to make sure that these PEG terms are good for our PEG access channels and community provider. And so we've kind of got his seal of approval on these. Charter has a density extension in terms of build out. It is the extension of cable when there's 10 residential units passed by 1/4 of cable contiguous to the distribution cable. TDS is actually, they've actually agreed to a little bit more of a density extension. They're willing to extend it out with 7 residential units. There's liquidated damages, which is just if there's any kind of violations by the franchise. Charter had agreed to pay liquidated damages if ordered. Those were in $2,008. We have upped those terms and made them to $2021 in terms of the TDS Metrocom proposed franchise. We will do that with Charter as well. That's what we will propose.
And here, Stacy, it looks like you're about done, but I'm just going to ask you to kind of wrap up because we're kind of past 15 minutes, so we need to move on.
Okay. So let's just go to your criteria that you should consider when granting this franchise. So these are the these are the ordinance requirements. These also follow along lines of federal requirements, but the completeness of TDS's responses, I would submit that their application is very thorough and that you can rely upon their financial, technical, and legal qualifications. They ask whether or not that TDS is satisfying minimum standards established by the city to meet the community's future cable-related needs. I would submit that TDS does meet that. And in fact, we will be getting, I think, a cable system that isn't just coaxial lines, which is, Charter has coaxial and I believe some fiber, and TDS will be all fiber. Whether TDS is able and willing to provide PEG, use capacity, facilities, and or financial support, and they are. Whether granting the franchise will result in redlining or discrimination, I submit to you that it will not. Whether the schedule for build-out is reasonable, I submit to you that it is. And then finally, whether approving the franchise would eliminate or reduce competition in the delivery of cable service. And approving this competitive franchise would absolutely not reduce competition. It would, in fact, provide competition, which is something that under the ordinance, the city is a proponent of. So finally, if you decide that it's in the public interest to issue a cable franchise, considering all of those factors, then you would tender an application, or you would tender TDS the franchise. And if you decide not to, then you would just need to make a written ruling of why not. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do we have a presentation from the Josh, the TDS representative of any kind? Or would he like to wave his hand? Or
remove the presentation.
yeah, and Josh, if you're out there, I can't see you quite yet. So I don't know if you can unmute Josh.
Hi, I'm here.
Tony, there you go. Josh, did you have anything for us this evening? And
I did
Stacy,
not.
we're seeing you and your daughter, which is lovely, but if you can unshare that. Where is that? It looks like a ski hill. And a zip line, maybe.
I believe that's Stacy's screen, correct?
Yeah. Hey, there we go. Back to kind of like the old one, but that's all right. Go ahead, Josh. Welcome to our meeting.
Yeah, Mayor, council members, thank you for having me tonight. I don't have anything to add. I'd be happy to answer any questions, but I think Stacy laid it out there. We're excited to be entering the Billings market and work towards becoming a trusted local service provider.
Okay, thank you very much. That's our presentation. We'll turn it back to the council. Chris, you don't have any, do you have anything further on this item?
Mayor and Council, just a few brief comments. Just wanted to give 2 reasons to strongly consider supporting this evening. First, our citizens, business and residential, for the first time in quite a long time, get real competition in this space. And so when we talk about our economy, the return of our economy from this pandemic, competition for higher speed internet service, higher speed and price is what we see when we talk to other communities that have more than one primary service provider. So like with most businesses, this is welcome. Second, you are here tonight talking about the franchise fee. Stacy covered all that. Cable is a shrinking customer base. I think we're all maybe surprised how many people still are using cable. Cable is what we get our franchise fee from, though. And so in this case, having only one primary provider, the city doesn't have much leverage, as Spectrum is choosing, frankly, to do less and less for us as their subscriber base for cable reduces. This actually gives us competition there, provides us with a new agreement with TDS that we can and will have leverage with Spectrum to say, no, we should keep the same kind of arrangement, the 5%, the 25 up to 85 cents for the pack. So I think there's leverage there. Last, I will tell you, the issue of that we do expect to be challenged with on both sides has to do with use in the right-of-way and right-of-way permitting and our oversight of this deployment. So we've been in communication with other cities. TDS is deploying in several cities in the western United States, one of which happens to be making some professional investments here. So we've had that dialogue. We've gotten a good reference in those conversations, but they acknowledge what we know to be true. You can't put 500 miles of pipe, mostly underground, and not have some challenges. So the fee structure associated with the right-of-way permits are how we'll pay for the oversight of it. And it really is in both TDS's best interest and ours to do that well. So I had a call Friday afternoon with the CEO of TDS as well as Josh, both talking about some of their work in the Western U.S. and how we can work together to make this deployment go as smooth as possible. Ironically, we'd like, and they would like to see as much underground as we can because of the attractiveness of that. We'll have more headaches with underground than above ground. So there's some places where they'll have to go above. Their preference is under. And as far as complaints, you probably won't hear many constituents complain about another wire on a pole that already exists. But we will hear, and we will be dealing with issues as they trench through the community. Lastly, like I said, I think the opportunity in this space to have competition in 2021 and into the future of where the economy is going, where our educators from kindergarten to doctoral level are getting their education online more and more. This really is a critical piece of infrastructure that the city is not investing in, but these folks are in the private sector. So I'll close with that. Be happy to answer any questions you guys have. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, before we open up for public hearing, are there questions for Stacy, Josh, or Chris? Councilmember Ronning.
Thank you. This is either for, I guess, Josh or Stacy. Which one would like to have the question?
Why don't you say the question and then they can pick?
Well, okay, I'm just going to go with you, Stacy, since you're the one who originally read it and it's on your PowerPoint. You said for the non-discrimination, you said economic and racial. I didn't see LGBTQ.
I believe that it is in there, Councilmember Ronnie. Let me just find it here in...
Josh, are you able to answer that question?
We would include that as well in that. I'm sure the statute calls that out. If it doesn't, I can tell you that that we will not discriminate based on the LGBTQ requirement. But yes, I'm pretty sure the statute would call that out as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Other questions for staff or presenter? Councilmember Ewald and Councilmember Purington.
Thank you, Mayor. Josh, last time we met with you here, you kind of gave us a pie in the sky overview of it. And so I don't know on reviews how, if you get a lot of reviews against you or for you or what, but I went online and I started researching. And there's a lot of reviews that are saying speed is slower than promise and prices go up faster than promise. And some places you are the only game in town, and other places, once they hooked up, they just had to stay with you because that was it. So I know you're the salesman for the company, so that's what you're supposed to do, is give the pie in the sky account. But is this sort of true, or are these reviews that people are making on your company wrong?
No, Councilmember, thank you for that question. Those reviews are 100% true. So depending on what you read online, in some, where it's usually opposite ends of the spectrum with social media or anything online, we're either the best things in sliced bread or the worst thing. I will tell you that we serve a lot of rural areas of the country, from the bottom of the Grand Canyon till islands off the coast of Maine. And you are absolutely correct. There are a lot of areas that we are the only game in town, and those areas are served on old technology copper. So a lot of those reviews, depending on where you're reading them, I can understand why residents would be giving us those reviews, because we do have a lot of areas that are only getting 5 megabit. For this particular and all the other areas we've been making investments in, these are fully fiber built, fastest residential speeds you can get up to a gig, or as we continue to, technology progresses, it'll be multi-gig. So those reviews are correct. It just depends on where in the country you're reading those reviews. For all of our fiber markets, you'll get a different reaction to that, but what you're reading is probably accurate.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Purington.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So Josh, no, this is for Debbie or Chris. Last time we spoke about additional FTEs, one was for locators, and I can't remember what the other position was. Do you have an estimate for the one that the city would be paying for? And explain that to me again, please.
Let me ask Debbie. Debbie and I got to talk. Now are we working? Okay, Debbie and I got to talk about that this afternoon, so I'll let Debbie take at it. Thanks, Debbie.
Okay, thank you for that question. So my estimate at this time, depending on how fast the build out is, if it went as fast as Josh is describing, we'd be looking at probably 2 to 3 inspectors. These are the people that would review the plans and actually be on site when the construction's done to make sure everything's going well. And then we would have 1 to 2 locators that would be locating our water, sewers, storms, streetlights, signal wires, all that sort of thing. So we probably need 1 to 2 locators on staff as well. The inspectors and plan reviewers, they are paid for out of our permit fees. So our permit structure is set up to recoup cost of services. So however long it takes us to review their plans and be on site, that's how much we charge for those services. Location services are charged, we're subscribers to the location service. So when people call in, we do it to protect our infrastructure. So our locators are paid for out of water, sewer, storm, streets, all those funds that we have, and that's how we pay for locators. So does that answer everything, Councilmember Purington?
Do you have any idea what the cost would be for those?
So a locator would be on the order of a loaded cost. I'm going to say $50,000 off the top of my head. That's very rough, but you're looking at something around there for a locator. So you'd be looking at 1 to 2 of those. And then inspectors are probably pretty similar. Like I said, that cost will be recouped out of permit fees. So.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Back to Councilmember Ewald.
Thank you, Mayor. Debbie, so that is approximately 5 new FTEs, or are these people that you have on staff already?
So I think we need anywhere between 3 and 5, depending on how fast this goes, 2 to 3 inspectors and 1 to 2 locators. We do not have them on staff. We do have inspectors on staff and locators on staff, but we need these in addition to move at the rate that they're talking about.
Follow-up question, please, Mayor.
Go ahead.
So after 4 years, when this project's done, what happens to the new 5 FTEs that you've hired? Is this a part-time gig or is this a full-time and then we have to find a place for them somewhere in the city?
So we've talked about that a little bit. Inspector-wise, we actually have an open inspector position that we haven't filled. We had a retirement that we just haven't filled yet, but we need another inspector. This gives us a good chance to hire somebody. And then as they phase out of this project, we'll put them onto projects that we do in-house. That deals with one of them. Location-wise, I think over the course of the next few years, we have in our budget that you guys will see next month, we have that staff growing. We're trying to add crews to do more work in all of those areas. So what I can see happening is over the next few years, phasing out of this project and having those people move on to our crews. So their job would change, but I do think over the years we have the ability to assimilate those people into our staff.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Further question before we go to public hearing? Council Member Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. This is for Stacy, just to clarify. I think Josh said in the work session that it's not a matter of if, but when they hit something underground. And I understand that that's, things are not exactly where, it's not exact science, but when something like that happens, will they make sure that they actually, all the cost is borne by TDS to replace that, including if it's older infrastructure that they hit, and including if they have to dig up the road to replace some of that infrastructure? And then I'll have a follow-up question on that as well.
Stacy, that was directed to you, but so it's all yours, or you can pass it to somebody else?
Yes, they should have to.
Okay. So I believe that's going to be in the right of way. I think Debbie could speak to how that's handled today. And that, yes, they'll be expected to put it back the way they found it. So as they bore through a water line or a wastewater line, or they cut somebody else's fiber, they'll be responsible for putting that back, and then it takes care of the right of way impacts on that.
Okay, Debbie Melling, 2 of your staff have said yes. I'm assuming you don't want to contradict that. Anything you want to add to that, though?
No, the state law and our city code is very specific about all that. We are covered when they get their right-of-way permit.
Okay.
Thank you.
Quick follow-up on that, Mayor.
Go ahead.
So in the Heights, I understand the water mains are the asbestos pipes up there. So if they hit one of those, that could put asbestos into the water line. Is there any consideration as far as them having to make sure that the residents are notified if one of these pipes are hit and asbestos gets in the water?
Sounds like a Debbie question.
Sure, I'll take a stab at that. First of all, I'd like to tell you kind of how the process works. We do require that they pothole every single crossing, which means they get out there with a vacuum excavator, and every time they cross a water line, they have to vac X that. It's a very, very safe way to make sure that they don't hit those. If they do hit AC pipe, every water system will have a process in place by what they require. We'll work with the Heights Water District to talk to them about what that process is and ensure that TDS knows what that process is.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions for staff or TDS before we open up for public hearing?
Chris has something.
Okay, don't see any, so we'll...
Chris.
Oh, I'm sorry, Chris.
Sorry, two brief clarifications. One, if we don't have work for these folks to do after the 3 years to 4 years, I don't believe we have any mandate in the contract. If there's not work for them, we would have to go through some kind of layoff process. But frankly, with turnover, things of that nature, I think that would be unlikely. And then I apologize, I lost my second point. It had to do with Ms. Purington's. Oh, I know what it is. We deliberately wouldn't want to charge for locates. Why would that be the case? We don't want homeowners or contractors to have any reason not to call the dig system so we can locate lines, because we'll pay a lot more money going out, having to deal with repairs than to have someone go out and mark that. So there is a deliberate reason why there's not a charge on the locate part of the system, but there is a charge on the right-of-way work part of it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll open it up then for our public hearing on item number 4, the TDS Metrocom cable contract or ordinance that you've heard discussed here. First, we'll look to people and anyone in the library, but also this is the time where if you're online on Zoom and you would like to comment, please use that raise hand feature to let Tony know that you'd like to make a comment, and she should unmute you. Here in the library, is there anybody who would like to comment on item number 4, the proposed TDS Metrocom ordinance? Is there anybody here in the library? Don't see anybody walking to the podium. So, Tony, do we have anybody on Zoom who would like to comment on item number 4?
I have not seen anyone raise their hand.
Okay, we'll close the public hearing then on item number 4. Kick it back to the council. Councilmember Yakovich.
Thank you, Honored Council. Having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken public testimony, I have moved to approve first reading ordinance granting a non-exclusive franchise to TDS Metrocom LLC as recommended by staff.
Thank you. Second, I see Councilmember Brown. Discussion on the motion. Motion is for approval. Is there any discussion on the motion? Before we proceed to a vote, any discussion? Councilmember Treaky.
I just want to say on the record that this is an economic game changer for Billings and the county, and I really look forward to what the city is going to look like in a few years because of these changes. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Now we'll proceed to a vote. The vote, again, is in favor of approval of the ordinance granting TDS the cable franchise consistent with the staff report. All in favor of the motion for approval, please raise your hand. Voting in favor are all members of the City Council. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. I'm sorry, Councilor Bernice?
Tony's on screen.
Yeah, oh, okay, yeah. Tony, you are with us. Did you have something for us?
I was just getting ready to read number 5.
Yes. Go ahead. Please take us to item number 5.
Item number 5, public hearing and first reading ordinance regulating massage and spa facilities through business licensing criteria. Staff recommends approval. Action, approval or disapproval of staff recommendation.
Thank you very much. Our staff presentation is by our city attorney this evening, Gina Dahl. I'll just call the council's attention to our time and also the public. It's 7:12. We've had a lot of people sitting here. I appreciate everybody's patience. Also looks like we have probably at least 20 or 30 people on Zoom who may want to comment. We typically take a vote or take a break around 7:30. I'm assuming we can get the presentation in. We may have some questions, and then we'll look for a break somewhere around 7:30. So with that, Gina, it's all yours.
Gina's going to pull up the presentation. I've got the first handful of slides. Those of you who participated in last Wednesday's community online event, this is going to be a similar presentation. There's one area that's added to it, and then we'll go from there. And yes, Mayor, we will do our best. I think we'll be right around that 7:30, 7:40 time frame. And I will tell you, we also, after I speak, I'll turn over to Gina. We've got Andy Zeller, our finance director, who handles the permitting, his office. He's got a couple slides, and Chief St. John has one. I also want to make you aware I've got 3 kind of experts, if you will. One locally with FBI. You've heard from Brandon Walter. He's here tonight to testify, give you some information locally. And then I've got 2 folks nationally who've made themselves available. So they expect to be inside of the 3 minutes. But I think it would be a good courtesy to let them have an early opportunity, as some of them were testifying in Texas and other places around the nation earlier today. So with that, let's just dive right in, Mayor. And sorry, I'll try to look at my screen and speak up here.
Sorry, I'm just trying to figure out
There you go.
how to.
Very good. And Gene, I'll just ask that you keep your voice up because you got to remember, it's got to get out to the lobby.
All right, so first up here is, why are we looking at this ordinance? So if we can go to the next slide, Gina. So, like with many things, this is one component of improving the safety in Billings. We have, as has been shared, and we'll share more information with you, FBI statistics that show that we clearly have some challenges in this area in Billings. And as you're well aware, the council has identified this as a priority since 2017 consistently that we tackle this issue. Again, I want to emphasize this is no silver bullet, but it's one of numerous components you'll hear us talk about relative to improving the safety of Billings. So next slide. So as I mentioned, the council adopted it in 2017, so that predates my time, as well as a fair amount of work that was done by a working group in 18, predates most of us here, but that work was moved forward. Pre-pandemic, we were able to have a couple of community meetings, as well as I think there's been at least 2 council work sessions as we've tried to figure out what's the right balance, if you will, for this ordinance. And it's seen numerous iterations as we have learned, listened to both our local folks and our national folks who've shared with us some of their successes with the ordinance. So, do we have a problem in Billings? I would tell you, I believe it is without question that we have a challenge here. From my time arriving in Montana in 1999, I was hired by one of your first city administrators. He was doing interim work for Kalispell, and he told me stories about what it was like when he was managing here on Montana Avenue. Billings has faced a challenge in this area for decades. Now, unfortunately for the industry of illicit businesses, I think they have hijacked, for lack of a better term, legitimate massage businesses. And it's very unfortunate. And as they have trafficked women, as I have seen testimony in some court proceedings of recent of closures here in our community, I have to admit, without question, it's easier to not believe these things are happening in our community than to hear the facts of them, see them, and wonder what can we do to make a difference. So that is what we are seeking to do here, to make a significant positive impact in this area, of which we hope in the long run and believe through implementation will help all of our legitimate businesses. So if we could go on to the next slide. Some of the stats that are rather appalling here is the kind of activity that you see advertised. It's much surprising to me just how much bigger of an issue this is for Billings than it is, ironically, with Bozeman and Missoula, about a quarter of us, and then our other major trade areas, a fraction of that. So these are not lists that any of us want to find ourselves on as we are working to have our children, our grandchildren, return to Billings, Montana to raise their families, or relocate to Billings if they want to make their investments and raise their families here. So next slide. There are, as we have talked at length with some other communities, and I will be, Aurora, Colorado really there were numerous ordinances that the study group looked at back in 18, but Aurora has really made themselves candidly most available to us, and I think frankly share a Western kind of culture as Montana. Certainly doesn't mirror us. There's not another Billings, Montana out there. But as we've worked with Aurora we have found, and we think from evidence of law enforcement's work over the decades, there are some characteristics here that are different, right? Open all hours of the day, the open flashing sign at 2 a.m. I don't think any legitimate massage business is advertising open at 2 a.m. They don't have an ATM typically at the door. The door isn't locked and no windows to see inside the business. They're not a cash-only operation. And they do not have online provocative ads, of which we'll show you one from a business that we licensed just months ago. And so, though unfortunately we have learned that many, not all, but many are licensed massage therapists. So just simply having a license doesn't solve the problem. The dormitory, sleeping, and some of the others here, I won't read them all, are things we have seen clearly separate legitimate from illicit. And that's what we're trying to do here. We are trying to minimally as possible impact the legitimate, but call out the things that the illicit operations are doing so that they can be, in fact, not awarded a business license, thus not open for business, or have their license revoked. And you'll hear the chief later be able to talk about, we have many things we do in I'm not going to get the right word, things that we do to try to deter crime. We don't only deal with crime after it's happened. So in this case, we really are trying to deter as much as we can. And when we can take away or not hand out a business license, and they can't lawfully operate, then we don't have months and years of law enforcement, court processing to move these out. Next slide. So this is a hot map, for lack of a better term, of what goes on, and is rather disturbing, especially if you're the East Coast, Florida. I grew up in that red section of southern Michigan. No one wants to be in the red here. And here we are, Billings, Montana, red on this map. If we could go to the next slide. This ordinance, as I mentioned before, I think it really is an avenue for us to utilize. If it does not work, we'll need to look at other methods, but I have become convinced, though this is not something I bring with me with experience from other cities I've worked in, full confession. I've not adopted 3 of these. This is the first time I've dealt with crime in this area, but as we talk with other communities, they have shown us how Aurora believes they've got them all shut down in about 18 months. They maybe have one that they're having to take through a much more extensive kind of court process. If we can have that kind of success, that is going to be good for Billings, Montana, in my opinion, unquestionably. Next slide. This is the ad. So we licensed a business in December of 2020. Within weeks, here's the ad online. They meet all of our criteria in Billings to operate their business. The only way we can ultimately shut them down is through stings, money laundering, other very expensive, heavy law enforcement, heavy court processes. But under our new ordinance, we do talk about advertising as a component. I don't believe I would be offending anyone in this room. There's always a risk at it. But I doubt any legitimate business is promoting themselves as a massage professional in this regard. None of you are. So I'm going to turn it over now to our city attorney. She's got a handful of slides here, and as I said, then we've got just a couple from our finance director, one for our police chief, and then maybe it'll be appropriate to take a break and or get those 3 kind of professional testimonies in before you take the break. So Gina, if you could go from here.
Thank you. And I'll try to speak as loudly as I can. I want to back up for 1 second to just expand on a slide that Chris just talked about. There are often questions as to why can't law enforcement shut it down, and Chris talked about why that is. I also wanted to address why can't we just rely on the state board of massage therapy to do that. And just a couple of points about that is the board of massage therapy, they really only license the professional. They do not regulate the business. They don't regulate the business practices. So that leaves those business practices unregulated, including the ownership of those businesses. So any state regulation by the board of massage therapy is only complaint-based regarding the individual therapist, and state officials, they don't go around conducting on-site inspections of the business activities. I think that's a really important point to remember. Those are volunteer boards. They don't go around the state and shut them down based on business practices. So I want to get into the ordinance and how the ordinance works, but first I want to talk about this slide, which is based on some research that is out there and research that the city did, and we want to talk a little bit about this Human Trafficking Task Force report, which was put out in November 2017 by the Federation of State Massage Therapy Boards. The FSMTB was established in 2005, and it's an autonomous, not-for-profit organization comprised of state regulatory boards and agencies that regulate the massage therapy profession. This report is the culmination of 2 years of study. It includes an evaluation of the prevalence and impact of human trafficking on the massage profession. Massage therapy facility licensing was a recommendation of that report of the FSMTB. The FSMTB found that establishment licensing can be a useful tool in protecting legitimate massage businesses and reducing the number of illicit businesses by providing a jurisdiction with the ability to institutionalize accountability, to track illicit business movement, to deny or revoke licenses, and impose discipline on those establishments. So into more of the mechanics of the ordinance that we're presenting to you. First of all, who needs to apply for the license? And pretty clear, all massage and spa facilities within the city of Billings, unless they are exempted. So what is a massage and spa facility? A massage or spa facility means any business where any massage therapy is practiced, administered, or advertised in exchange for compensation. So let's talk a little bit about the exemptions. That'll help get a better understanding. The businesses exempted include solo practitioners and also any businesses which do not primarily perform massage as part of their services. So that's going to include a lot of different practices. Obviously, they're not all listed on the slide, but barbers, cosmetologists, chiropractors, gyms, schools, professional and amateur sports, occupational therapists, medical facilities, schools. If their primary business is not massage, then they're likely going to be exempt from the licensing requirement. This ordinance incorporates the exemptions listed in state law, which also include Native American and faith healing, as well as bodywork, reflexology, acupressure, and other forms of touch and manual therapy modalities. So the requirements, all facilities must comply with the regulations of this ordinance, even if they're exempt from the application process and exempt from getting the license. In addition, they still have to continue to obtain and pay the business license tax as currently required under city code. City code currently requires that any business, any person conducting any business in the city is subject to and shall pay the annual business license tax. So for example, if this ordinance were enacted, a solo practitioner or any other exempted business which is listed will continue to do what they've always done. That is to comply with all of city code, obtain their business license tax. If the ordinance is adopted, then they would also be required to comply with the regulations of the ordinance. But again, they just don't have to fill out the application. They don't have to obtain the massage or spa facility license.
Thank you, Gene. I'll just ask you to keep your voice up.
Okay, do my best. The ordinance also provides that additional rules may be promulgated by the city to find that a practice or facility is no longer exempt if there is a continued pattern of criminal behavior or criminal intent that is related to human trafficking and disguised as a legitimate exception. So that would address one of the things that the city could do if a business rebranded or tried to disguise itself as an exempted practice. The city could then remove that exemption. There are several required acts as well as prohibited conduct contained within the ordinance. The ordinance requires the licensed massage facility to have a city-issued business license, which, like I said, that's always been required, not a new requirement. Any person doing business in Billings has always been required to do that. The ordinance also requires the facility to maintain records of employees, to remain fully clothed in performance of massage, and to permit inspections by city inspectors. The facility must maintain copies of state licenses for each massage therapist. Those licenses must be available on display. Actually, the state law requires them to be on display. If it's a mobile practice, then they just need to be made available for inspectors. The ordinance requires the facility to maintain records of massage performed at the facility available for inspection upon request. And this log must include the information set forth on this slide, which is the date, the time, the type of massage therapy administered, the name of the employee. Does not require the client's name or any other personally identifiable protected health information. That log must be maintained for 1 year. The ordinance requires the facility to keep the doors unlocked while the facility is open during the normal business hours. Of course, there are several exceptions included in the ordinance. A facility may lock exterior doors if the facility is occupied by a single employee. If the facility has more than one employee, they don't fall under that exception. And there is another reason for the external doors to be locked. A facility may obtain a variance. For example, if there's a reason to, there's safety or security of the employees or property at issue, they can simply get a variance. Restroom doors may be locked and other internal doors may be locked if necessary to protect client or business information. There's no need to seek a variance in those cases. However, the ordinance does require the facility to open locked doors upon request by inspectors. Again, this a question has come up about that interrupting ongoing therapy sessions. That was not the intent. I do have a proposed edit for you just to simply clarify that will be presented at the end. Additionally, for those businesses with a window or glass exterior door where clients are greeted, the glass must not be painted over or blacked out. This is not a requirement for any of those facilities that don't have that kind of glass adjacent to an entrance, or like if they're inside of another building. Ordinance also does not allow a massage facility to be open for 24 hours a day. It can only operate between the hours of 6 a.m. and 10 p.m. So it's a violation of the ordinance to permit dormitory housing or allow the facility to be a living quarters for any person. The owner and family members of a massage or spa facility operated as a home occupation are exempt from this requirement. Sexual contact or massage which is intended to arouse or gratify the sexual response of either party is prohibited. Merchandise of a sexual nature toys, aids, lubricants, contraceptive items is prohibited for massage or spa services. This does not restrict use or possession of such items for non-commercial purposes in a private residence, including one used for a home occupation. So this ordinance essentially codifies good business practices. They're practices that any business maintains, keeping good records, ethical conduct, professionalism, business practices. So at this point, I'm going to turn this over to Andy Zeller. He's going to talk about the actual license application, and then I think Chris and I may have a couple of slides again.
Thanks, Gina. So the license application for the facility license is, the process is going to be somewhat similar to the current business license, but the application itself is far more extensive. The requirements are laid out within the ordinance. I'll highlight on a few of the items: general business information, name, contact info. There are requirements, background checks for all owners who own at least 5% of the business, and some disclosure information for those same owners, such as, have they ever been convicted of a felony, financial crime, or sexual offense. As I stated, they are required to submit with their application a background check that they procure from the Department of Justice, and that'll come with the application, as well as the license, their massage license from the state of Montana, and then the application fee. So those four components really make up the application. The application fee, there'll be, if this is approved at first reading, when it comes back to you at second reading, there will be a resolution that sets the fee at $25 for the first year. And that's because there is a cost to obtain that background check. Our intent was to try to get it as close to the current business license fee, which has a base amount of $55. So there would be no additional financial burden on businesses applying for this. Renewals from 1 year out from there would all go to $55. And the application is only needed on initial application, not every year on renewal. There's additional requirements in the application. I'm still scrolling through it here. Some employment history for owners, and then information about the business location and the building owner. So when that full package is submitted to the finance department, that will begin the application review. We'll review the application for completeness, cross-reference the license with the state database, and just generally review it for any what may appear to be fraudulent or manufactured information. At that point, it'll get routed into our workflow, which is all electronic, and it will go to police, code enforcement for further review. On initial application, I believe code enforcement is going to do inspection as part of that process. And I'm probably not going to elaborate on that much more. I'll let Wyeth or Nicole do that, but they will be part of the initial application review and inspection. If all of that goes through, they'll receive their license. Well, either way, there will be a determination within 30 days. But generally, it should be, it'll be within 30 days. That's all I'll state at this point. And I think that's all I have.
Chief St. John, this one is for him.
Here, I'm projecting loud enough, Mayor.
Yes. Did you hear?
Very good.
No, yeah, we're seeing you.
Okay, well, our response basically is this is shared with code enforcement, although primarily it is going to be their responsibility if they run into one of those red flags that you saw previously or find something suspicious, they will call us for an investigation, and that will lead us wherever it does. Currently, we have one detective to handle any follow-up that either comes from code enforcement complaints or citizens. When code enforcement is off duty or off for the weekend, any complaints that come in will be handled by our department, investigated, and or referred to code enforcement for additional follow-up. In order to help us with any cases that may go criminal, we do have established networks with both the state and federal officers that work in this area. And I just want to say from our point of view that our objectives from the law enforcement side are threefold. We want to rescue victims, get them the support that they need. We want to identify and arrest as many people as we can, both on the supply and demand side, and ultimately dismantle criminal enterprises, put them out of business. That takes a complex, lengthy, and expensive criminal investigation. And so I'm in support of any tool that helps us to achieve those objectives, even if it comes in the form of a business license. Next slide.
So I think I've got the last one here, Mayor, which is just kind of conclusion. So I think we've talked, the community has for years. I hope we've shown brief, recognizing how much testimony we expect to have. Just that this is a challenge and this is a problem in Billings, Montana. As the chief said, it is true. There are laws on the books, federal laws, state laws, that can be used, are used to shut these enterprises down. The challenge is they are extremely time-consuming, resource-intensive, and expensive. And so like with any operation, if we can add simpler mechanisms, in this place, removing a business license versus getting somebody on money laundering or human trafficking, it's going to be a far more efficient and less expensive route to accomplish the same end goal, which is our end goal is to get these illicit operations masquerading as legitimate massage businesses, to run them out of town, to put them out of business. And when you hear from some of our federal agents later, you will hear these business operations always, I'm told, start with a massage. The client will first pay whatever the fee is for the massage, for the legitimate massage. Then it goes from there into the illicit areas. So we want to create that barrier. We want to expose what's going on in our community, and we want to eliminate it to the absolute best of our ability. Now, yes, the reality is this is a national and international problem. But I believe it's come long past due that we take our part in trying to end this, make it much more difficult. If I put my hat on of other city administrators or city managers in the state of Montana, they're not thinking about this issue. So at the state of Montana, they're not thinking about it enough either. They have just in a couple of years, last few years, assigned their first 2 individuals, and they're, as I understand it, operating in our community. We need them operating in our community, but we also have to take our part, I believe, as a city. We're going to continue to put pressure on the state of Montana and the federal government to help. We ourselves need to prove that we're taking as many actions as we can in this effort as well. So I'll close with that. Mayor, council, would you like these 3 individuals to testify now? Would you like to wait until after the break for them to give their professional background and information? I asked each to keep it to under 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Chris. It's basically quarter till now. It's about 15 minutes beyond. If we heard from all of them with a little transition time in between, it would probably take us about 8 o'clock. My inclination is to take the break now, come back. We'll hear from those 3 individuals first. see if there's any, hopefully brief questions for staff and get it open to the public who've been waiting patiently. And open it up for public comments. So if anybody who wants to go home can do so, or go to bed can do so. So with that, then, Council, let's take, it's 7:44. We'll try to be back by 6 minutes as best we can, or as close to that. That would be 7:50. Unfortunately, there's only one restroom. Yeah. So we'll do our best that we can. We may have to start before everybody is back, but we'll do our best. So come back as quickly as you can. Thank you very much.
Hi there, Pam.
Take a seat. We'll get started, and it'll help us sort of see who we're missing.
That's where it starts getting muddy.
Thank you.
See, that's the thing. Did the streets.
Okay, are we missing any council members? Councilor Shaw's online, so I think we've got everybody, right? Okay, welcome back. We'll reconvene. Thank you, everybody, for taking a quick break. We said we've got a couple special guests, I guess. We'll turn it to Chris Kukulski to introduce who we've got, and then we'll open up for any questions, quick questions by staff before we hopefully get into our public hearing component. So, Chris.
Mayor and Council, if I could introduce them one at a time. First up is FBI Special Agent Brandon Walter. Brandon works here in our community in the state of Montana. Again, with time sensitivities, I asked him to come to the podium and share his information. After that, they've got two other individuals I see who are on Zoom, and I'll introduce them before they speak, be it Ms. Kahan and Detective Scaramucci. So.
Thank you, Mayor Cole and council members. My name is Brandon Walter. I'm a special agent here with the FBI in Billings. I was tasked with addressing human trafficking for the first time in 2014. At that time, I began to work hand in hand with the Division of Criminal Investigation, and that collaboration has continued to this time. I must say at this point that I cannot support or oppose this ordinance. That's not my role. It is the role of the council and the community to make a decision on that. I can provide answers to questions. I can talk about what I've experienced since 2014 looking at this problem in Billings. I can't talk about any ongoing cases. What I can say is when we started in 2015, there were approximately 15 of these businesses that were doing sex under the disguise of a massage business. I estimate that our problem in Billings is about 50% these types of businesses, the illicit massage businesses in Billings. Any other city in this state has either 1 to 3 of these places. So if you do the math, we have about a 5 to 10 times the problem of any other city. We have federally prosecuted individuals running 2 of these businesses, and the third business owner was indicted just very recently. All of the federal prosecutions are focused solely upon cases in which there are victims, which means that there is a victim that was transported into this state for the purpose of commercial sex. They were prosecuted either under the Mann Act or they were prosecuted using a facility of interstate commerce to entice somebody to come to Montana to engage in this activity. I said that 50% of the problem are these businesses disguised as massage businesses that are actually sex businesses. The other half of our problem are kids and adults being coerced, forced into commercial sex. This is happening rampantly also. So I guess what I have been focusing on, what I've been told by my supervisors to focus on are the kids. And I think that would be anybody's in this room. That would be their choice also. So my resources are limited by that. I will have less time to focus on the illicit businesses that are being discussed today. What I can tell you is there have been multiple businesses in this community that are advertising in foreign language magazines in big cities like New York and Los Angeles. Those ads say, come to Billings, Montana. You don't need papers to come here. That is, you don't need immigration status. You don't need a massage license to practice here. And individuals have told us that are victims, they have read ads that say law enforcement is not a problem because they don't care in Billings. I think that's about the 3 minutes that I have. I will stick around if the council has questions. I would be happy to answer those. And again, my focus is going to be deterred from this point. I'm not going to be focusing as much on these businesses. However, we do have 2 state agents in this city that are stationed here, and they are going to continue to focus on all the problems that I've discussed, both the 50% kids and adults being victimized and the individuals being victimized inside these businesses.
Thank you, Agent Walter. Before you step away, Councilmember Yakovich.
Thank you, Honored Council. Agent, I just wanted, what you just said, with this ordinance passed, it would, you are already busy working with children, and thank you for doing that in that area. Such an ordinance would be able to focus more on some other area that you can address. So it would give us, do you catch what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think I can't come down in support or opposition. I heard what Chief St. John said, and it seems like he has an opinion on this. I can't express that opinion. The state agents that are working with me on a daily basis, they cannot express an opinion either way. So I'm kind of left with that.
Agent, we may have some other, factual questions for you, so don't run away. If you would, let's hear from our other 2 special guests, and we may come back to you, but
I'll be here.
Appreciate your patience with us.
Thank you, Mayor.
Chris.
Mayor and Council, so I'd like to introduce Detective Scaramucci. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. You might be able to pull him out of the line up there on Zoom. He's on.
You are. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Let me cover a brief introduction, and then we'll turn it over to you, and I can't thank you enough for your time, Detective. So he began his career in law enforcement 2004, was promoted to detective 2008 with McLennan County Sheriff's Office, which, as I understand it, is Waco, Texas area.
Yes.
Investigating crimes against persons. Since creating a human trafficking unit in 2014, Detective Scaramucci has participated in John suppression events, arresting over 460 sex buyers. He's further conducted sting operations resulting in the arrest of 150 individuals for human trafficking and related offenses, which lead to the identification of 260 traffic victims. Detective Scaramucci has worked both state and federal investigations and is task force officer with HSI, leading to investigations and arrests throughout the United States. He further advises and participates in sting operations throughout Texas, the United States, and abroad. Detective Scaramucci is certified in courts of law as a subject matter expert in human trafficking. He's further advised and testified in the State House, assisted with the creation and passage of laws leading to harsher penalties for human trafficking, as well as working against laws that would have added further burdens on victims. He's further employed as a consultant, training more than 339 agencies throughout 33 states, 13 federal agencies, branches of the U.S. military, the Mongolian Federal Police and Prosecutors Officers, and the Peruvian Prosecutor's Office, along with providing technical support for their human trafficking operations and investigations. He is further contracted to provide technical and training support to Department of Justice funded task forces throughout the United States, including Las Vegas, Houston, Tampa, Riverside, and statewide task forces. I wish we did not need him to testify tonight, but I thank him for his time and would like to turn it over to Detective Scaramucci. Thank you, sir, for your time this evening.
Yeah, thank you. I'm going to keep my my bio section really short and just move on. So just to give a little background on my experience in illicit massage businesses, I've worked these for numerous jurisdictions throughout the United States. I've traveled extensively assisting with their operations and how to actually work these investigations. I've also worked these internationally as well. One thing I want to say is that the best model for combating this is what's called the enhanced collaborative model. It's basically everybody working together. And one of the strongest points we see that's often overlooked is the civil enforcement side of this, right? So you can't take a law enforcement task force and expect them to shut down the illicit trade. It's not going to work. It's proven. It has to be worked together. So a couple of the things that I want to bring up that I came across in this ordinance that I think are very important is that this targets illicit business. It does not target people who are not committing crime. One of the points that is in here is that the hours of operation, for example, I would venture to say in the research that I've done online for massage businesses in Billings, Montana, the only ones that show to be 24 hours are the same ones that have sex ads and the same ones that have sex reviews where men discuss in great detail the sexual acts that are occurring in your city. When we look at the websites, I was unable to find any reputable massage therapist business in Billings, Montana that is on a given sex site. It's just not happening. When we look at the buyer reviews where they're talking about it, not one review came back to a non-illicit business in Billings, Montana. One of the big things that we see, it sounds kind of trivial, is the ability to see into lobbies. Having the windows painted, the heavy surveillance on the exterior. There are not regular businesses that this is occurring at. It's the same businesses that we can pull using open source intelligence that's happening in Billings, Montana with sex ads and sex reviews. I think the clothing is a no-brainer, right? I think if we look at what reputable massage business employees are wearing, they're not wearing lingerie and or complete nudity. One thing I want to point out is that this bill is, or this ordinance is addressing numerous common indicators of human trafficking and using them to review the totality of the overall circumstance, which are very consistent with trafficking, to determine whether there's suspicion to warrant further investigation. None of these in and of themselves is a violation. There's not one single indicator that would be regulated that would inhibit the day-to-day operations of legitimate businesses. There is not a single law in any state that has negative impacts on those who don't violate it. I do think that passage of this law will lead to the closure of IMBs and would likely provide safer work environments for massage businesses because men who buy sex won't have the option of engaging in any of that. I think I stand better if anybody has any questions. I would definitely, if I was a citizen of your city, support this bill 100%. And I would definitely open the floor for anything.
Detective, thank you very much. I'm sure there may very well be some questions from the council, but if you wouldn't mind holding on for a little bit, we'll hear from our third guest first. Chris?
Mayor and Council, our third individual here is Rochelle Cahan. Rochelle is the CEO and driving force behind Collective Liberty, formerly the Director of Disruption Strategies at Polaris. So one of the studies that we referenced, you'll notice came from Polaris. A department she designed to disrupt human trafficking in the United States. Cahan has long been dedicated to fighting for justice. Before Polaris, she spent 6 years as a prosecutor of gender-based violent crimes in Philadelphia, where she is bar certified to practice law. Cahan has also served as the director of nonprofit Feminist Public Works and Hollaback Philly, of which she is a founding board member. As an assistant district attorney, Cahan championed the need for increased investigation and prosecution of human trafficking in Philadelphia, where she successfully prosecuted the first 2 trials herself. As a first-generation Iranian American, she also speaks conversational, probably going to get this wrong, Farsi. Throughout her career, Kehan has been well recognized for her mission-driven work. Winner of the 2018 Thomas Rauter Stop Slavery Hero Award, the IAFCI Cyber Crime Investigator of the Year, Mass Challenge Diamond Award winner, 2019 Innovate for Good Challenge winner, and I guess is Next Gen Leader of the Year finalist, and 2019 Women's Media Center Fellow. So with that, I thank you, Rochelle, for your time this evening, and would ask for your comments and availability for questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I deleted the first paragraph. You did such a generous job with my bio. I appreciate it. So a little bit more context on our work. To date, we've trained over 7,000 investigators across the U.S. on best practices for both criminal and civil code enforcement actions against human trafficking. And we've supported the passage of over 60 new or improved civil laws related to enforcing human trafficking in IMBs, illicit massage businesses, including the state law in Montana, as well as the Aurora, Colorado law y'all have referenced. So that's work that we've been doing across the country. And in my time at Polaris, not only did I draft that report that you referenced, but also led the national field, building intelligence-driven anti-trafficking investigations specifically focused on massage parlors across the country. And that report was sort of the culmination of national level work with local level agencies. We worked with over 300 local agencies in rural, urban, and suburban areas across 45 of our 50 states. So it's representative of the massage parlor trafficking issue across the nation. And requires collective accountability. So when zoning, code enforcement, and Department of Health inspectors identify exploitation, they must have the legislative power and teeth to do something about it. And if they identify it, they have to be able to act on it if we want to prevent further exploitation, my apologies. So in that process, we identified over 9,000 massage parlors across the US engaging in illicit activity. While there are only around 40 that we've identified in Montana, when you look at that per capita, that's equivalent to the national issue all across the nation. So per capita, it's prevalent even in Montana. And when we noticed that per capita prevalence being equivalent across the nation, we decided to investigate the business laws in every city, county, and state in the US, over 28,000 jurisdictions. And what we found is that only around 2,000 are even regulating this, and most of those laws are not good. They either don't have enforcement, they don't have penalty, they don't actually regulate what exploitation is happening, and so they don't allow for action. This national, relaxed, largely non-existent regulatory framework is why traffickers are choosing the massage industry as their venue of exploitation. And when cities change it to regulate massage but don't define massage well, you see the traffickers start calling their businesses foot spas or bodywork to then avoid any sort of penalty. So the law must be thorough. And you guys have done such an incredible job of listening to constituents across every issue area related to this law to make sure that it's representative. Other laws have regulate only around sexually oriented businesses, and we've seen that also as an issue, in large part because it categorizes massage as something that's exploitative, and it makes the women who are forced into any sort of sex trade that's related to the massage label in any way, it codifies them as consenting and deprives the investigators of even having that ability to investigate for exploitation because we're labeling it as sexually oriented. So in so doing, it really does empower the trafficking. So we've been working, as I mentioned, on those 60 laws. And some of the places that we've worked have been to undo the fact that it's labeled as sexually oriented and shift it into an actual business regulation. And I can provide a case study, but I'm going to try to stick to the 3 minutes. So Delaware would be the most notable case study of that transition. So essentially, the strongest, most important clauses, based on all of that analysis and national level field work, have been allowing effective enforcement when you focus on the things focused on in this ordinance. Specifically, the regulation of hours of operation, the requirement for visibility into the business and lobby area, and a focus on the business owners and operators for the regulation, not the staff or workers. Those are all the most important factors used in cities across the country that do have this law and are enforcing it to stop exploitation in a way that's as minimally burdensome on the legitimate trade as possible. So essentially, the lack of regulation across the nation has allowed trafficking under the disguise of massage to flourish, and it is urgent to pass this law that you guys have drafted collaboratively. It will protect victims and tell exploiters that they have no place in Montana. Right now, Billings has the opportunity to join the states and counties who are leading this fight, and I hope you all will seize that opportunity because it is the way forward. So you can lead now or follow later, and I'm really grateful for the leadership y'all have been showing. And I'm open to any questions you might have.
Thank you very much. Chris, anything else before we turn it to council and also open it up for public hearing?
No, Mayor, the only additional staff information we have, if the ordinance, is put on the table as approved, as Gina mentioned, there's some amendments we would suggest for clarification that we've identified over the last few weeks of conversations with our community. So no other testimony at the front end. Any questions we'd be glad to answer and/or whenever you want to get the public testimony.
Okay, thank you, Chris. And as you just said, and as you said at a break, told me your preference was to deal with those amendments if there is a motion to approve, and then we would get into those weeds, I guess.
Yes, Mayor. I guess the only other thing I can maybe clarify is in respect to our guests, particularly those on Zoom who are here participating from out of state. I don't know if it's appropriate to get questions to them first so that they can either choose to let off of the call or not. That's totally your call, Mayor, if you want to allow that.
Yeah, no, I think that's very important. They may not, they're not in our time zone. So, council, we do want to open it up for public comment, the hearing. They've been sitting here very patiently. But before we do so, these three special guests, so that they can get off our call if they'd like to, do we have some questions for them? Let's try to keep them fairly focused because, again, we do have the public hearing. Councilmember Purington and Councilmember Neese. And if you can identify if you have a particular recipient for your question or generally to the three special guests. Councilmember Purington?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So thank you to our guests. And I wanted to address this, whether it goes to Detective Scaramucci or to Rochelle. Both of you made the comment that the three identifiers would be the hours of operation. Well, I think there was a difference in one of these, but Rochelle, you mentioned the business owner operator and then the front entry. So my question to you is, with this type of an ordinance, and as you made the comment as well, it's targeting the illicit businesses. But as you may or may not be aware, we have a lot of licensed massage therapists here in Billings that feel like they are being the ones that are targeted, if you will. So why not have an ordinance that definitely attacks these businesses based on these identifiers rather than on the legitimate massage therapist? So either one of you two, please.
So I can definitely provide perspective to that. I mean, there's no law that targets illegal activity that does not subject legal people to having to go by those laws as well, correct? So you can't murder somebody in the state of Montana, and that falls for murderers and people that don't commit murder. They are not subject to those laws. Again, it's a totality of everything that you're looking at. When it's the indicators, you're essentially putting into practice and statute the indicators that are leading up to what appears to be illicit. So as an example, if you have a licensed massage therapist that works from home, that person is not going to be subject to not having their front door locked, right? So in that particular instance, it doesn't target them at all. It's all of the mitigating factors that lead to that. One thing that I would even add, because I only pulled a couple of those, is the conversation that came up earlier about licensed massage therapists. So what you also have to remember is that not all of these illicit massage businesses have licensed therapists. Therefore, those businesses are operating illegally, and they're operating in a manner that your regulating board can't even touch them because they're not licensed to withdraw their license from. So with those particular people, the only teeth you have is the ability to pull a business license. So it's not that it's targeting good, hardworking people. It's just laying the groundwork for the ones that are conducting illicit business.
And I would articulate that even when we've engaged with SSMTB, ANTA, state level massage therapy boards, the lack of regulation that is allowing massage parlors to flourish. There's like 9,000 massage parlors in this country, and I think there's something like 15,000 licensed businesses in this country. It's starting to become an equivalent number that it subjects therapists to sexual harassment and assault because men who purchase sex from these venues expect it in any massage venue, and that's unacceptable. It's something that it's a legitimate therapeutic service that's being provided and needs to be preserved and protected. And right now, traffickers are taking advantage of that. So it might mean an additional couple pieces of paperwork, but it really will make the difference. And I do think that the initial version of this law was very restrictive and did have burden on the massage therapists, but I've seen all three versions, and there have been dramatic amendments to make sure that it's as minimally burdensome as possible. And I hope that that effort and energy is noticed.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Bernice.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor, this is just talking about the procedure, and you were talking about these amendments that may come forward before people speak. I think it would be a little bit difficult to have people speak when they haven't heard what the amendments may be. And I would recommend that we at least hear what the amendments are. Maybe not have to take action on them, but I know I read yours and I'm in agreement with yours, but I don't know what Gina has to present.
Okay, thank you. Point well taken. Let's hear if there's other questions for our special guests, and then I think we can kind of give a very brief rundown of that to educate anybody who cares going into the public comment.
I do have a question for a guest.
Sure, go ahead. Councilmember Bernice.
This is actually, I'm sorry for not for the guest, but for Wyeth. Wyeth, you'll be charged with the enforcement, I suppose, of this ordinance in some respects. So I got a call the other day from constituents saying that they had walked into one of these facilities and were shocked at what they saw, and they quickly backed out. And so I'm assuming then they would call you and report that. Is that correct? Call not you, but code enforcement, and report that. So once they report that to code enforcement, what's your procedure? What's your process? How are you going to move forward on that? Or is your screen frozen
Is this a question for me? I'm sorry.
No, I'm sorry. This is for our planning director, Wyeth Friday, who is looking very frozen at the moment.
Is Nicole available?
Hey, Nicole Cromwell, our zoning coordinator is, or lead code enforcement person. Nicole.
Thank you, Mayor Cole and Council. Hopefully Wyeth will become unfrozen. The enforcement aspect of this is something that we've been talking about with City Administrator Kukulski, Andy Zeller, and then our staff as well has received a little bit of training on these types of businesses already. And we're anxious, if you do pass it this evening, we're going to start looking at some training, creating some checklists and procedures, and working with police department to do that collaborative enforcement, both the civil and criminal side. Of course, as you know, we are resource limited, so we're going to have to juggle as fast as we can. If this does go into effect and we start enforcement and taking those complaints from constituents at the end of June. So We don't have anything in place at this time. It's fairly straightforward as written in the ordinance, and we are prepared to do a steep training curve if it is passed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Yakovich.
Thank you, honored council. Rochelle, thank you, and Joseph, for your hard work. I already asked this question to our city attorney, and she may respond later, not right now, but I'm curious with you to this idea of a sunset. I don't feel comfortable with it, but if we put a sunset on this ordinance or not, what is your opinion on that?
When you say a sunset, is it like a time limit or a moratorium? I'm sorry, I just want to make sure I'm understanding how you guys are.
It could be maybe after 3 years, the ordinance stops and it's revisited again.
I think there's never harm in revisiting based on measurement. However, having it automatically sunset is a bad idea. These parlors, someone made a comment in one of I've been following the news articles about this, and someone made a comment how it might push the Billings trafficking into another city. That might be true. They communicate, they're following the laws and they're paying attention, and an effective regulation will stop the trafficking, right? But if not every city has the effective regulation, it might not stop it everywhere. And if you are a city that's regulating and then you become a city that's not, you'll get rid of the problem for a short period of time and then it will come back. So I don't recommend it automatically sunsetting, but I don't see necessarily harm in paying attention to if any of the clauses need extra teeth or less teeth based on initial implementation and potentially revising. But I think an automatic sunset is not a good idea.
Thank you very much. Any other questions for our guest? Councilmember, or I'm sorry, Detective Scaramucci.
No, I agree 100%. I think to have one automatic is a bad idea. The reality is, if you get to a point as a city where you believe you have stopped the problem, you could always go back to revisit this and remove the law, right, or remove the ordinance. I don't know that I would personally say that that's a good idea, but that option is always there. So, as long as you have this on the books, the reality is it saves lives. And if this is going on 3 years from now, and I hope to God that the city of Billings has shut down all of the illicit massage trade, but the reality is, kind of like Rochelle said, the neighboring cities, they're going to come from there as well. So having that available will really keep your license and your very appropriate massage establishments going, and it will really put a damper on the others. So I don't know that I would definitely say that taking it away within 3 years is a good thing, but you always have the ability to go back and take it away if you choose to.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for our special guests? Councilmembers Ronning and Tricky, and then we'll try to move to public comment as quickly as possible.
Thank you.
Councilmember Ronning.
Thank you. So I have a question for Detective Scaramucci and then for Special Agent Walter. One of the items that Chief St. John discussed was that while this is a code enforcement ordinance, or it's directed at code enforcement, that there will be participation there with the police department. In your experience, do you see, or have you had experience in working these types of cases in conjunction with code enforcement, some that were maybe code enforcement led, and then you ended up on the criminal portion of that? Can you address that a bit? Thank you.
Absolutely. So I will say, first off, I do task force with Homeland Security investigations. So I have both federal and state level investigations in regards to these. The special agent mentioned earlier that there are 3, I believe, pending prosecutions for trafficking within these venues. That is not normal in any other jurisdiction in the U.S. I can tell you that right now, for there to be federal investigations and prosecutions. When we do state level and we do multi-state operations, if code enforcement has the ability to, in like a circumstance similar to you guys, if you do enact this ordinance, I absolutely 100% have them come along on everything, because I can go in and execute search warrants. I cannot pull business licenses. I can go in and do victim interviews. I cannot make them shut down that day. So there are many things earlier where I discussed more of an enhanced collaborative model, where each little part of this wheel is what's really making it go round. And I think coupling civil and criminal investigations, in my experience, I've shut down 100% of the illicit massage trade in my jurisdiction. Not one has ever reopened in another jurisdiction. And it's because we've gone at it with teamwork, both criminally and civilly. So I think it's hugely important to have them involved.
And I want to say, when Joe says it's not normal, he means they're doing a really good job compared to most jurisdictions across the country, because that level of investigation and prosecution is not happening consistently.
Yeah, no, that is definitely huge props to the federal authorities that are taking this, because that is not seen anywhere, even with some of the most aggressive U.S. attorneys. That's very uncommon in a very good way.
Yeah.
Thank you. And then I have a follow-up question.
Go ahead.
Special Agent Walter. So Special Agent, some of the conversation that we've seen is that Billings has not defined the scope of human trafficking in these illicit massage businesses, that we don't have data to show that human trafficking is happening in these illicit massage businesses. Can you address that? Can you address, first of all, you've already stated that illicit massage is, or I'm sorry, illicit human trafficking is happening within these businesses. Can you define why we don't necessarily have real data on human trafficking within the illicit massage businesses, and how do we get that data?
I guess we'll have to go back to the three owners that have been prosecuted, or the three businesses whose owners have been prosecuted. The federal government is not at all interested in prosecuting prostitution. We're not involved in that. That's a misdemeanor crime. Every single, in those two cases that provide examples, one of them is still pending. The other one has been completely adjudicated. That trafficker is in federal prison right now. The federal government does not prosecute owners where they're not victims. It all depends on how you define human trafficking. Did these victims know when they responded to an ad, when they were recruited to come here? Did they know that they were coming here for sex? I don't know the answer to that. What I know is that when we've asked owners and when we've asked victims, did you know you were coming here for sex? The answer across the board has been, it was never discussed. So there are owners that believe that everybody knows that these places are for sex, and therefore if you are coming here, you know that. I don't know the answer to how many didn't. I know that some of them didn't, and I know that some of them did know they were coming here for sex. But we have never and will not be prosecuting anybody for prostitution. We are only prosecuting people for bringing people across state lines to perform illegal sexual activity. That has been what we have focused on.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we need to move on. The public has been waiting awful long, and I know we're going to have at least an hour of public testimony. It's already 8:30, so that's going to take us to 9:30. So I think we really need to move on. There was a request by Councilmember Neese for a quick review of what possible amendments might look like. I've submitted some to council members. They all have a hard copy. Any member of the public who's interested in this, I'll buzz through them. There's hard copies in front of Chris Kukulski, our city administrator over there. What I have suggested is changing the section that says that that is the exemption for solo practitioner, that now says that applies where there is a licensed massage therapist. To say only one licensed therapist. Otherwise, there could be a facility that might have a dozen therapists, and as long as one of those was a solo practitioner, the whole business would be exempt. So that's, again, only one licensed massage therapist. I think most of these don't change the intent. They're intended just to clarify the language. There is, in the section dealing with revocation of license, it says now that if you have false qualifications, that's a grounds for revocation. We've changed that just to information, a broader definition or a broader term. Now in the section dealing with the appeal, that the time for filing an appeal is based on the revocation, but there may be other types of a decision besides just a revocation, so I've changed that to be more general, to just refer to the license administrator's decision, or that would be the proposal. And then lastly, dealing with the sections on affirmative defenses, that was just unclear to me. So I've suggested language that would make it clear that affirmative defense is not available if it is someone who materially participated in creating duress or coercion of another person that resulted in a violation of the article. Now it was unclear, could you have duress? I mean, you always would know of your own duress. And this is just clarifying that applies to where you know about and participate in the duress of somebody else. Gina, can you give a quick summary of what, in general terms, you were talking about for possible amendments?
Sure, and I have a couple of slides that might be helpful. So I'm trying to share my screen here.
Our special guest go? I think so, in just a second, yeah. Thank you for reminding us. While she's, okay, Gina, are you ready?
Yeah.
And our special guests, I don't want to cut off council. Was there anybody who had a really important question for our special guests before we give them our great thanks but give them permission to leave? Anything critical there? Councilmember Purington, quick.
One of the questions I had, and I think, Joe, is whenever you were going through your topics, one of them had to do with the Johns. Why are Johns not prosecuted for solicitation?
So I've actually been in my state senate all day discussing this. We do prosecute them. Here's part of the problem with that. If you remember back to the Robert Kraft case, the only way to really get a John in the act is to catch them on video. No reasonable department is going to insert that video to do that. One thing I will say that is a very productive tool is for law enforcement to conduct traffic stops of those buyers leaving and attempt to compel them to testify that they are, in fact, buying sex. That could help build out cases, and that's a very victim-centered way of doing that. There are tons of buyer review boards that we follow. Where you're at is absolutely no different. I could get on Billings, Montana right now. And even going back to the data question that I believe one of the councilwomen asked, working with Rochelle's organization, they have tons and tons of data supporting all of that. So buyer operations are really something that departments have to set out to be very specific about. In my jurisdiction, we absolutely target the heck out of them. There's some different momentum that Rochelle could even touch on, where license plates are being taken of buyers at these businesses, and letters are sent to the house. Hey, your vehicle was found to be at a place suspected of human trafficking. Different buyer deterrence techniques as well. So that's your question. It generally is part of a very large conversation going on nationally, but I absolutely think that buyers should be targeted.
Thank you. Gina, you've got your slides up now. Oh, Councilmember Treaky, quickly.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, before the experts leave, I have 2 questions.
Quickly, sure.
First one, I hope, is a pretty straightforward and simple one. I'm assuming, and I just want to make sure that I'm right on this assumption, that when code enforcement is called in because of a complaint, that the information gathered by code enforcement can be used for further criminal investigation?
Yes, that's true. That's usually true for any code enforcement operation of any kind, any official enforcement of any kind, that it's available to be subpoenaed.
Okay. And so this is a broader question. Are we seeing use of the business license in general being used to investigate businesses in situations like this where it's no longer something that is a direct consequence of the business, but a larger social issue?
Usually, these parlors are not going to file for the business license, and that's going to make it really easy for you to enforce because they're going to be operating without a business license. So that's the majority of the partners that I work with, how we're seeing it used. Joe, is it different for your experience?
So I can tell you that we worked a very large case and very common in several cities that do have the business licenses. It's phenomenal because you'll have the people that are on the business license, and then from an investigative standpoint, criminally, you then want to follow your money, right? You want to see where all of that dirty money is going because eventually it goes to the traffickers. There's no question about it. And when you're able to show the money movement going to the person that's on that business license, whose IP address is posting sex ads and all of these other wonderful things, it builds an incredible case. And really at the core is that business license because they're using their government issued ID, right? I believe the special agent said earlier that, and you see this in most jurisdictions, they say, hey, the police aren't really paying attention. They don't really care. These owners don't have to hide anything currently. So they're very, very routinely putting their name on paper with government issued ID.
Is that every case you've seen they have a license, or that's only when they have bothered to file for a license?
Those are the ones where they have bothered to file for the license. On the ones that weren't, we've just been able to walk in with code enforcement, interview all the potential victims, and code enforcement was able to pull their building permits because they didn't have licenses, but they were able to legally shut them down.
So that actually wasn't the question I was asking. What I'm concerned about and wondering is in my opinion, this is an expansion of the use of the business license beyond just regulating what you're doing in the business itself. So like if you're a restaurant, we're looking to see whether or not you're following healthy food procedures. In this case, what we're doing is we're using the business license in order to actually deal with other larger social issues. So my question is this the beginning of a larger trend in order to use the business license for enforcement of larger issues?
No, I mean, if we're saying a larger social issue is human trafficking, that's a huge social issue. But it's an issue of public health. I mean, there's many other things that we can sit here and talk about. Are we using that as...
I don't disagree with that at all. I do not disagree with that at all. What I'm saying is that we're regulating an industry that is not doing the bad thing in order to get to the people that are doing the bad thing. And I'm wondering if you're seeing that as a trend.
Every regulation for every industry regulates people not doing bad things to target people doing bad things. I cannot think of a single entity that regulates any form of trade that doesn't also affect people doing good things. It ensures that when people do bad things, they can be held liable.
In a recent Billings article that I read, it said
Rochelle, I think we've got Rochelle, could you hear me? Rochelle, can you hear me? Rochelle, can you hear me? I don't think you were able to hear her. Sorry. I think we got an answer, Councilmember Trachey. I don't think it's going to be a productive for further inquiry. Gina, go ahead. Give us your amendments quickly.
So the first edit that I am suggesting is just the definition section. There are a couple of definitions included in the ordinance that originally referenced our zoning code before it was changed by recode. So those are just some citing references, and it's to the definition sections right here. So section 1902 sub I and sub R. The next edit is with regard to the logs, the books and records and logs. I just added a sentence at the end to make it very clear that the log and other books and records may not include any protected health information of clients. The next one is to section 7-1911. This is with regard to the locked doors. Again, just a clarifying sentence to indicate that the inspections are not intended to interrupt a treatment session that is in progress, except that a treatment session lasting 2 hours or more may be interrupted, and that just mirrors the state code language. And finally, another section which references the records and books. I added the same sentence to just make it very clear that the books, records, and log of the massage therapy may not include any protected health information of clients. And that's all of the...
Okay, thank you, Gina. I think that was very helpful. Now we will open it up for public comment. Thank you for your patience, members of the public. I think you'll agree, though, awful lot of information has come across in the last hour and a half. This is your opportunity for public comment. We're again going to open it up for anybody who is in the room first, and then we'll look to anybody who is on the screen on Zoom at that time. And I'll give you some warning if you're a Zoom caller to raise your hand, but it's going to be a while before just people who are in the room want to testify. We'll ask you to keep your comments preferably to less than 3 minutes, but because we've advertised that, we'll let you go for 3 minutes at least for a while. It's 8:45, so I do expect at least an hour of public testimony. I will encourage you, once you've heard a point made, to just kind of remind us that you agree with that, but not go into too much depth. Try to offer new testimony as much as possible. With that, we won't separate proponents from opponents. Just come up to the podium, and we'll need your name and your address, and then again, try to keep your comments to less than 3 minutes. Our Councilmember Joy is going to play timer here, and we appreciate that for her doing that. So with that, anybody, and if you do notice there are people out there and you can leave and give them a chance to come inside, please think about doing that. I won't insist on it, but if you can. Please, go ahead. Who's first?
We have one person who is needing to leave, but we would really like him to speak if we can get him up here.
That would be great. Please tell that person to come forward.
I'm going to grab him real quick, so if someone else wants to go real quick while she's grabbing him.
Okay, if there's somebody else with a comment, go ahead and take the podium. Again, your name and address, please.
Cheppy Kerchek, 443 Broadwater. I want to point out that the city just presented 5-year-old data to justify the relevance of this ordinance. I find this questionable. Ms. Ronning, I know you asked Mr. Walters to answer that question. I did not hear any answers in his answer. Mr. Kukowski, you said it starts with a legitimate massage every time. Then it goes into an extra. You just tied my profession to illicit sex. I find that appalling and, quite frankly, insulting. I'm appalled by this proposed anti-human trafficking ordinance. I find human trafficking to be a horrific crime, but I'm shocked that elected council members and city administrators are willing to use such an unconstitutional ordinance to fight it. Are you all willing to trample on my rights as a private business owner and the privacy rights of my clients to do so? It makes me wonder, have you been bullied into supporting this ordinance by those who it has become a personal and a moral agenda for? It feels very much like rules for thee, but not for me. Ms. Ronning, you are a self-employed photographer. This career also involves one-on-one meetings with clients. Who regulates you? Who regulates your profession? What I'm about to state has been confirmed by more than one attorney, Mr. Felton, and medical professionals. A city ordinance cannot supersede federal law. Privacy laws still apply, and you do not have the authority to access my client's private information. I am providing a service that is a medical therapy. You cannot access a treatment area without an invitation or a warrant. Any area beyond the reception area is a treatment area and falls under privacy laws. Mr. Felton tried to enforce mask mandates and COVID protocols, but his inspectors were not above federal privacy laws and were not allowed access. I have every right to lock my door to ensure my safety and that of my client. My business is not a high traffic or a high population business. My doors cannot be required to be unlocked during business hours. For the record, should this ordinance pass, I will have to obtain this license to legally keep my business open. I will be forced into this agreement with the city under duress. I do not agree with the terms of the licensing. It has also been brought to my attention that Ms. Ronning may have a personal interest and/or financial gain if this ordinance should pass. I believe Ms. Ronning should recuse herself in this matter as it is a clear conflict of interest. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, did the person who needed to go, is that person available?
No.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Then
Would you remind people to step back just a little bit so that their face
can see it. Oh,
and
okay.
you can watch up
Great.
there.
Thank you. Okay, yeah, I was just reminded, in order to get your face on the little mic or the camera, you're going to have to step back a step from the podium. Next, go ahead.
I won't need to stand back. I'd like to thank you, Mr. Mayor, and council members, and officers, and everybody that's put so much effort into this, into understanding. I mean, what a difficult position with sex trafficking. I approve everything that you're doing.
And again, we need your name and address, please.
I apologize. Julie Solberg, 1820 Barrett Road. So thank you for all your hard work and efforts that you did, and I agree with what you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next.
Hi, my name is Teresa Thermalin, 2725 Cornell Circle, Billings, Montana. I am a member of OUR, and that's sex trafficking portion, and I give them money to disband this horrible act that is going on. But I also feel that I am being attacked and put into a position of making me a prostitute at my business, and I've been doing this for 24 years. In 1979, Tokyo Sauna opened, and it just shut down in 2017 or 19, one of them. Prostitution is against the law. There were sting operations to put them down, and they never shut them down. Shame on our city. Dedication to our police officers who fight this. And they're going to take time to come into us legitimate places to try to shut us down and make sure. As they all said, it's all on the website. Target them. Put a task force together. We have tried to work with you. We have tried to give you examples of things, and you just keep shutting us down. I am appalled that you don't take us as credit, like we don't know what we're doing. Human trafficking is against the law in Billings. Prostitution is against the law. Teamwork. Where's your teamwork with us? Have you met with all of us? No, you haven't. And you do have an agenda. And I'm sorry you haven't worked with us.
And ma'am, I just asked you, try not to make your comments personal, because you would not want us to make those personal to you as much. But go ahead.
It is personal to me.
Absolutely, we understand.
It is very personal to us.
We understand completely.
It's very personal to each of us. Each of us who have tried to get out of this prostitution name. We work with the insurance company. They won't want to pay us because they think we're prostitutes. We work hard on our clients to make them feel better. And you put us right back into that. I've had 2 clients that I've worked on for years come into my office and say, "Is there any screaming going on?" And they've been coming to me for years because they saw the great article in the Billings Gazette. Thank you.
Next. Is there any further testimony?
So Paula Larson, 1212 Grand Avenue in Billings here. And I'm not a massage therapist, but I'm an esthetician. And I guess my concern is that it's going to bleed over into other areas like that because I do full body waxing. My clients would not want to be, busted in on, I guess, in the middle of a service like that. And I support, I've always worked in a salon, the same thing, 20 plus years. And I feel like there's a better way to do that than this. Just like they were saying up there, there's no reason I'm nervous, I should have wrote this down, but basically, there's a better way to handle it than going through the licensing, I feel like. You shouldn't have to do that. It is very in violation of people's rights, the Constitution, all of it. So that's my concerns.
Thank you very much. Next.
Tara Hellbrand. My business address is 2619 St. John's, and I do live in Laurel.
And now I'll just ask you to keep your voice up so that we can pick it up. Thank you.
I'm a licensed massage therapist in Billings. I work in an office with 4 other total therapists. We are all independent contractors, sole proprietors, and by appointment only therapists with almost 80 plus years of experience. With our office, the ordinance states that we must keep our door unlocked. We do not have a receptionist, so the door will be completely unattended during treatment sessions. We have no idea who is coming in and out while we are working. I have discussed the unlocked door with my liability insurance company, State Farm. If there was an incident of crime, theft, or harm, and the door was unlocked and unattended, whereas if the door had been locked, that may have prevented, delayed, or deferred the incident, there is a great possibility that I may not be covered. This would open myself up and my family up to severe loss and possible lawsuits that we could possibly never recover from. I could apply for a variance, but it is not clear who gets them or for how long you can have it. Will I still be able to get this variance when new city officials, then that decision seat, would make that call? Who and how many people can apply for these variances? How do we know there wouldn't be a fraudulent situation of a sex parlor getting a variance because somebody was paid off? This ordinance, in its own way, is unconstitutional, and it's been proven that way, and opens up the city for possible lawsuits. Do you really think the taxpayers need to pay for more infamous City of Billings lawsuits that the city will most likely lose at the duress of these small businesses? The ordinance is poorly written, and criminals are smart. They don't follow the law in the first place. Why would you think creating more laws would help? Proper guidelines and procedures are not clearly written in place to navigate all the massage business types. I cannot support this ordinance, and you shouldn't either. After 3.5 years, if this ordinance is of dire need as has been expressed, then there was plenty of time to pound the pavement of our city and look at all the types of massage businesses and make a clear plan on how a law-abiding massage therapist could navigate this based on their particular business scenario. And at that point, I think you probably would have had a lot of us on your side to help navigate on how we should all be a part of this. But what was described before was because we were not involved and we had asked to be involved, The communication was not there, and this is probably why you have the feedback that you are getting from us. For the record, should this ordinance pass, I will obtain this license to legally keep my business open. I will be forced into this agreement with the city under duress. I do not agree with the terms of this licensing, and I ask you vote no. Don't pass an ordinance that is unclear on how law-abiding massage therapists can actually practice this and follow this. Thank you.
Thank you. Next. Next.
My name is Jennifer Roth. I am at 611 Burlington here in Billings. I have been told by city officials that this ordinance does not apply to me and the city is not coming after me or legitimate massage therapists. Please tell me where in this 16 pages ordinance that is explicitly stated, because the wording and verbiage is clear as mud even after 3 years of rewriting it. When you write an ordinance, it pertains to everyone in the ordinance, not just a select few. There's so many things wrong with this ordinance. I know it, you know it, everybody knows it. Yet here we are with the city still trying to push an ordinance that does nothing to stop the illicit sex parlors, all in the name of fighting human trafficking. We have laws and ordinance already available that are not being used. Excessive nudity laws, prostitution laws, a Billings ordinance of dormitory dwelling in commercial buildings, and the infamous House Bill 749 that allows any law enforcement officer to enter any massage business and check for a valid state massage therapy license. And a Color 8 article on April 21st, 2019, referring to HB 749, Councilman Ronning said, quote, "This bill's passage was a game changer from Montana," end quote, and quote, "This legislation would help give law enforcement the tools they need to crack down on illicit massage businesses," end quote. If these were the tools needed, then why is the city not already using these laws that can and will work to stop these illicit sex parlors? Establishment licensing has been enacted in cities all over the United States, and every one of these cities still struggle with the criminal endeavors of these illicit sex parlors after enacting them. Experts are saying a massage establishment licensing does not stop these criminals. It only negatively impacts licensed massage therapists. When are we going to start listening to the experts and stop going off the agendas of a few personal people? The city has touted they crafted this ordinance off of the Aurora, Colorado ordinance, because their city licensing administrator stated they got rid of their illicit sex parlors 100% in 3 years it's been active. Truth is, they really haven't. Local Aurora massage therapists have stated to me that these illicit sex businesses are still everywhere, and most just move 2 miles down the road to Denver out of the Aurora city limits. So is moving illicit sex parlors out of the city Billings limits really a win-win for human trafficking? If this ordinance is enacted, it will put licensed massage therapists out of business. We already had 4 massage therapists close down their practices. COVID hit them hard enough. When this ordinance draft came out, it was the final straw, and they would not allow their clients' information and their own privacy to be compromised. We have more who are looking for other work for the same reason if this ordinance is passed. Councilwoman Kendra Shaw, you, a colleague, and I had a conversation about this ordinance in January. I told you that would put some licensed massage therapists and body workers out of business. You disagreed, told us to reread the ordinance because we were misinformed. You also had stated in an email to this fellow colleague that, quote, "I would never support an ordinance that would put a bunch of small businesses out of business. That would be terrible," end quote. A vote yes to move this ordinance is putting small business out of business.
Thank you very much. Next.
My name's Alex Dropla, 2116 Broadwater Avenue. I've been a licensed massage therapist here in Billings for almost 6 years. And if the edits that were brought up to us tonight do take place, that would make me an exemption by the solo practitioner exemption. So I could take some time to tell you everything that I don't support in this ordinance, but instead, I think I'm just going to ask you to listen to my colleagues who this does really affect. I'm just going to ask that when you vote on this tonight, that you vote according to the voice of the people who have called, who've emailed, and who've showed up here tonight. I ask that you vote the way you were elected and vote according to the majority of the people who are speaking up about this. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
My name's Nicole Michelson, 3375 Dover Lane. The proposed ordinance requires the release of all records, other logs, and financial records. This is a HIPAA violation. As a healthcare provider, I want to put on record, I am not comfortable in violating any HIPAA laws. If you come into our medical facility, you will not only be violating my HIPAA laws, you will also be violating my doctor's HIPAA laws as well. Are you prepared for this? Many of you have stated numerous of times that the ordinance would not affect legitimate LMTs. If this is true, protect us. The city needs to provide each massage therapist a template form to give to our clients stating that the client understands the city has access to any and all of their information at any time. This also needs to include the city is liable for information being revealed, not the massage therapist. Massage therapists should not have to take the fall and repercussions for breaking HIPAA laws and the Montana Privacy Acts due to a poorly written ordinance. As I've stated in my emails, I commend the city and the Human Trafficking Task Force for trying to combat human trafficking. It is an honorable thing they are trying to accomplish, but involving any legitimate business in this ordinance not only is unfair, it's discriminatory and unconstitutional. It concerns me how willingly the city council is to pass an ordinance that will harm small businesses and how they want to overregulate legitimate massage therapists to shut down 13 illicit businesses. How many women in Billings have been coerced into the illicit sex parlors? And how many women have actually come forward and complained that they have been coerced into illicit sex parlors in our city? City members, your job is to protect us. And if you vote for this ordinance, you have failed. For the record, should this ordinance pass, and if I have to obtain and follow the license to legally keep my business open, I will be forced into this agreement with the city under duress. I do not agree with the terms of this licensing. I would also like to add, if Councilwoman Penny Running has any personal, political, or financial gain, or is involved in any other human trafficking task force, she needs to recuse herself. This is a conflict of interest.
Thank you very much. Next.
Hi. My name is Janae Bailey, 443 Broadwater Avenue. First, I just would like to express my extreme sorrow for anybody, woman, man, or child, that has ever been put into any form of sex trafficking or human trafficking. I'm a small business owner. I'm a cosmetologist, so this doesn't affect me, but I feel that it could have the potential to slowly trickle down into my business. I'm a sole proprietor. I'm by myself. I'm in a one-on-one position with my clients at some points, and so this may eventually kind of overreach into my business. After sitting here for 2.5 hours and listening to the couple expert witnesses, I think that they have just driven home a couple good points to me, that this is not a city issue. This is a national issue. Both of them, the last two, have said specifically that these businesses will move on to other areas. They will move out of the city and go into different communities or become foot spas or just change their name. I think you guys it's going to penalize these legitimate massage therapists, and I vote absolutely no to this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Eric Hart, 2009, Patricia Lane. A newspaper article dated October 1st, 2020 says Ronnie's effort to involve the police department and CPS led nowhere. Their lack of response made her very angry. She realized it wasn't because they didn't care, but because they lacked the resources. The end of the article says human trafficking is a community problem and needs community solutions with input from law enforcement, educators, the faith community, beauty salons, and tattoo parlors, as well as the medical community. Mayor and Council, you have a member who admits there's a lack of resources. She also leaves out the one group of professionals this ordinance is directed at in the list of groups where input should come from. She also admits there's a lack of resources. Are you all hoping the city can now gain resources by making legally practicing therapists pay for those resources? It is not okay to make one small group of business owners pay for a global problem. There's also an email from council member that says, how would you like the city council to go after the customers of businesses offering massage? Why would you go after any business's customers? It's so sad to hear the city council is trying to harm small business. Last year was hard enough. Both City Attorney Gina Dahl and City Administrator Chris Kolkowski have stated the intent of this was not to go after legally practicing massage therapists. However, the problem is that neither of them nor any of you on the council have any say if this passes. That may not be the intent, but the city is required to follow up on a complaint. Code enforcement isn't going to say, oh, that complaint was against Eric, he's fine, don't worry about it. No, the city is required to follow up. And this ordinance gives the authority to enter a massage therapy business at any time, states all rooms, cabinets, and storage areas shall be subject to inspection and shall make a complete set of books and records available for inspection. This ordinance has personal agendas, possible individual monetary gain, violates the right to privacy, and sets the city up for lawsuits. This must be a no vote. Also, the city has been given numerous experts saying this ordinance does not work. Why were they not invited to this meeting tonight? Only the ones that are supporting it. It's sad that the city only represents one side. There are legal businesses here in Billings. One of the comments made that there's nobody in Billings that shows up on rub mats. There are actually legal businesses showing up on rub mats. I'm sure that you all know that nothing illegal is happening in Ritual Salon.
Hi, my name is Destifix. My address is 662 Aries Avenue, Billings. I've heard a lot of talk about cooperation tonight, but none of the bill has shown any of the input that the massage therapists have been given or that they are giving. I would encourage any of you to point to any of this bill that has come directly from any of the massage therapists here. You guys have talked about how you licensed a business that is very obviously advertising for sex, but you say there's nothing you can do about it. Well, why can't we use that state law that was just put in that says that anyone can go in there and check their licenses? It's really easy to check their licenses, and if they're not doing that, then that should put them in violation of their business license as well. If that's not already part of it, why can't we put that in there instead of making this, put it all on us as massage therapists? I also support everything else that everyone said so far tonight. And there are legitimate businesses that are listed on those. Rituals is by far the most visible one, but it's not exclusively that. And if they, it sounds like it's a funding issue. If the cops can't afford to prosecute it, the code enforcement just said that they're going to have problems funding this. So how are we actually going to make it effective if there's no funding for it? Why don't we just go and instead try and give the cops more funding for being able to go after these businesses? That's what I have to say tonight. Thank you. Oh, and I'm opposed, in case you didn't get that.
Thank you very much. Next.
Good evening. My name is Kim Gartner. I live at 1918 7th Street West. I've been a licensed massage therapist in Billings for 28 years. And I agree with what the very emotional testimony of the lady that said, we came from a position where we got a lot of snickers from people because we were considered sex workers way back when. And we worked hard to get out of that. We worked very hard. And now the snickers are coming back because of all the papers and everything that's coming in. And I don't appreciate it as somebody who's worked darn hard. I've put in a lot of time to get a good education, and I don't like the treatment I'm getting. I support small businesses. I support sole practitioners. I support solo proprietors. I support therapeutic massage. I support medical massage. I support reflexology, and I support energy balancing. I come from a ranch background, and growing up, there wasn't a lot of treatment plans for people who got bucked off a horse or got, fell off a barn or whatever they did, their ranch accidents. And I felt that massage therapy really helped fill that void, especially in this area where we're very limited to only, basically drugs or surgery. I'm not saying anything bad or wrong with that, but I think that there is a void that massage therapy does fill. And I feel that this would somehow limit us from doing that. I also feel that if we have to do or allow people to see our medical records, that would, as some people said, it'd be a violation from HIPAA. I will not allow my medical records to be viewed by anyone because that's only something that my client has given to me. And also about this fee that we're going to get. Do you guys realize that most massage therapists are at poverty level? We don't make a lot of money. This is a gift of love that we do for people. We don't make a lot of money at this. So you want us to put another burden or another bill on us? We're already being taxed. Gas prices are going up. And now we're going to have to put out more on a very small group of people. And I don't agree with that. And I also work in a salon, and I don't understand, there's hairstylists in there, and then me, I do massage, and we share clients. There's clients that go to massage, there are clients that go to me and get their haircut. There's haircut that come over to get a massage. And I'm supposed to put a license number underneath my name, but they don't have to. And I have to go have a background check, a police department, and they don't have to. But yet we walk through the same door. We use the same washing machines, we use the same bathroom, but yet I have to be treated different than the hairstylist. And no disrespect to any of the hairstylists, I just don't feel I should be treated or separated, because I'm the same. I'm working in a salon. And so, and I also believe too that, with all due respect to Aurora, Colorado, we are Montana. We don't do things the way anyone else does. We are the Wild West. We forge our own path. So I think that we need to redo this, rethink this, come up with a better solution, because I don't think this is a correct solution, and I do not support this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next. Anybody else before we go to Zoom? Thank you.
Hello, I'm Tiffany Wardell. My address is 1309 Daybreak in Billings. And I would like to address an example that has been circulating regarding the comparison of this ordinance to the regulation of another industry, specifically plumbers. In the example given by some LMTs, they state that if a plumber came into your house and stole your pipes or whatever, that the law enforcement would be in charge of finding and charging that plumber or that company, and that the whole plumbing industry wouldn't have to be regulated and shouldn't be regulated. There are some flaws to this comparison. The first one is that in Billings, we don't have plumbers trapping homeowners under coercion. We don't have plumbers forcing them to act against their will, because we are talking about people, not items. It's a big difference. Secondly, we don't have forced homeowners or trapped homeowners living in fear. Maybe it's an imagined fear, but living in fear of being penalized by law enforcement if they turn to them. That they will be the ones who are penalized for having a rogue plumber controlling them. Third, and we don't have people in Billings paying for this entrapment of other homeowners by these criminal plumbers. Fourth, we don't have dozens of plumbing businesses in our town operating underneath this clearly criminal business model. If this were the case, I would hope that City Council would regulate plumbers as well. As you can see, this is a terribly unjust and expertly hidden business model because there are no laws to address the business model of illegal plumbers hiding amongst legitimate ones. Lastly, the other argument is that the only businesses being regulated are massage therapists. That is just not true. Regulation is in every industry, especially in the medical field. Businesses are regulated at the national, the state, and the city level all the time, occasionally even within their own industries. Since no one likes regulation, laws rarely regulate an entire group of people, but are uniquely targeted to the problems specific to the criminal activity that they are seeing in that industry. This has not been regulated by any political body in our jurisdiction as of yet. Therefore, the crimes are persisting. The state has made it clear that this is a Billings problem, which it is, and will not get involved. I am not naive enough to think that this will solve all human trafficking in our city, but it is one of many tools that we desperately need. So please, get law enforcement more money. I would totally support that. But please also pass this ordinance so that they have some tools to close down the illicit plumbers, massage businesses. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Hey, you guys. I'm Danielle Adelman, 2804 Louise Lane. I do not support the ordinance as written, but that does not mean that I support the human trafficking, the issues that are going on with that. I believe that the ordinance has a good base, a foundation, but we just need to work on it. We just need to work on the lingo of it. If we could not encourage and put words in people's mouths or plant seeds that make myself, I'm a licensed massage therapist, sound like an adult entertainment. Sex rings are part of the spa areas. That would be great. I'm also presenting the petition that we massage therapists have put out. We have over 500 signatures, we have over 600 signatures. 570 of them are from Billings, Montana, and we have a couple of the outside, like Laurel and Worden, and people that actually come into Billings for massage or other sort of shopping and everything like that. So this is what the petition has said. We, the undersigned, oppose the massage establishment licensing ordinance proposed by the city of Billings, Montana. Establishment licensing treats massage therapy as adult entertainment, not the healthcare profession that it is. While human trafficking and prostitution may be a problem in Billings, imposing additional regulation and licensing fees on a profession infiltrated by this criminal activity is not an effective way to address the problem. Criminals will play the system, leaving legal practicing therapists to pay for a regulatory scheme that will not impact human trafficking or prostitution. There are other creative solutions to the problem that do not unfairly discriminate against legal practicing massage therapists. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Next. Any other speakers? Before we go, if your next speaker can be kind of ready to go, and that'll kind of speed us up. Go ahead, sir.
I'm just sort of winging it here. I hadn't planned on standing in front of you. So, my name is Tom Larson. My wife works at Pro Grant. I'm just standing up speaking because I know some of these gals here really well. If you haven't already figured it out, these are not human traffickers. If you've looked at them, there's not one of them in here that's a human trafficker. They're not a threat to society. They're just legal business people doing a good job in what they need to do. And if you want to know about human trafficking and you, honest to God, want to go after it, you got three guys back here that can tell you who, what, where, when, why, how to go after them and go get them. This just isn't the group to attack. You guys seem to be politically astute on some things. If you want people to give you a good public opinion, quit treating these people like something you scrape off the bottom of your shoe. If you haven't figured out, you've got an FBI guy that stands up here and he does a pretty good job. He's got a good public opinion, but his influence in this town is about this big compared to this group of people right here. They'll speak highly of you if you treat them good, and they will not if you treat them bad. And so far, you haven't treated them very well. So I suggest you change that. That's all I got.
Next.
Who am I giving the address to? It's Kate Friedman. I'm at 3835 Avenue E. So I gotta get my little timer here ready so I don't be over. The state has made it clear this is a Billings problem. So that means that the burden of coming up with a solution falls on you. All industries are subject to regulation. Airlines, financial institutions, daycares. Kids were using Sudafed to create methamphetamine. That's not Sudafed's fault, but to curb criminal activity, regulations were created to control Sudafed purchasing. It's not a problem with milk, so therefore milk doesn't need to be regulated in this way. That would be overregulation. These criminals are not hiding in hospitals, in dental offices, in nursing homes, and they can't because of regulations. They're hiding in massage. As a Republican, I oppose overregulation, but at the same time, we can't have a free-for-all. Regulations must be crafted carefully and as minimally as possible while still getting the job done. Most of these regulations massage therapists already comply with. There are some inconveniences, but the city has balanced these inconveniences with the benefits to law enforcement. This city is housing businesses with women inside, and they're being issued city business licenses. This is asinine. I lost my place. In dental hygiene, each day, there's an hour of charting and paperwork. These charts and notes are legally required, an hour worth, which is why I'm left dumbfounded and slack-jawed when I hear this record-keeping requirement is undue burden. This takes 2 minutes of paperwork. All industries are subject to regulation when matters of criminal activity are at hand. And my question for city council members is this: what makes the massage industry so special that they should not have to deal with regulations to address criminal activity happening in their industry? Because language is offensive? Because paperwork's a bummer? This city is not after massage therapists. That is the one-sided propaganda being fed to this community. These are conspiracy theory arguments, and police will not be investigating them, will not be going through their records. It's just absurd. I own a car dealership. We got a car stolen just about a few weeks ago. And the officer that told us, that we reported this to said, I'll put it into the system, and if it shows up in a traffic accident, we'll let you know. These law enforcement do not have time to go investigating legitimate businesses. They just have bigger fish to fry.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Candace Ulrich, 4515 Rimrock, and I've brought with me today from my office, I work in a medical office here in town, our HIPAA compliancy folder. It's red for a reason because it's very serious. The penalty for getting caught with any patient information out is $10,000 immediate penalty. I wanted that to be known, even though I appreciate the amendment that was included tonight. I'm not sure that it would blanket cover the issue that might become a problem for patient information. I brought also the HIPAA agreement, the actual form, and I'd like to read just a little bit of that. The very first sentence says, I understand that my business has a legal responsibility to protect patient privacy. To do that, we have to safeguard the privacy and security of patient information. At the end of this document, it says, I understand the violation of this agreement may result in disciplinary action, and this may include civil and criminal legal penalties as a result of a final privacy rule issued by federal government. So that is my first concern. Second concern, I wonder what the city thinks about the cost of putting through the fingerprinting, if there is a substantial cost there. And also my third final concern is where do we draw the line? I myself have been prescribed massage through a chiropractic office, through a physical therapist office. They're practicing in those offices. Are they going to be included also? So thank you for my comments.
Thank you. Next. Any further public comments from the library? Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Dr. Elizabeth Olivo. My address is 3631 Collin Drive. I am a nurse practitioner. I was born and raised here in Billings, and I think I was in 7th grade when I had first heard those nasty jokes about happy ending massages. And I think at that age, probably most girls would be horrified at the idea of what was happening kind of down the street from my school. To know that there were women inside these businesses who were being forced to commit sex acts on strange men, it was kind of too hard to believe. At the time, I didn't understand why law enforcement or why our city wasn't able to do anything about this. Well, now, 20 years later, we're at the same place where law enforcement and the city haven't been able to do anything to close these businesses. We all go about our day-to-day lives, and the victims remain in these spas that are open all night, that have boarded up windows and locked doors. Now, I've worked as a nurse and a nurse practitioner in women's health in our community for 8 going on 9 years. I've seen women who are victims of human trafficking. I've seen women who have been abused and raped, women with black eyes and busted lips and bruises all over their bodies. We know that these women are out there. We know that in these businesses, they don't speak English often. They don't have a voice. And they're literally amongst the most vulnerable people in our communities. These businesses are being run by criminals. We know that they're not the same businesses as legitimate massage therapy businesses. They're being run by criminals under the name of massage, and they're getting their licenses legally from our city. In healthcare, everything you do is regulated. Everything I do, I weigh the risks and benefits. As members of government, your job is kind of similar to mine. You have to weigh the burden and the benefit of these regulations. You have a responsibility to the public to make decisions weighing these burdens and benefits of the regulations that you're voting on. The burden in this case, it's more paperwork, it's fingerprinting, it's background checks, and it's record keeping. This is standard stuff in healthcare. Charting and record keeping, that's standard. Adhering to HIPAA is standard. This isn't government overreach. I think it goes without saying that we've let this go on long enough in our city. You just heard the testimony and recommendations from actual experts. You have the ordinance in front of you, and you have the ability to do something about it now. I hope that you can stop this ongoing joke in Billings. And the benefit here is giving a voice to the voiceless. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Hello, Mayor, council members. My name is Brittany Homer, 1150 Bluegrass. I am the executive director and founder of a local nonprofit organization whose mission is to end all forms of sexual exploitation. I've been involved in anti-human trafficking work nationally and internationally through the National Center on Sexual Exploitation, Empowering the One, Operation Underground Railroad, the Safeguard Alliance, and more. I've also been a SANE advocate for victims of sexual assault right here in Billings. I've seen the trauma and I know of its long-term effects. As such, I have a vested interest in what the city is doing to combat human trafficking, a crime that is one of the most egregious ways one human can trample on the innate dignity of another. I feel for the LMTs. I feel for the scariness of this. When your livelihood is facing new regulations, I can understand why that might feel scary. But I believe that crime follows the path of least resistance, and right now there is, and that's why they are being taken advantage of by this illicit business. I would like to spend my time drawing your attention to one of the latest studies on the illicit massage industry, which I believe will give you some insight into why you should implement this ordinance. This is a study done by an organization called Street Grace. Their study sought to estimate the scope of the illicit massage industry and concluded with very specific policy recommendations. These recommendations included establishment licensing that would require business owners to successfully pass a criminal background check, as well as prohibit obstructed windows, lewd advertising, and individuals living on the premises. They recommend mandating hours of operation, licensure display, a list of services with prices, a record to include the name of the massage therapist, a type of massage, date, and time. And many of these recommendations are exactly what's proposed in this ordinance and will make almost no changes to what legitimate massage therapists are doing in their businesses. This piece of legislation is in line with what many experts in the field are advocating, as we heard from earlier testimonies. One other recommendation that is worth noting is including ease of entrance policies. For those who want research-based implementation of regulations, it's there in that Street Grace study. Furthermore, we are not pioneering an untested method. The city has done extensive research to see what kinds of regulations have worked in other cities, as we've heard earlier today, with solid street-tested evidence that this type of legislation will shut down these human trafficking establishments and leave legitimate massage therapists able to continue operating their businesses. We've seen the research, we have the evidence, and it's time to act on it. City, state, and federal law enforcement have all said they need more tools to fight human trafficking. This is not only legally sound, but fiscally responsible, this tool that you have the power to give. So please vote in favor of curbing the sexual exploitation, victimization, and degradation of women that is happening every day right in our midst.
Thank you. Good timing. Next, please.
Hi, I'm Erin Walker, 6287 Canyon Woods Drive. When I hear some massage business owners say that they are offended that their profession is being associated with human traffickers and pimps, I want to jump up and say, me too! How dare these criminals hijack the name of massage and pretend to belong? It is high time that we address this. When it comes to being offended about language in the ordinance is differentiating between sex parlors and legitimate massage businesses. That's the entire point. Let's take a step back here. How about instead, we get offended about the women who would continue to be trafficked and abused because some in the massage community don't want sexual terms fraternizing with massage in the Montana Code, where no one except law enforcement or attorneys will ever see or care. More to the point, it's tragic that the owners of these illicit businesses who profit off exploiting women have an entire group here fighting their battle for them. And you can bet that these criminals are watching to see what the result here tonight is. Will we spread out the red carpet and invite another 40 years of criminality and abuse in our community? Or will we tell them that they are no longer welcome here? In all this conversation, oftentimes there's a big gaping hole, and it's the victims of these establishments who are being abused and hurt. There's a bigger story here than the gripes of a small contingent of Billings residents who clearly have a conflict of interest. Many of the concerns we've heard tonight are not substantiated. Let's talk less about imagined consequences and more about current consequences. This past week, I watched a part of a virtual congressional briefing, and I listened to a firsthand account of Chandra Woarentu, CEO of Mentari, Human Trafficking Survivor Empowerment Program. As she described her experience of being lured from Indonesia with promises of a job in the US, then kidnapped and sold into sex slavery in a country where she was unfamiliar. She had no friends, and she didn't know the language. She explained how she was sex trafficked in what she termed massage parlors. Her story is tragic enough to bring tears to your eyes, and yet she assured everybody on that congressional briefing that her story is not uncommon. These are the people who are forgotten. These are the people who are voiceless. They are the ignored, and they will continue to be until our citizens and community begin to care enough about them, share their story, and enact change. It's the responsibility of the Billings City Council to put an end to this abuse in our community. We have seen, we have heard, we can no longer say we didn't know. Thank you.
Thank you. Next. Any other testimony here from the library?
First, I'd like you not to start that for just 1 second because the person that had to leave had just something really brief he wanted to share with you. His name is Dave Evans. He said he waited 2.5 hours and he just couldn't wait any longer. He was on the Yellowstone County. He was a deputy sheriff in Yellowstone County. He was on the Yellowstone County Human Task Force and Drug Special Unit. Sorry, I probably messed that all up. He's a friend of mine, and he did some investigation for me this past week on the counts of brothels in Aurora, Colorado. He easily came up with 58 that he could confirm. 58. So obviously, this kind of an ordinance is not working in Colorado. That's what he had come to tell you.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
All right. Well, I would like to address why this is so contentious with massage therapists, for starters. One of the first things was when Mayor Cole asked us actually, to take one for the team. The other night when Chris Kukulski laughed about maybe sunsetting it if it didn't work, that it was no big deal, was very offensive to massage therapists. And we asked questions of Gina, and I'm sorry I don't have your last name, and we were told that you didn't have the answers. This ordinance is very poorly written. It doesn't address...
and I'm sorry, did we get your name and address?
I'm sorry, Susan Carlson, and my office is on 13th Street West. This ordinance is poorly written. It's called a massage ordinance. It's not a massage ordinance, it's a brothel ordinance. The two have nothing to do with each other. The fact that people use that term doesn't mean a thing because massage is clearly defined by the state of Montana. So people who are using that term that don't have massage licenses or are doing criminal businesses need to be addressed just that way, as criminals. Chief St. John's has said that he doesn't have the manpower or the funds. Jeremy House, and I believe he's the assistant chief, said this isn't a high priority for them. The only thing this is going to do is harass legally practicing massage therapists. We've been told by Gina and Chris Kukulski that massage therapists don't have to follow or won't be affected by this ordinance. You cannot have an ordinance that addresses massage therapists and then say, we're not after you. You can't guarantee us that. That's like saying anybody who's speeding in a white car, we're not going to stop you. We're only going to stop the people that are speeding in a yellow car. It's ridiculous. But the ordinance is a disaster. I've actually practiced in the city of Billings since the early 80s. I've been a massage therapist since 1978. My daughter's a massage therapist, my granddaughter's a massage therapist, my mom was a massage therapist. I don't believe any of us ever took money for sex, so none of us are sex workers. This ordinance does not address sex workers, it addresses massage therapists. I think it is belittling, it's demeaning. I don't know how many of you have an ordinance that tells you you have to cover your genitalia before you come to these meetings. I'd like to see that one. I'm so angry, I just probably should shut up before I make a mess of things. I don't believe that you have our best interests at heart or the public's best interests at heart. Some of these people just want to have their vote count because they stood up, they stood up against prostitution. We're all against prostitution and human trafficking. We're also against this ordinance.
Thank you. David, can we get you to put Brenda, thank you. Next. Any other testimony from here in the library? I'm not seeing any, so out there in Zoom land, Tony, go ahead. If you're watching by Zoom, use that raise hand feature, and then Tony will unmute you and put you on. Do we still have the people watching, Tony, who have their hands up?
We do.
Go ahead and put them on.
May I please have your name?
And here, and this is a good opportunity, I'll just, I think everybody hopefully has been listening. Just because the hour is late, we don't want to shut down input, but we'll just ask you to keep your comments as short as possible, and also cover new ground if possible. So, Tony, it's all yours.
May I please have your name and address?
David Ray, 3668 Jasper Park Drive.
Go ahead.
First, exemptions for sole proprietors with regard to locking doors and protections for personally identifiable client information addresses concerns stated by many of the opponents. The fact that opponents continue to voice these concerns suggests they're not reading the language. These opponents also fail to understand that they will continue to be governed by HIPAA. This legislation will not affect your clientele. Second, as an attorney, I am subject to a background check. We can all agree that attorneys should undergo a background check to protect their clients. Likewise, just as my client deserves to know they are safe in my care, the public deserves to know their massage parlor is a safe place to obtain medical services. Third, some say these parlors were just moved out of Billings if you interfere with their illicit sex trade. But is that bad? Isn't that the point? If Billings sets a precedent, other communities can follow suit. So will this council set a precedent, or will they just let it go on to the next generation? In conclusion, if we want to make Billings a better place, it's going to take work. Montana Board of Massage Therapy has not fixed this problem, so this city council bears the burden of fixing this problem or leaving it for another 40 years. Thank you.
Thank you for your call. May I have your name and address, please?
Jennifer Marecki, 3737 Rosebud Drive in Billings.
Go ahead.
So I want to, since we are short on time, I'll address just a few things that these opponents have voiced over and over again. The locked door covered is not an issue. The regulations and licensing, I don't know what industry that's a healthcare industry that's not regulated. I've got to tell you, I was a nursing home administrator, which is the highest regulated industry in the United States, even above hospitals. I also ran little rural hospitals, and these regulations are nothing. So you have to have a license on the wall. Most medical professionals do. You have this whole issue with HIPAA. You guys in the council have already addressed that HIPAA will not be violated. That's a dead issue. This is something that will set us apart from the sex and the human trafficking trade. The massage therapy business has been a joke, as others have said, about the happy endings and those kinds of things. That is something that is extremely harmful for my business. I own my own business. So I want to protect my business. So if I have to have another sheet of paper, which I already have, everything that has been talked about in this ordinance, I already do. It is not a big deal. So I will keep it short. I am open for any council member that needs any advice or help, because I have been involved. I don't know what this small group is saying that they have not been, but I have been involved. So I just want to make it perfectly clear that a lot of the things that were said this evening is not the majority of massage therapists in Billings. As a matter of fact, I know more that are very much in favor of this ordinance than they are opposed. So I would hope that the city council would help protect our massage businesses and our massage licenses by making us legitimate in the eyes of the city and the state. I will go ahead and suspend the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you for your call. May I get your name and address, please? Hello? I'm not seeing anybody there. I'll go to the next one. May I get your name and address, please?
Teresa Vondra. I'm in Ward 2.
Do you feel comfortable giving your address?
Not necessarily, no.
Okay, go ahead.
I have been a massage therapist for 16 years, but more importantly, I am born and raised in Billings, Montana. Since I can remember, these illicit businesses have been here and have been a problem. When state licensure was passed, our hope was to make change, not only with the legitimacy of our own profession, but to help stop these illicit businesses from claiming to be massage. Unfortunately, we had a hard 5-year fight and we had to make compromises to be able to get our licensure to pass. I will admit we need to make some changes on our state licensure to really stop these illicit businesses from staying open. However, that being said, I do not support the city spa ordinance. Not only does this ordinance lump our profession in with an illegal sex entertainment industry, but it makes us prove our innocence over these illicit businesses. This ordinance lacks clarity and has gray areas that would leave too much up for interpretation. Have a receptionist. She's on site times when other therapists are not in the office. According to this ordinance, there is some clarity that needs to be set forth so that I don't have to shut my business down every time I don't have a licensed therapist on site. Under sections -1911, Part C, I have a huge issue with this section. One, I was told when asked about this being a HIPAA violation that I wouldn't have to share client names. And this would mean that I would have to keep a completely separate set of books that would have no client name information on it. I feel that that would raise more red flags if I had a code enforcement or police officer in my facility. 2, I find it odd that the lawyer who put this ordinance together stated she wasn't familiar with HIPAA. I would feel that if you are helping write an ordinance that has impact on HIPAA, that you should be well versed in this law. I did some research and found that I would have to comply and share records without consent from my clients if this was enacted. I morally do not agree with this section, and I feel like I was lied to in regards to what they knew about the HIPAA compliance. Another area is the clarity of what constitutes promptly. Again, when I asked about this, I was told that the rules are not meant for me, but are to go after these illicit businesses. But I'm sorry, if you're going to require me to apply for this license, then I would expect that you're going to uphold the same standards for me as with anyone else.
Your time is up. May I ask you to please wrap up?
Yes. I feel if you're going to enforce an ordinance, there needs to be clarity, there needs to be specifics, and because of that, I do not feel that this ordinance should be passed at this point in time. I do feel that we need to take more action on a state and federal level. Thank you.
Thank you for your call. May I have your name and address, please?
Yeah, Chelsea Winterholler, 1709 East Thunder Mountain Road. Thank you, council members, for hearing my comment tonight. When I first came across this ordinance, I was very skeptical, to be honest. And then I spent some time educating myself on the impact that it will have on legitimate massage therapists. I have spent the last 3 years fighting for human trafficking victims in Billings and across the world. And I know that this ordinance is a step in the right direction to help the victims of trafficking and to help our community. I want nothing but the best for our massage therapists. And I do believe that getting the illicit businesses out will actually strengthen the legitimate massage professionals in our community, while also helping to protect the people being victimized in this awful way. I support Chief St. John and all of the other testimonies that we have heard tonight. I hope we can all work together for the common good, and I want this ordinance to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you for your call. May I have your name and address, please?
Megan Farnsworth, 531 Avenue D.
Go ahead.
There's an article that's been circulating from Fort Worth Business that's been used as evidence that massage therapists should not be regulated to address illicit massage businesses. And if you just read the headline, did a quick skim, and listened to their quotes, you might think this article backs up their claim. It's a very long article, and I'm not sure if you've had the time to read it, but the devil's in the details. The author, Dr. Vanessa Boucher, is criticizing what Texas is doing to the massage industry, and I believe it is a misapplication to use her criticism of what is happening in Texas to criticize what Billings is doing. 2 or 3 minutes requires brevity, so I'm going to try to give an overview by giving some other key details from the article. It states that by 2019 Texas legislation, there were 25 different bills to address IMBs. Things like increasing the required education hours from 300 to 500. Dr. Boucher states that IMBs often get their licenses fraudulently, so adding education hours would be entirely ineffective and only burden legitimate therapists. Several examples of useless regulations are listed. Texas is unloading several rounds of ammo into the darkness and hoping one hits the illicit massage industry. That is what she is criticizing in her article. Many of these regulations deal with the State Massage Therapy Board. This is a completely different approach. You are comparing apples and oranges. And also of note, there is a newer study that came out of Georgia on the illicit massage industry. They give policy recommendations that are right in line with what Billings is doing, establishment licensing. In fact, they recommend even more regulation than this ordinance, including parking lots and lighting. Guess who is at the top of the list of the 4 contributors? Dr. Vanessa Boucher. Things the opposition is saying should not be taken at face value. We need to be thorough in our research. Instead of listening to out-of-context quotes, we need to listen to our experts, because the massage community is not an objective party. Thank you.
Thank you. We have someone that's using an older version of Zoom, looks like Mark Friedman, so I need to promote him to a panelist in order to let him talk. Mark, can you hear me? Mark?
Can you hear me now?
Yes. May I have your name and address?
Okay. Mark Friedman, 3835 Avenue E.
Go ahead, Mark.
Okay, first of all, I'm blown away how anybody could oppose this. That is mind-boggling when you have the ability to save women from being raped and murdered at a zero burden almost. So it's been really frustrating how the public perception of this ordinance has been twisted. That recent Gazette article did not even pretend to report on the other side of the story, and victims are being overlooked as always. Women are being brutalized. I've heard the stories from an oral surgeon who would be called out in the middle of the night to repair broken jaws and cracked teeth on these women. We can look at the court records of our very own Scott Petrie, the owner of 2 IMBs here. We can see in court transcripts a close-to-home example of how the trafficking occurs. One of these women testified she was forced to have sexual contact with 25 to 30 men a month, about 10 of these being intercourse. She was 66 years old. Hayrick Research, a leading authority on trafficking research, explains how it works. They get recruited, resulting in owing huge travel debts to their traffickers. They then keep a certain portion of their earnings, but are forced to pay from that room and board in the building they are not allowed to leave. to pay for all the food that is brought in and the transportation as they're forced to another IMB. They pay for supplies such as condoms and lingerie. They're charged high interest. This system is purposefully designed to keep them trapped. It's called debt bondage, and it's an effective psychological tool that traffickers use. And there are currently no laws on the books to allow for inspection, to allow code enforcement or law enforcement to go in. There's a gaping hole in the story that the public is not hearing. LMTs really don't have any expertise on this issue because they're not sex trafficking victims. It's the law enforcement that are experts and the human trafficking investigations and attorneys who are writing the law, who know what will stand up in court. So here we are with the knowledge that criminal activity is taking place, with the knowledge that women are being victimized, with an ordinance that is legally sound, vetted by authorities, and minimally burdensome to the industry it impacts, tested on the streets of Aurora, and fits the city's budget. So if not this, then what is your solution? We all know how much the city loves mill levies. The scope of this criminal enterprise has truly grown beyond our comprehension, and we need every tool at our disposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Jennifer, can I have your name and address, please?
Jennifer Sanchez, 6093 Ironwood Drive, Billings, Montana.
Go ahead.
I'm calling in support of the well-thought-out massage ordinance. The proposed regulations are so minimal that I cannot fathom why some massage therapists and their clients are in such an uproar. Except after hearing some of the half-truths and fear-mongering that is being spread, I guess I'm not surprised. Nothing spreads faster than a lie fueled by fear. These are just 3 of the misleading assertions I've heard. First, some random person can file a bogus complaint on my business and the city will shut me down. Not true. Legitimate massage businesses are not the target here, and the city is not out to get them. The way code enforcement works is not going to change. They will still give warnings and wait a reasonable amount of time for compliance. More to the point, legitimate businesses already comply with these requirements. This has been explained numerous times, but this fear is still being perpetuated. Second, police will be able to barge in on a massage session when my client is naked and vulnerable. Not true. The city attorney has repeatedly said that this ordinance will be updated to say that a massage is in session will not be disrupted unless it lasts over 2 hours. Yet some vocal therapists continue to spread this to their clients to fan the flames of outrage. Last, LMTs were not part of the process. Not true. There were public forums held with LMTs meant to foster productive conversation on how to address these criminal businesses, but local opponents undermine these efforts by hijacking the meetings, bullying attendees, and shutting down the conversation before it began. If Facebook has taught us anything, it's that it doesn't seem to matter if it's true as long as it's loud. For example, tonight I heard someone say they don't want to have to lock their door. The truth is, they are allowed to file for an exemption to lock their front door. Your understanding is not at the mercy of those with personal agendas. You have heard from law enforcement, city officials, subject matter experts in other cities who have testified to the efficacy of this ordinance. You have the whole story. This is not city versus LMTs. This is city versus traffickers. This ordinance will help massage therapists now and in the long run. Several years ago, my daughter and I went into a massage place for a foot massage, which ended up being way more. I had to squeeze my legs together so I wasn't touched in my privates. It made me never want to go to any type of massage place ever again. This was in Billings. And my story is not even close to what thousands of people go through. If this simple ordinance is passed, I will feel much safer giving massage businesses another chance. I know other people agree with me. Please be willing to take a stand. Positive change is good and promising. It is time. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, the next speaker has a phone number that ends in 2489. May I have your name and address, please? can you hear me? We'll come back to them. The next speaker.
Sorry. Can you hear me now?
Oh,
Can you
yep.
hear me?
Yes, your name and address.
Sorry, I didn't know you had to push star 6 anyway.
Your name and address?
John Mueller, 1021 Yellowstone Avenue, number 2.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I absolutely oppose all illicit parlors and everything. Government's role is to protect the rights of the people, and this ordinance does not do that. It will only lead to more regulation, and I don't think it will be very effective to stop sex trafficking. All they have to do is find somebody that can pass a background check to get a business license. I think there's more effective ways to do it that don't impede on the rights of starting small businesses. Give the police officers, it's already illegal for prostitution. Why can't they do, send some no-knock warrants, get some legislation or some policies out there that they can go into these parlors. Everybody knows where they are. You can point them out when you're driving, and not give officers the tools that they can go into those businesses that doesn't affect the legit businesses. So, I don't know. I would say let's not vote on that. That's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you for your call. Okay, our next caller ends in 7784. Can you please unmute yourself? May I have your name and address?
This is Skelly Atkins, Billings Heights.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm a Vena massage therapist for 26 years, part of that in Billings, Montana. And I have written several times into the council, and I'm against sex trafficking. In my 26 years, I've had very little people solicit me for illegal sexual acts. It happened and we had to kick them out, and luckily I worked in a very well established wellness studio. Since January, I'm amazed at the number of texts and phone calls I've gotten soliciting me for such type of massage, which I've never done in my life. I'm a veteran massage therapist. My practice is closed. It's hard to get in my practice. I have a lot of professionals. I get a lot of referrals from doctors, PTs, other therapists. I don't know how my number got out there. I want to protect the young massage therapists coming on board. I believe this ordinance can do more and not just be limited to massage therapies. They know the problems, the windows, the hours. Why does it have to be limited to just massage therapists and spa ordinances? Why can't it be expanded to more businesses? And that's been part of my complaint this whole time, is that it can be looked at more businesses, so therefore they're not rewriting this ordinance every couple of years as the illicit businesses mimic and chameleon into different types of businesses. So I oppose the current ordinance as written, current proposed ordinance, and would like it to be relooked at. That's all I have.
Thank you. May I please have your name and address? Stephanie Bacchus, can you please unmute yourself? Your name and address?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Sorry, I almost couldn't unmute myself. Sorry about that. It's Stephanie Bacchus, 4528 Highline Drive, Billings, Montana, 59106.
Go ahead.
Well, thank you for having me back here, and thanks to everyone for their comments. The city of Billings has known for decades that prostitution and pimping, trafficking, and many other crimes, financial and violent, are happening in IMBs right on our streets. But because investigations are hard, expensive, we have limited police resources, it's hard to get people to cooperate, it's hard to get probable cause or have reasonable suspicion, which is what you need for law enforcement investigations. And because getting law enforcement involved into investigating these folks basically leads to further victimization for the victims. Because of these things, the city has not been able to do much of anything to stop the proliferation and the operation of these IMBs. The other approaches that I've heard since the last city council work session that some licensed massage therapists have suggested, they all rely on law enforcement. If there were other ways to shut down IMBs, the city would have used them already. Because they rely on law enforcement, that would put us right back here in the place we are today. Instead, we have an option. We've seen it work in other places. One of the things that I've heard since the work session is that many folks in the licensed massage community are afraid. They're afraid that the ordinance will hurt them, and they've argued that there are other ways to shut these places down. Many speculate that the ordinance could create an extra burden to them. But since the city eliminated any extra fees, and since that time, all the burden bounced to is basically some paperwork, mostly done only once for each business, and actually not done for each licensed massage therapist. It's done for each business. So with no extra burden, no extra cost, the burden is nearly minuscule. That burden pales in comparison to the regulations on healthcare professionals, other healthcare professionals like doctors and pharmacists. It even pales in comparison to the regulations on cosmetologists. It's narrowly tailored. Some folks tonight have said that it should be broader and include other businesses. And if that's the case, it can certainly be expanded. But that's not a reason to throw this ordinance out. City Council, this is an easy decision. You should stand for law and order, stand in opposition to human trafficking, stand up for what we value in our community, stand up to these criminals. Paperwork is not worse than human trafficking. It is way past time for Billings to take action to drive these IMBs out of town. Many of you know that a massage massacre occurred, a massage parlor massacre occurred at an IMB in Atlanta, which is tragic. The reason for that motive, according to the suspect, was that he had a sex addiction. And he went into that IMB knowing what was happening there. There's nothing to say that that couldn't happen in Billings. Please stand up to these IMBs and actually do something. This has been years in the making of trying to find the best way to solve a problem that we all know exists with the least burden on a fine profession that are honorable folks just like many of us in our professions are as well. When the Board of Massage Therapy had an instance to look at this issue, they put in a new regulation in it's section 902 that was put in 2020.
May I have your name and address, please?
Yes, my name is Deborah Kennett, and I am from Missoula. I am Executive Director of the Business League for Massage Therapy and Bodywork, and we have several constituents in the Billings area. And, this really is an emotional issue, and I thank the council for taking the time to hear us out on this. I just have to make some comments about some of the testimony and some of the things that come up. Let's talk first about Atlanta. One of the businesses that was involved in that was not an illicit business, and that is our concern, is that being lumped in with these illicit businesses, the way that the ordinance does, can put us in danger. And in fact, someone mentioned the article out of the Fort Business, the business thing that was written by a human trafficking expert. I'd like to speak with that. I actually have exchanged emails with that individual. Her name is Dr. Vanessa Boucher, and she is very clear that massage therapists are being scapegoated by these types of ordinances, that these ordinances don't work, and that they overburden massage therapists. And so I want to talk about just some of the burdens for a second. First of all,
Well, actually, let me talk about something else first. The Federation of State Massage Therapy Boards, that report was completely condemned by the professional associations, one of which you should have gotten a letter today from the ABMP, basically saying that Aurora is not effective, and you've already heard testimony on that tonight. We also have heard from someone saying, oh yeah, most massage therapists are actually for this. Well, we have polled as many massage therapists as we could find, which was about half of the estimate of what we found in Billings, or what we estimate based on state statistics. And 117 of those 123 massage therapists oppose the ordinance. So it's not just a few small group of people. It's 117 of, which is close to half of the number of massage therapists here. Also, to talk about the changes. This ordinance is not ready for prime time. And in fact, one of the changes that's in there about the log, it says that a new change in the ordinance is the log and other books and records may not include any protected health information of clients. So now are you mandating that massage therapists can't put that information in their stuff? Are you mandating that? It's poorly written, it's poorly worded, it's very vague. There's other things in there that are constitutional issues, like, for example, law enforcement and code enforcers can enter a business at any time, whether or not there's a complaint, and they can look for anything they want to look for. Now, the last time I checked, the Constitution says that you have to have probable cause and a warrant for that, or a warrant for that kind of thing. And those are concerns that we have as a group on this.
Your time is up. Could you please wrap up?
Well, I appreciate your time. I'll wrap it up here. I just want to say that these ordinances don't work to curb the problem. We've provided other solutions to you that do not involve law enforcement, and we're hoping that you would listen to the national experts, and please vote no on this proposal. We just really appreciate it.
Thank you. We have another person who has an older version of Zoom, so I need to promote them to a panelist in order to speak. Are you able to hear me? Can you unmute yourself, please? Perfect. May I have your name and address?
Lauren Sanford, and it is Ward 2.
Go ahead.
Okay, there's a problem in the massage industry. The professional massage community did not create the problem, but a lack of regulation has created a refuge for human trafficking. The heartbreaking testimonies of the few victims who have managed to escape is eerily similar. Asian women recruited with promises of a better life. Once here, they come under the control of their trafficker. Their papers are taken, they can't get out. They have a language barrier, and they did not come here willingly to perform sexual acts. The traffickers ensure that will give them these pitiful wages and give them food and rent. It's called debt bondage. This is coercion. This is the very definition of human trafficking. Each woman has different tales, but over and over again, each victim has the same story. And this is happening here in Billings, Montana. You better believe these criminal business owners are watching you to see if they can stay, to see what this city is going to allow. Policies vary across the country, and those with the weakest policies attract the most crime. That being said, great care must be taken to the balance, regulation, and burden. This ordinance does just that. Zoom out and really look at these regulations. These are minimal, far less than most healthcare professions. But these are things that fake massage businesses consistently do not do and cannot do because they are integral to their business model. They need sexually suggested advertising to attract patrons. They need the woman contained and living on site. They need locked doors to keep the wrong eyes out. Real massage businesses can comply with these regulations. Hope things they already do. But illicit massage businesses cannot. They cannot comply with this regulation. Places with the weakest policies attract the most crime. And is why Billings is a welcoming home for these illicit businesses who have profited off the sexual degradation of women for 40 years. Business and industry is subject to regulation when public safety or criminal enterprises are a concern. Both are certainly the case here. So city council members, are you going to make Billings a place for human trafficking and human traffickers to congregate? You're going to stop right now. You have the choice to make the vote right now. Thank you.
Thank you. May I have your name and address, please?
Hi, my name is Melanie Tripp. My address is 7535 Entryway Drive.
Go ahead.
Council, I hear a lot of passion and anger from opponents tonight. Many of them say they not only oppose the ordinance, but also oppose human trafficking. If they brought this passion to fighting human trafficking, we could get a lot done to end trafficking in Billings. I am chair on the Red Stamp Project. I'm a co-chair on the Prevention and Awareness Committee for the Human Trafficking Task Force, and I'm also president of Zonta Club in Billings. The problem here is there is a machine of propaganda behind the opposition that insists they will not settle until no ordinance whatsoever that includes massage therapists exists. This is sad, but it is the truth. Who supports the ordinance? Who is a part of fighting it? Who has attended the task force meetings? BPD, FBI, DOJ, victim service organizations, many people in the public and businesses, none of the opponents that insist they are seriously worried about human trafficking. Regarding licensing, my husband and I have owned multiple businesses here in Billings. 20 plus years in security, my business understands the amount of crime that happens in this city and how it has changed. We also know what it's like to be regulated and get background checks. By law, I'm not only required to have a city license, but also state fire and security licenses for each employee and 3 for our company. They require a background check, which forces us to prove we are not criminals. Kind of makes it sound like they are lumping us with thieves and burglars now, doesn't it? We're not offended when they ask us if we have a past of felonies or criminal activity. In fact, no one I've met in my industry minds it at all. We don't feel like they are targeting us. I don't feel belittled or demeaned, and neither do any of my team members. I understand it is something we must do for our business. The fees for these licenses range between $150 to $250 each. That expense is a small business for 10 to 12 people times 2 for each employee plus 3 for the company. This must be renewed every year, and I'm happy to do it and see it as an important part of letting clients and city state know we are trustworthy. On top of the licenses, if anyone asks me to prove we are not a human trafficking organization, I would say yes, absolutely. Where do I sign up and how can I help? Background checks, licensing, drawing lines between criminals and legitimate business, legitimate industries is necessary. It's what we must do to prove we are the real deal. The line massage ordinance will draw as a change the city and massage therapists can make that states and shows they do believe human trafficking exists in illicit massage and it is abhorrent and it should not be allowed. People here opposing the ordinance are fighting human traffickers' battle for them. The worst part of the story is while the spot ordinance debate drags on for 3 years, the safety of our city declines. Human traffickers bring violence, crime, gangs, and drugs to our city. They spread violence, especially against women and girls, and breed generational trauma that spreads like a disease. Online reviews and data of the crime rate in Billings is depressing. Ask yourself, do people really care about women working in illicit massage businesses, and if not, why? When did the concerns of massage therapists take precedence over human rights violations? Should this even be a debate? And how did our society get to a point where it cannot recognize an evil of the worst kind that stands before us in our own city and in the light of day for countless years doing nothing?
Melanie, your time is up. Can you wrap up?
I'm done. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. I do not have any more people requesting to speak.
Okay, thank you, Tony. Thank you for your efforts. We will then close the, if there are no other comments from the public, we'll thank everybody. Close our public comment period, the public hearing on this ordinance. Again, thank you to everybody. It was a bit of a marathon, but I think we all learned a lot and appreciate everybody's sincerity and hard work, and I think it was just extremely valuable. It's 10:23, Council. We can discuss how we want to proceed. This is item 5. We still have one other item tonight. We can press ahead. We do not have a motion at this point. We do need to, at some point, have a discussion of the possible amendments. I guess my inclination is to press ahead and while we're here. So, how
about a break?
Oh, a break. There's a concept. Yeah, no, absolutely. Let's do it. It's 10:23. We'll try to come back around 10:30 or as close to that as we can. Thank you.
Right ahead.
If we can all take our seats, we'll get started again. A little bit of a scheduling issue. Item number 6 is still following this. If Jeff Canning and Aaron Herringer are still awake, we apologize. We know that you need to be on our regular agenda. If you want to speak with Wyeth Friday, or Wyeth, maybe you could give them a call offline if they have a different proposal for, if they wanted to delay their item, in which case we could potentially release them. But I'm afraid they'll just have to sit tight if they want to get it, item number 6 dealt with tonight. But let us know, Wyeth, if you come up with a different solution, just pop your camera on and we'll interrupt whatever we're doing on item number 5. But item number 6 is still out there, and we offer our condolences for anybody interested in item number 6. With that, we will reconvene. Thank you, everybody. We need something to discuss here, so is there a motion pertaining to this item? Councilmember Ronning.
Thank you. Having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken public testimony, I move to approve the first reading ordinance regulating massage and spa facilities through business licensing criteria as recommended by staff.
Thank you very much. Is there a second? Councilmember Yakowicz. Thank you very much. Councilmember Ronning, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, thank you. First of all, I really, truly want to thank Ryan Sullivan and the City Council of 2017. Ryan Sullivan is the council member that brought this initiative forward and has been supportive and been helping ever since, even though he resigned and had to move to Texas. So I really want to thank former Councilman Ryan Sullivan. I want to thank Bruce McCandless and Chris Kukulski, Gina Dahl, Brent Brooks, Wyeth Friday, and Andy Zeller, and Chief St. John for their continued support towards the work on this ordinance for many years. You're very dedicated toward it, so thank you. So I want to address a couple of things that were said. First of all, I have absolutely no financial benefit whatsoever in the fight against human trafficking. I probably pay out all of my money to actually be in this fight. I don't get any benefit from it. It is a passion of mine, so it's something I believe in, and I'll fight for it, just like I believe and fight for the Energy Commission that I brought forward, LGBTQ equality that I brought forward, many different issues, and it's why I ran for office. It's also what I ran on. I ran on this platform. So just want to thank everyone. I think there were a number of items that were addressed that we'll probably get to in the question and the discussion period. At least I'm hoping we'll be able to address those, because I think that there were some good points that were brought up, and I want to make sure that we get those addressed. I realize that LMTs are very angry with me, and if there's someone you need to hate and you want to direct it to me, you're more than welcome to do that. I'm not sure why, but you're more than welcome to do that. I will wear the fight against human trafficking with a badge of honor. So I'll put it in the skies. I'll wear it with a badge of honor. But it's important to know that I firmly believe in small business. I was raised in one. I have one. I've been raised with the benefits of massage therapy and continue to get massage therapy and truly appreciate the medical benefits of that, and will absolutely support you in that. I truly hope, and one of my goals is to get the illicit massage business off your back and get that completely cut from your legitimate profession. So that's what I'm in this seat to do, and that's what I hope to do. Whether this ordinance passes or not, I'll continue that fight. I have some other things that I'm sure that we'll address through some questions, but those were some of the issues that I wanted to bring up. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Yakowicz, you made the second. Did you want to speak to the motion?
I'll pass right now, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Okay, council, we've got opportunity for further discussion or amendments. I guess what I'd propose is that we address some of those kind of technical amendments. Gina, you had your list there before. During the break, you said that you wanted to change some of the language based on the testimony from Deb Kimmett and maybe others. Can you run us through your amendments, and we'll see whether there's a motion adopting any of these.
Sure. Share this again. So I have taken into consideration some of the comments and have come up with what I think is a bit better language with regard to the HIPAA issue. It's never been the intent of this ordinance to request any protected health information, and so I'm simply trying to include additional language to make that very, very clear. And Deb Kimmett had her comment had a point about that, the language that was added. So my suggestion at this point is to add this sentence that I've highlighted, which says any protected health information may be redacted from the log and any books and records provided subject to this article, instead of this sentence. I think that would address that issue even more clear. They do not have to keep two versions, two books, two sets of anything. They can simply redact the protected health information, and that should address that issue. And the other edits that I set forth earlier remain the same. So I can go through those again if you feel necessary.
If you would quickly, and then I'll ask council if there's a member of council who is interested in making a motion to adopt one or all of these amendments.
Okay, so the first amendment is to 7-1902 subsection I and R to simply correct the reference to 27-611C20 and change it to 27-1803A. And subsection R, same thing. The citing reference needs to be changed to the newly adopted code, section 27-1803A. The second one was the one I just went through, was 7-1911 subsection C, to add that sentence about the protected health information. Oops. And the next edit was to 7-1911 subsection F to clarify that add the sentence that says, however, an inspector or law enforcement officer may not interrupt a treatment session that is in progress, except that a treatment session lasting 2 hours or more may be interrupted. To add that sentence. And then finally, to add the sentence I referenced just a moment ago. To section 7-1912, any protected health information may be redacted from the log and any books and records provided subject to this article. To again clarify that we are not seeking any protected health information.
Okay, thank you. So you've seen Gina's proposed amendments. Councilmember Neese, what was your comment?
I'll make the motion to adopt amend the motion to these amendments.
Okay, thank you very much. Second by Councilmember Brown. Discussion on the motion to amend. Councilmember Brown.
Thank you, Mayor. Gina, one of the questions that I've got on this protected health information, that's more than one piece of information. So does that mean they don't have to have a client name, social security number, phone number, address? They have to have none of that in there?
Anything that's protected health information under the HIPAA, which is generally medical records and personally identifiable, that's name, anything that's going to identify them with that their medical records. And as healthcare providers, they are fully aware of what protected health information is. So.
Right, but like I say, that's more than just one thing. Right. In this case, it would mean they don't have to supply any of that information, correct?
Correct.
So they don't have to have the client's name on that log, they don't have to have
No,
phone numbers, anything on there.
no,
Okay. Thank you, Gina.
yep.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Bernice. On the motion to amend.
Thank you, Mayor. So Gina, this log, it's not going to have any information on it. What information will it have on it? Because it's not going to have any identifiable information.
Well, not personally identifiable information, but it will need to contain the date and the time, the type of
Procedure.
massage therapy provided, as well as the employee who provided it. I believe those are the 4 pieces of information that are required in our ordinance, in our proposed ordinance.
Okay. All right. I understand. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Purington.
Thank you. So what I'm trying to understand in this part of why there was that misconception that they were going to have to provide clientele information. So if all they have to provide is this log of date, time, type of massage, and name of employee, that relates to the facility. It doesn't relate to clientele. So to me, to add all of this information in about all books that be available to law enforcement or code enforcement, I think that's stretching it so that it does make it where it's not clear. And that's been a big issue with the massage therapists, especially those that do therapeutic massage, because they do have health orders for those. So I'm just saying, why go beyond this log? To me, I mean, there's no, from what I'm seeing, and from I think something that you said the other day at the town hall, that, I mean, to me, you could write it on a spiral notebook. It doesn't, there's no particular form that has to be filled out other than just this information. There's nothing that is, I can't even think of the word, but this is the only information. So why go through the HIPAA thing at this point?
Well, because I think their logs contain HIPAA information, and so they needed that clarification. But the proposed ordinance does request a complete set of books and records in the event that there is an investigation and there is a need to verify that this log is actually accurate and they are actually doing what they are saying they're doing. That matches their other books and records that may be financial records. Again, this is only going to be, I can imagine that's not going to happen very often. It's certainly not going to happen for the ones who are abiding by the law and conducting good business practices, but the intent is not to take out books and records. We certainly want them to have a complete set of books and records available if we need to inspect those. But to your point about the log, the objection that I was hearing from them was that log did contain their name, so they were concerned about that. That would be identifying a person. That would be a protected health information, a piece of protected health information.
But my understanding with the log is that it's never contained client information. It contains more information about the massage therapist or the person that's performing massage and the business, the facility, because that's what this is supposed to be, is a facilities license. So whenever you added that in all other books, I think that just really muddied the water on that. And that's why I'm saying, why does that even have to be in there? If you want a log of just this information that you're talking about that's under C, then why do you have all the other, we also have access to all these other books.
The rest of that information to be subject to inspection. I'm sorry, perhaps I'm not following the question. Somebody else can help me out here, but first of all, the log may contain protected health information. And I think that was part of their objection, because if it contains their name, then that would be protected health information.
But it doesn't contain their name. It doesn't contain.
The way they keep it may. That was their objection. I heard an objection is that I keep a log, you're telling me to keep 2 logs, one that has, like, I can't provide you their appointment book because it's got their name in it.
Okay, we'll move on. Further discussion on the motion to adopt these approximately 4 amendments that Gina went through. Is there further discussion on the motion to amend before we proceed to a vote? Don't see any, so we'll move to a vote on the proposed amendment. If that is clear, all in favor of the motion made by Councilmember Neese, second by Councilmember Brown, please raise your hand. Voting in favor are Councilmembers Cole Boyette, Joy Ronning Yakowicz, Brown, Tricky, Shaw, and Neese. If voting in opposition, please raise your hand. Voting in opposition are Councilmembers Ewalt and Purington. Motion passes, so that is now the amended motion. I'll move on to the proposed amendments that I mentioned earlier in the meeting. I don't have a nice slide. I apologize for that. That would be helpful, I know. But they are contained in the email from me of today at 10:15 a.m., copies of which were available to the public and also distributed. And the clerk has this to be, so there's no question about the amendments. I'll make this as a package, but and see if there is a second for them as a package. Sections 7-1902 little o1 to change the sentence that says a place of business where a licensed massage therapist practices as a solo practitioner. The word a would come out, and in its place substitute only one. Second, changing section 713A2, the sentence that says that the qualifications set forth in the application utilized to obtain a massage or spa facility license were materially inaccurate, etc. Change the word qualifications to the word information and were to was. Third, in section 7-1913 little b, where it says that the appeal is to be 20 days after written notice of revocation. Change the word revocation to the license administrator's decision. And lastly, in section 7-1919 little a, insert the word material in front of participated in creating the duress, and delete at the end the words or who knew or should have known of the existence of the duress or coercion, and replace that with the phrase of another person that resulted in violation of section 7-1904 or 7-1910. That's the motion. Is there, okay, thank you for putting that up. Is there a second to that motion? Councilmember Neese has the second. Discussion on that motion to amend. Is there any discussion on that motion to amend? Councilmember Neese.
Thank you, Mayor, and I believe, Gina, you can address this. I think you reviewed this and looked at the mayor's email and agree with these changes, that they're more clear in what this is expressing. Is that correct?
Yes, I think those are all appropriate changes.
Thank you very much. Any other discussion before we proceed to a vote on that set of amendments? Seeing none, we'll vote. All in favor of that group of amendments, please raise your hand. Voting in favor, Cole Boyette, Ewalt, Joy Ronning Yakowicz, Brown, Tricky, Shaw, Neese, and Purington. So that motion passes unanimously. You now have before you then an amended version of the ordinance. Council, how would you like to proceed? Further discussion on the now amended motion. Council members Neese and then Boyette.
Thank you, Mayor. Gina, some of the conversation was about expanding this, and that's my concern, is In fact, some of them said we should expand it. And my concern is that it could be expanded in some fashion or another. Can you speak to how this could or should or may be expanded in the future?
When you say expanded, are you referring to?
Include other businesses, industries across the city.
Okay. Well, thank you for the question. Honestly, I feel like I can't answer that because I am, at this point, I am myself not aware of other businesses or industries where this issue would need to be addressed. But it would be totally appropriate to address that if and when that were to occur. It may not, depending on what business or industry we're expanded to, it may not be appropriate to amend this particular ordinance. It may be necessary to create a separate ordinance. But if it was a related business or industry that could be incorporated into this ordinance, I think that may be appropriate.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Boyette.
Thank you, Mayor. Going back to the log, Gina, by itself, the log would mean nothing. I could make up a log every day and just put down information. Without a subpoena for the financial records, you wouldn't be able to compare it anyway, so why even waste your time with a log?
Well, I guess I'm not sure that I think it would be a waste. I think that we're asking for their legitimate business records. I suppose you're correct that anybody could, if they're going to go to the trouble of creating a log that looks legitimate, I suppose we may not know that. But this ordinance does, in fact, require and request that a complete set of the books and records be available upon request, and that is part of the reason to ensure that they are in fact doing what they say they are doing. So if the log is purporting that they have given this many massages on this particular day, the revenue generated from that should match up and everything should reconcile.
Mayor and Council, this is Wyatt.
Yeah, thank you, Wyatt. Go ahead.
Yeah, if I could just add to Gina in answering the question from Councilmember Neese. One of the things that it requires is in the log is the name of the employee administering the massage therapy. And I think what our expectation is that because it also requires that each of the massage therapists have their licenses visible at the facility, that we would look at the log and look at that and see if the actual people, that matches up. Obviously, things could always be worked on, but that would, I think, make it a little more difficult if they were not having the same people doing what they show their licensures to be doing. So anyway, just to add that to that, what we're looking at.
Thank you, Wyatt.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Neese.
I'd like to add to that is if you actually look at the the state law for the massage therapists, they are required to keep records and list all of that in what we require, but also more. So that information is going to be recorded by them, and then all we are looking for is just those 4 items. And then I agree with Gene, if there's an issue and we need to subpoena it, then all this information should match from what we looked at before.
Okay, thank you. Further discussion on the amended motion. Councilmember Brown.
I just want to...
And then Councilmember Joy.
I just want to clarify. So when we're saying that all their records have to be available, now we're talking subpoenas. So if we have to subpoena, this has no teeth? Is that correct?
I don't think that we would have to subpoena the records if this ordinance is enacted.
Okay, so I guess I just want to point out that they would not have to subpoena to get those records, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Joy.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I really don't have a question, and I think we're at discussion point, so I'm going to go ahead and make my comments as to why I'm going to support this motion, this amended motion with the additional language and clarifications. And I'd really like to say I really do appreciate the people who came forward to testify this evening. There's a tremendous amount of emotion that goes along with people who do things that they really care about. When they feel like they're helping another person, they really care about what they do, and that's a very good thing. At the same time, we have to address the issue of these illicit massage parlors or spas. We do have to address that. We can't, as a city, have members of our community, regardless of how they came to be here, abused, mistreated, exploited, and for us to say nothing or do nothing to help them would be an absolute crime on our part. So but I do want to acknowledge that massage therapists really have a lot of passion for what they do, and they care about that, and they really do not need to have their reputation or their occupation be tainted by what is illegal and what is clearly criminal on the part of spas that are bringing women in, abusing them in horrible and unimaginable ways. So I would like to say that this ordinance has gone through a lot of revisions. When I first saw it, and I would like to also thank Councilmember Ronning. Since 2018, this has been a real passion of hers, and I've had a tremendous education on the problems that these spas really pose for our community, and I really commend her for her outreach and work on those. But it has gone through a lot of revisions, and the first time I saw it, boy, I really didn't like it. It had things in it that really, I could stand there at that podium and get very passionate about what I didn't like about that ordinance. But I think this has gone through a process of trying to accommodate some of the issues that have come up. Is it perfect? Is everyone satisfied? Absolutely not. Does it look like it first looked when I saw it? Absolutely not. And I'm very glad for that, because we would not want to have had that ordinance talked about in this room the way it was written the first time I saw it. So I think we've come a long ways. Is it perfect? No. Can massage therapists be an industry that is not regulated? No. Everybody gets regulations. And I understand that as small businesses, you have a particular interest in not having your business impacted by regulations that are overburdening. I understand that. I think that's part of the accommodation that this ordinance is trying to make in terms of the fees that are being charged in order to make that commensurate with what it would take for a small business to continue its viability. So I think that's very important. But the question is, how do we really impact human trafficking? If we decide this ordinance isn't good enough and it has objectionable things, that means we do nothing. And that's totally unacceptable too. It's not acceptable to ignore what's happening in our community. So that also is not acceptable. But what is very, very clear, and this is a very, very important part of this, that since 2018 and through successive budgets has been an issue, is how we fund our public safety. And I am very glad that there has not been a single person who has come up here and said, I'm all for human trafficking. I don't care anything about what's happening in our community. No one has said that. Everyone has said exactly the opposite. What can we do to impact this crime and protect women and help these women who are in such desperate situations? No one has said, I don't care, I'll turn a blind eye to it. Absolutely not. I have not heard that from anyone. So what can we do to have that impact? And I was very happy to hear people who came forward and said, I'd be willing to pay more for our public safety if we can have an impact on this. I was very happy to hear that. So I don't hear, actually, people have said opponent. I really don't hear that. What I actually hear is everyone concerned and caring about what we know is not a good thing happening in our community. And if people are willing to step up and say, I'm willing to pay more for public safety to have an impact on this issue, that makes me very happy that I see a community that wants to rally and come together on an important value that we want to uphold, an important value of the dignity and the freedom and the value of every member of our community, whether they chose to come here or whether they were trafficked into this community. So I'm very happy with the comments that have been made. So I think that there is a lot for us to do, and we do have limited resources. But I think this can actually be an important rallying point. If we see a need in our community and we see violations of human rights and dignity in our community, we can rally to change that. We don't have to be the Billings, Montana that has the most number of trafficked people in our community. We can be the community that actually addresses that and invests in the kinds of law enforcement, public safety, whatever it takes to have that positive impact. So I will support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Joy. Chris, can I ask you a question? I've said before that I'm very sympathetic to arguments that this problem could, in theory, be solved through more law enforcement, because I think it's true. But it is expensive. It's not easy. We've had discussions. Do we have a commitment from city administration and the Billings Police Department, though, to commit more resources than have been devoted in the past to helping to solve this problem if this ordinance is passed, so that we can have more of an all-of-the-above type response? And if so, what would that additional effort look like in general terms, recognizing that we are not going to be able to devote massive resources to this problem?
So the answer is absolutely. In working with the chief, as he said earlier, we're comfortable with the resources we have, that half of a full detective, full-time detective can be dedicated to this effort. I think the recognition that this is a violent crime places it appropriately with any other violent crime. And violent crime takes priority over nonviolent crimes. So with what we have today, the chief has communicated that that's the increased effort he feels can be squarely dedicated to it. And I do believe when we talk about our public safety increase investments, code enforcement has always been on the table, as well as other components. So I believe, based on the conversations specifically with Trevor and Aurora and the coordination and working with the chief and talking to how we coordinate currently with state of Montana and the FBI, that we can absolutely and will make a difference on multiple fronts in this area. And we will ask, as a part of the next public safety conversation, that we further increase some of those components, and you will be the determiners as to whether we get that right balance there. But we're not just relying on this ordinance and a code enforcement officer to be the sole implementer here.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Boyd, Ewald, and Purington.
Thank you, Mayor. There were a couple of items that came up during the presentations tonight I want to make clear. Maybe this would be for Wyeth, but it sounds kind of crazy, but what is your definition of a complaint? Does that mean that I can drive by a business and say, oh, I think there's sex happening there, and you're going to go in storming into the business? Or what do you need from a complaint in order to start an investigation? That's my first question.
Wyeth, can you? Sorry. Yeah, Wyeth,
Mayor.
go ahead.
Mayor and Council and Councilmember Boyette, I think we would very much be looking at the couple of sections in the ordinance that have the requirements for operation and what they would have to be following. So I mean, if you went by and all the windows were, the windows were all blocked and couldn't see anything and something like that, which is spelled out in the ordinance, or and we talked about this with Chief St. John as well, if you are, if the facility was open and it's midnight, and that again is clearly spelled out in the ordinance, those would be things that we would then be following up on based on that complaint. So we would be very much looking at those couple of sections that list out those requirements and what's allowed or not allowed for them to operate.
Thank you. And then my second question is for you also, Wyatt, is that realizing that the code enforcement is not proactive, it's complaint-based. And according to the testimony here, apparently everybody knows where these businesses are. What is your plan to attack them right off the bat and not sit back and wait for a complaint? I think all this work has gone into this. We shouldn't just do nothing. I think you need to, in my mind, have a plan to go out and hit 10 or 12 businesses right away. Do you have that in mind?
Councilmember Boyette, Mayor and Council, yes, we've been discussing that with finance and legal and police and city administration in terms of how this will move forward if it's passed. And we've agreed that we have to be proactive in this case, in this situation. So both with after it takes effect, and we're going to be notifying businesses, working with finance on that piece, but also being proactive at that initial licensing application process to do some on-site inspections, and then be following up obviously at that same time with complaints, but being proactive with the licensing process right away. I mean, we're going to have to do that to have this be effective. So it's going to be a more proactive portion of what we do than what we've been doing with other code violations in the past.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Ewald and Purington.
Thank you, Mayor. I got to kind of follow up on that, what Councilmember Boyette was talking about. There's 10 or 13 of those in the city right now, and they fall under the three categories that you already named off, Wyatt. So why do you need to wait to have a license filled out to go in? You got the three common things, that the closed windows and the ATM machine and the locked doors. Why do you need to wait to have a license filled out to pursue those issues?
Councilmember Ewald and Mayor and Council, we don't necessarily need it filled out, but what we would start with those different pieces. So if the first thing is that all these businesses must have a license and must make application for that. So that could be the first thing that we could be notifying them of, that you must get this license. And then we also, at that point, if they are coming in for the license, would be potentially doing inspections. Or if they don't, then we're going to be going and following what that they don't have a license. Now they're out of compliance, and then looking at the other issues. So either way, we're going to be pursuing them to figure out where are they falling in the situation. Are they actually going to get a license, or are they not? And if not, then they're also going to be not compliant.
So they're not compliant anyway. So under section 7-1913, A3, it says the state has revoked the massage therapy license of the licensee. So if the state can revoke the license, why do we need this to have a license that needs to be revoked if the state can do it? We got 2 state employees that are working in Billings right now, that we understood earlier this evening. So what's the holdup? Everybody knows where these places are. So why don't they do something about it?
Councilmember Ewald, Mayor and Council, I'm not sure if that's just directed just for me, but I guess that's part of what we would be looking at for the requirements. So after, again, this has to be enacted and in place. If that were the case, then we would be both following up on did they get a license from us? What's their status with the state? There would be that investigation and research to determine what the situation is. and then we would proceed, whether it was to, have them in, cite them because they don't have the license or that they're not getting the license, or whether they're already out of compliance regardless. And maybe there's something at the state level that would also, like that, come into play if they don't have their state license. So there's several levels that we would be going through. I think the key here is that this is new, and then we will be proceeding through and being very methodical about what the requirements are, what we do in the research and investigation to then deal with these so that they go well, in the sense that we, address them correctly and get and deal with the violations.
So may I continue, Mayor?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, so in Chief St. John's letter, second paragraph, about halfway through, it says, candidly speaking, for the PD, it is a low priority. We know they are out there, but they are difficult to police. Investigations are challenging. Victims fail to cooperate and do not trust law enforcement. Currently, a successful prosecution is beyond our resources, specialization, and scope. All critical when you are investigating criminals who are business savvy, well organized, adept at hiding resources, and changing tactics. What will this ordinance change about that? Is the police going to all of a sudden have a high priority on it? Are these businesses not going to be as savvy as they are, these criminal businesses? Are they going to be less adept at hiding their resources?
Councilmember Rewalt, who's the question directed to?
Whoever can answer it. I don't know.
Okay. Gina or Chris, did you want to?
Mayor, Councilmember Ewald, it's not going to change the scope of what we need to do to put a criminal case together. It's going to give us another tool to access the information and evidence that we do need to bring a case together. We hear that we keep turning a blind eye, that it's low priority, that we don't pay attention. Frankly, we need to prioritize based on the resources we have. We had 22 deliberate and negligent homicides last year. I have one investigator working over 1,900 domestic abuse cases. I had 57 child pornography cases. And to my knowledge, we had 2 trafficking complaints. And I hear, and some of the emails that people are getting about, all of this activity is going on, people are coming and going. Not one person, to my knowledge, has called the police department to complain. So the situation that Detective Scaramucci, probably butchered his name there, related, that is a full-time, proactive unit that does that. What he described is what our drug and street crimes unit do. They follow people, they get license plates, they stop them, they drive by, they hang out. In the meantime, our officers are running from call to call to call. So based on what our tasking and staffing is right now, a low priority, that doesn't send a good message, but the fact of the matter is that's just where we're at. If you give us a complaint, we will follow up on it, whether it comes from code enforcement, whether it comes from our observation, whether it comes from a citizen. If council mandates and administration does, we can work it full time, but understand something's got to give. I hope that answers your question.
Okay, and so then in your third paragraph, you go on to say that you have the one investigator and you've only received one complaint. So is that the only complaint we're going to get once we get this ordinance passed, if it passes? You've only received one complaint, and that was after the publicity of the IBM ordinance. So are the complaints that low on these issues?
Well, council member, yes, they are. Again, it's very difficult to get victims to come forward. They're not calling. The customers or the Johns, they're not complaining about stuff. People that are not driving by all the time, giving us phone calls about the nefarious activity. So there's just low victim and citizen interest to file complaints. When code enforcement, fire department, if they're in, and us now are involved with another tool, we can be complainants as well. And I would venture to say, whether or not we make a case, at least we're looking into things where things were not being looked at before. And again, it's a tool for us. To get the law enforcement involved, it's labor intensive and it's expensive and it takes a long time. And so, like I said, if we can accomplish, providing relief for victims and make a few arrests along the way and dismantle, I'm all for that if we can do it with a business license.
A business license in addition to the state license, you're saying?
Certainly, but if I understand right, the state license only pertains to the individual therapist. The city license is in relation to the business and the requirements therein on how you're going to have them operate. Two separate and apart entities.
Okay, thank you. Sure.
Can I continue, please?
We should move on, but Councilmember Ewald, you've got another maybe wrap-up question or another question?
Well, I got a couple more points that I would like to make. It's against city ordinance and to sell medical marijuana in the city of Billings, and supposedly there's only supposed to be one that's legally be able to do it. Do you believe that, Chief, that there's only one place that you can buy medical marijuana in the city?
I don't have any licensed.
Councilmember Ewald, can you make your point to how that's germane to this issue?
Well, I don't like to make ordinances that aren't enforced or can't be enforced. And then getting to my final thing is if you are really against human trafficking, if we do this in the city of Billings, and we've heard it more than once, that these people are just going to move, you're not stopping human trafficking. All you're doing is repositioning it in another place, underground or outskirts of the city of Billings. We got all kinds of county property inside the city limits of city of Billings, and they can just move there and we have no control over it because that is now county and not city of Billings. So you're really not stopping human trafficking, you're just moving it. So for that reason, I can't support this ordinance because it's not doing what it's supposed to do. I'm against human trafficking, but moving it is not against it. All you're doing is letting the criminals get by with what they want to do.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Purington?
Thank you. With regard to some of the things that you were talking about, Chris, you were talking primarily about law enforcement. It's my understanding that this ordinance is a civil ordinance that will be addressed through code enforcement. If code enforcement runs into an issue or it's after hours, then law enforcement has said that they will address whatever issues come up. So I guess even continue on with that, it's my understanding that law enforcement has not been able to do anything just for the pure and simple fact that the laws aren't there. The state laws aren't there. Federal laws don't allow local law enforcement to do their job. So I'm concerned about that wonkiness, if you will, between code enforcement and law enforcement. As I've mentioned before several times, that in the opening paragraph, it's talking about providing for criminal and civil penalties upon conviction. And the chief, you just said it, that these convictions are very, very difficult criminally. So we keep putting the criminal element in there. And I have a real concern about how we're kind of meshing too many things. Detective Scaramucci made the comment about having code and law enforcement officers work in tandem. But I don't think in the state of Montana that we have that capability at this point. So am I saying, the chief has said it, he's been accused of the police department turning a blind eye? I absolutely do not believe that. They know what's going on, and I think within their limitations with what they can do, they're doing a darn good job. Because they're looking, human trafficking is not just going on in these places. I mean, it's everywhere in the city. And it's not just attacking the Asian women that have been enticed to come over here for whatever reason. It is also our children. Our young girls in Billings are being trafficked. So I think our community has turned a blind eye all these years. I applaud what the OUR gals do, and they know I have a lot of respect for what they do. But I think we need to start looking at state enforcement or state laws, our legislature. It's not just a Billings problem. I think that's a cop-out to say it's a Billings problem, if our legislators won't look at it a little bit more seriously than that. So I guess that's my spiel. But one of the other things that I really wanted to address was when we talk about victims of human trafficking, and we're going to shut down these brothels and everything, what happens to the victims? We have, as far as I know, we have no victim services for these people. I think Penny, you probably could address that, or even Brandon. But so you shut down the brothels, what are you going to do with these girls or these women? Because they're considered victims. You got to do something. So do we have something in place that we can address that? And I guess that is a question, Chris, to you.
Point of order, Your Honor. This isn't before us tonight. I mean, I'm very empathetic and I agree that's an important question, but that's not the ordinance.
It's part of the ordinance.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Well, but Chris, go ahead and try to answer the question, and we'll try to move on. But it's related.
So to what I would take as the last question regarding victim services, I don't have any involvement. I don't know what our community, Yellowstone County, offers specifically for victim services in this area. I struggle, and maybe this doesn't, knowing that it's going on and not doing anything about it, for fear that the victims won't have a better choice than they currently have, I don't believe that. I think shutting these operations down provides those opportunities. But I would have to look to law enforcement, the court system, other social services to know what is out there to help these victims in these circumstances.
Okay, thank you for that. Anybody who has not addressed the amended motion who would like to do so before we proceed to a vote? Councilmember Ronning, you're allowed. We have a rule that allows 2 comments, so it's all yours.
I just want to make sure we really clarify, because there was a speaker before us who was very impassioned about, her belief was that it would be an additional fee. I just want us to be really, really clear and make sure that these businesses and the licensed massage therapists who testified tonight, and those that may be watching, Andy, if you could just really clear that up and make sure it's crystal clear that there is no additional fee. This is the exact same price that a regular business license is, that they would already have if they are a business, and this is a business license.
Andy Zeller.
Yeah, Councilmember Ronning, Mayor and Council, the current base business fee is $55, and it goes up from there, but that's the base minimum fee is $55. Our understanding is the background check is right around $30. It might be plus or minus $1 or 50 cents, but right around $30. So that's why we recommending lowering that annual application fee to $25 for the first year, because they'll have $30 on the background check and then $25 on the application. The combined fee there is $55, which should match the renewal or application that currently exists today.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Councilmember Treaky. And then Councilmember Brown.
Thank you, Mayor. Andy, this one's for you as well.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Councilmember Brown. I recognize Councilmember Treaky first.
Sorry. Okay, go ahead.
Councilmember Treaky.
I just want to make a couple of comments. One, I really want to commend staff for doing a really good job of listening to the issues that people were coming up with and addressing them. I really like the fact that this is focusing on the businesses, and that the individuals who are being involved in this are no longer having to comply with this ordinance. I think that is a very, very important shift in how this has been written and how it's rolling out. Having said that, however, it still bothers me that we are using the business license and requiring people to say you can come into my business and look to see if I'm doing something illegal, when the type of thing that we're trying to manage is not the type of thing that business is engaged in. Yes, I get the confusion between the two and all of that, but to me, it is just a really bad precedent to sit there and say that, like, in order to get a business license, I have to say that the city, the state can come in and inspect and see if I am doing something illegal. Admittedly, this one doesn't say that, but it doesn't also say that they can't come in and do some and follow up and say that I found something else that they're doing illegal and use that information in order to get a search warrant and start criminal proceedings. It bothers me. I would really prefer it if we had written down specific things that said that businesses should not do, which identify the sexual and trafficking practices that we don't want to see, and then said, hey, okay, if someone has a complaint and thinks that this is going on, then we can go in and look at that. At least then we're not targeting one small industry. We're sitting there and saying, hey, everybody has to comply with these laws. To me, that is still a bad solution, because I've been sitting here and staring at the 4th through 8th Amendments in the Bill of Rights and trying to wrap my head around how I could support that and support those amendments. And I just can't. It just doesn't work for me. It's too much of a shortcut for law enforcement, and I can't support it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Brown?
Thank you, Mayor. Danny, I apologize for stepping on you there. Andy, the question that I've got is two things, I think. One is, first, with the business license, sole proprietors still need to have a business license, but they don't need to do the background check and all of that, correct?
Correct. They would continue to follow the same process they do today.
Okay. And the second part then is, okay, so now they've got the business license. I don't want people to think that sole proprietors still don't have to comply with the ordinance. They still have to comply with the ordinance. And maybe that's not your answer, Andy, I don't know. But I think I'm afraid there's a misconception here that they don't have to comply with the background check and all of that, but they do still have to comply with all of the ordinance.
Councilmember Brown, Mayor, and Council, I'll take a stab at that. You are correct. They do have to comply with the requirements of the ordinance, just not the application requirements. We intend on having as much as we can of one-page brochure that we hand out with it that says, hey, here's your simplified application, which exists today, and then be aware all these exist, as all these requirements exist as well. No covered windows, the log, everything we've talked about today, to help notify them that they still have to comply, but they don't have to fill out the long application.
Okay, thank you guys for clarifying that.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilmember Shaw.
Thank you. This is really fast. I won't make a big speech. Everyone's made strong cases on both sides. I do support this ordinance. Gina, my question is for you. We heard from a number of public commenters and people saying that they consider this unconstitutional, see it as unconstitutional. Obviously, you're not a constitutional law expert, and I'm not asking you to be, but I would like to get that on the record. Would you speak to answering that question a little bit about, basically I'm asking, is this unconstitutional? Take it away.
Thank you, Councilmember Shaw. Council, no, I do not believe that this ordinance is unconstitutional, and all of the opponents were simply saying this was unconstitutional in a very broad sense. The only specific contention that I've ever heard was a council member asked about this being a violation of the equal protection clauses of the Constitution, and it is not a violation of equal protection. Basically, equal protection is that the law must treat similarly situated individuals in a similar manner. An injured party has to demonstrate that the law issue has discriminated against them impermissibly by impermissibly classifying them and treating them differently based on that classification. This ordinance is specifically provided for under Montana law. It's a valid exercise of police power. It has a substantial bearing on the public health and safety and morals, general welfare of the community. It's, like I said, it's authorized by Montana law, specifically authorized by Montana law. Any classifications made in this, there's a reasonable basis for that. So there is no equal protection violation, and in my opinion, there aren't any other constitutional violations that are implicated in this.
Okay, thank you. Further discussion on the motion. Councilmember Yakowicz and then Purington.
Thank you, Honored Council. Truly, you all are endurers. One of our longer stretches here. I really appreciate those who spoke today too, because I've never had a massage therapist, but I can truly believe they do a great job. They're very important, and obviously because there are so many in the city. I respect them, like physical therapists, like others in that profession of medical. So I'm learning a lot more about them as well, and I admire their hard work and effort. I do want to thank Councilperson Ronnie. She's invested a lot on this year and taken a lot of hits, and I appreciate her resilience, great resilience, and as well as the city administrator and our city attorney. You are making more than us, so you get hit harder sometimes. But thank you for your hard work in that. So I don't want to, I have a lot of things I'd like to say, but obviously I support it. And I really just wanted to share this idea of burden and benefit. That was quite enlightening to me. It's like, as a council, this is one of these decisions that we're going to look back at and say, oh, we did a good job or we didn't. For me, I've done this is my 8th year. This is a significant vote. It will have a significant ramification. I only can see good from this here because, we actually are respecting the massage therapists so much that we want them to be background checked and fingerprinted so that they'll be safe and secure themselves. I have, we'll have some kids who are were teachers. So one of them said to me, it makes, teachers have to be background checked and fingerprinted, that it just made sense to them, or made sense to this one. But then I segue into, I'm checking on fingerprints, so I'm talking with the person who does fingerprints today, right? Does fingerprints for all the city. He said medical people actually have to get fingerprinted twice. You got banks, you got people working with minors, everybody is working, gets fingerprinted. So it's really not a big deal, really, when you think about it. So when we're thinking about not trying to burden them, but actually just saying, hey, it's something that pretty much everybody is doing, whether you do sensitive information to bank or whatever, that they are massage therapists and they want to be in the medical area, then we should acknowledge that and encourage them to have that same kind of background check as a medical profession. So I think this is just a positive thing, and what I want to wrap my mind around is enhanced collaborative model. What a cool idea. We're working together. We're taking the city to another level, I think, in that. I totally have trust in Mr. St. John. I do, okay? You can call me prejudiced, but I really like the guy. I like his staff. He does a great job. He's doing drug enforcement. He's changing a lot, and his leadership has done a lot. Mr. Kukulski and Gina. Gina's just starting out here, so it's hard to pick on her. I mean, she's just learning the ropes here, right? But I have trust in Mr. Wyeth Friday. I have trust in Craig Selzar. We have quality leadership in our city. So I'm not afraid that they're going to come and bust down some doors. These people are very professional. They know what they're doing and they'll approach it wisely. So I just like this, that we're sending a message to the community. We're letting them know that we're for a positive and healthy community, and this is just moving it forward. We're not persecuting, we're not beating up on anyone. We're just trying to make it better. And finally, there's a young lady. I think she's about 70 or so. She didn't tell me how old she was. She was number 7 in getting the massage license. So she said I could talk about her. So if she's listening, she inspired me the most. Because she said, Mike, I've been doing this a long time. It's not that, it's not, the request is not insurmountable. Really, to do the book work, to do some of this back, it's not as overwhelming as it's being portrayed. And from her view, after doing this for 50 years, I think it was 50 years, she's been doing massage therapy. She's all for it, and that inspired me that it's not, we're doing good rather than oppressing or belittling or demeaning another occupation. So I thank you, Council, for letting me share, and I know it's not always an easy decision. I admire each of you sitting here and trying to digest it. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Purington and then Councilmember Neese.
Well, I guess I need to, do we have a motion on the?
We do, and it was then amended twice. So the motion is for approval, subject to those 2 groups of amendments.
Okay, so I have another amendment then. Can I do that?
Sure.
Okay.
At least make the motion.
Okay, so I would move that there is the 2-year sunset. Whenever the sunset was brought up, and I think it was Detective Scaramucci said, well, I guess it depends on what you're doing it for. To me, the 2-year sunset absolutely puts the burden, if you will, on code enforcement.
I apologize. If we have a point of order, so I will have to listen to it. What's the objection?
She's making a motion. She needs a second before she can speak to it.
Good point. Sure. So, but we've got the concept. Might have to worry about the language, but I think we got the concept.
Sunset for 2 years.
Is there a second for the motion?
I'll make a second for discussion.
Okay. So there's a second. Go ahead. Then Councilmember Green.
So I don't know if to take this off or not, but anyway, to me, it puts the burden of actual enforcement of this ordinance that the work is done. And it doesn't mean, whenever you say sunset, it doesn't say terminated. It says you sunset it, so that in 2 years you come back, you evaluate. Chris, you made the comment even on the news station, hey, if it doesn't work in 18 months, we'll take it off. Well, I think you have to have a little bit more refinement to that statement, but I do think that it shows that you're progressing, that it's working. If it's not working, then you reevaluate, why is it not working? Do we not have the laws? What is the reason it's not working? And if it is working, okay, then you keep it on the books. And you can make it permanent or whatever you do after the 2 years. So I would suggest that you definitely have a sunset on it.
Okay, so a motion is made and seconded. Discussion now on the motion. It's obviously not in specific terminology, but the concept should be fairly straightforward. I assume the idea would be to give the Gina, as the city attorney, the opportunity to then find the appropriate place to include that kind of automatic repeal 2 years after effective date, maybe in the effective date section 2 or someplace else. So,
Mr. Mayor?
Councilmember Perry.
It would be under section 4, or after section 4 to section 5. And I was basing it on the sunset that was provided in the House Bill 749 or 6, whatever it was. And basically it just says that it would sunset after 2 years from the date of adoption. And it would, I think you terminate section 1, which is the whole thing.
Okay, so the motion is to add a new section 5 that would accomplish that. Okay, discussion on the motion. I'll look at my screen. Is there any discussion on the motion? Councilmember Shaw.
Thank you. I really feel very strongly that a sunset is a really bad idea. I'm going to oppose it. Couple of reasons. First, as I believe Chris mentioned at the beginning, this problem has been going on in our community for decades, certainly my entire lifetime. I think putting a 2-year cap on a problem that's taken decades is extremely problematic. The second point is that council can sunset this at any time. Any council can repeal this at any time they want to. If in 2 years the council wants to repeal it, they can do it. So I don't see the need to do this, and I think it's going to cause more harm than good, because if I put myself in the mind of somebody who runs one of these illegal businesses, I think, oh, 2 years, okay, I'll go set up camp somewhere else and then I'm going to come back.
Okay, thank you. Further discussion, Councilmember Ronning and Neese.
Thank you. No, I won't support a sunset either. House Bill 749, which was changed to a different House Bill number this year, the state of Montana repealed the 2-year sunset that was on that bill. And Representative Zolnikoff actually was there to testify in support of the repeal of the sunset. Was his original bill. So yeah, I won't support a sunset. We already have tools in place to repeal an ordinance, and I guess I would like to hear City Attorney Dahl's comments on a sunset.
Gina.
Thank you.
And then Councilmember Neese. Do you want to comment, Gina?
Sure, Mayor and Council. I do not think a sunset and automatic repeal would be a good idea. Generally, for the same reasons that have been stated, this is a 40-year problem. 2 years isn't very long. I agree that if this were automatically repealed in 2 years, I think the businesses would just creep back in. They're going to want to go where the environment is tolerating their illicit businesses. If there's no regulations, we would just be making it hospitable for them again. And Billings is a hub. This is where they want to be. So 2 years isn't very long to wait for that.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. creating regulations is always tough for me. I think one of the speakers mentioned, they're Republican and it goes against them, and this kind of goes against me. It's just creating regulations. The city created the cell phone ordinance several years ago, and I still see people, on their cell phone. I don't think that's worked, but yet you don't see the city council repealing that. There's countless number of ordinances we probably can go through where we haven't updated. A sunset doesn't necessarily mean that it will sunset. The sunset means the council is forced to look at it and say, hey, did this work? Is this working? Should we keep it, or is this not working and we need to let it sunset? Rather than putting the onus on the council to bring something back to review, or the staff to bring it back to the council to review, this would then really require the staff to bring it to the council to review, to say, hey, this is working and we did a good job. Some of the testimony, although we didn't hear it from the experts, we heard it from some people saying that these organizations still are in those cities. I don't know. I didn't go to those websites and look. They said they did and they found out. So I take them at their word, but I like that. That does appeal to me as far as the sunset. If this thing is working in 2 years and I'm on the council in 2 years, I would vote to keep it going because it's working. If it's not working, then we'd have to address it at that time, and maybe change it to make it work.
Councilmember Neese, you said something that was confusing to me, because my understanding of the word sunset was repeal. So that after 2 years, it would automatically repeal, and you suggested that your understanding is that it would require a review, and the default, I guess, would be continuity and continuing. So I guess we need to ask for clarification from the party who made the motion, Councilmember Purington. Is your motion to require a review after 2 years, or is your motion that the ordinance goes away and terminates after 2 years?
Review.
Okay. I guess I would say let's use the terminology review, not sunset, in that. And Councilmember Neese, you made the second, so I assume that's consistent with your intent then as well.
So the sunset, as I understand, the council would be required to then to reapprove the ordinance. Is that correct, Gina?
I am not familiar with this. This is new to me. A sunset, in my experience, has meant an automatic repeal. You are all creating something different here, so you all have to be specific with the language that you want.
And the council then would have to, if they wanted to continue that, to say, hey, we want to continue this, and they would just bring the same ordinance back for approval before it's sunsetted.
So it sounds to me like what you're suggesting is an automatic sunset unless council takes some action. So that doesn't sound,
What would the difference between that and an automatic review?
Councilmember Neese, I'm going to rule this discussion out of order because the movement has already clarified that she meant review. So I don't know what you meant as a second, but the movement said review. So what that means is we review it after 2 years. That doesn't mean it repeals. It doesn't mean it terminates. That's the motion. Automatic guaranteed review, but only review.
I'll accept the movement's change.
Okay, and so are you saying you're keeping your second or withdrawing your second? I'm sorry?
I'll keep my second.
Keep the second. So that is the motion. Councilmember Yakowicz.
Thank you, Honor and Council. I see it as a very bad decision, and one reason is it takes so much energy to get where we're at right now. In theory, a lot of us are going to be off council, and some of you will be running for re-election or whatever. It's a very bad idea. We've had so much energy here to get to this part. To do 2 years with new council, without Miss Ronning, without the energy, you guys are going to be thinking about other things besides this. It just seems premature. That would be my word, premature. Thank you.
Okay, further discussion then on the clarified motion. I'm going to recognize Councilmember George because Councilmember Ronning, you did speak before, albeit on what we understood to be different. So we'll come back to you. But Councilmember Joy and Ronning.
Thank you. I will not support the motion for an automatic review in 2 years' time. If we expect legitimate massage therapists to go through this process of learning how to comply with new regulations, if we ask them to keep a log, if we ask them to do all those things, and then 2 years' time kind of throw the ball in the air and say, gosh, what do we do now? We've really then ask them to do something that we then are not really may not be intent on continuing. If we're going to ask someone to do this, then we should make that commitment to have the impact on human trafficking and not try to review it and essentially throw the ball back in the air and see what happens. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Ronning and Boyette.
Thank you. I guess, so I won't support this either, but I think if there's going to be a review, then there needs to be a standard set by which is acceptable to say the ordinance is working. There needs to be very clear language as to what the movement is and what she wants in regard to that review, that there must be 5 of 11 illicit massage businesses shut down. There must be, what's the standard by which the judgment is going to be in 2 years? I guess that would be my question, but I don't support it anyway. But that would be my question.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Councilmember Boyette.
I kind of like the idea that in 2 years, staff will come back and say, this has really been a good ordinance. We've actually closed down 10 or 11. Or at the same time, if they come back and said, I haven't done any, that would tell us whether this worked or not. I like the idea of a review versus a sunset to force the council to look at something that's been this important.
Thank you very much. Further discussion on this amendment. Councilmember Brown.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't think I'm going to support this motion. Honestly, tonight I didn't know how I was going to vote. I really didn't. I waffled on this so many times. My concern is this a slippery slope? Once we start doing this with business licenses, where are we going to go next? What's going to happen next? I like to think that we're all better than that. Future council members would be better than that. But what did sway me tonight was I was hearing a lot from the massage therapists, that they've had trouble getting out of that, giggles and, things like that because they're masseuses or whatever. And in my experience, the best way to get out of that is to regulate yourself and be above what you're trying to fight. Okay? If you want to get out of that, you don't want to be giggled at, you don't want to be laughed at, you don't want those kinds of things, then you've got to rise above that, and the way to do that is regulate, right? So my fear would be is if we do enact this, we do vote for this, 2 years is not going to do that. It's going to take that long to really just get things moving, to get things actually moving forward, and the public understand that these guys are regulated. They are the real deal, and I think it'll take a couple of years. So I think that I think that I'm going to support the ordinance, but I don't think that I can support the sunset in 2 years. I just think it'll take longer, and I don't want to take the chance that it's just abolished, because I'll be long gone. I mean, not dead, I hope, but off the council.
Not either.
I guess I better clarify that.
Okay, all right, further discussion on the proposed amendment. I intend to vote against it, but a review is a lot less difficult than a total termination. I just hate to give the illegal massage businesses reason to think that this might go away after 2 years. My best case scenario is that they're not going to want to comply and get these licenses, try to get the license. There's a lot of reasons. It's going to be very, very difficult for them to do that. So the best case scenario is that they just go away, because if they don't get a license, it's going to be very easy to shut them down. It's black and white. And if they think that, well, if we hang out for 2 years, maybe this is going to go away, I would just hate to give them that possible lifeline, or that they might interpret it that way. So anyway, any other discussion on the proposed mandatory review before we proceed to vote? Councilmember Tricky.
I'll just say that in my opinion, every ordinance that we do should have clear criteria for what success or failure means in measurable
ways, and that they should be reviewed on a regular basis. So while I don't support the overall motion, I do support this amendment.
Okay, thank you very much. Are we ready to vote, council? Any other comment before we proceed to a vote? Not? Okay, so the motion is the proposed mandatory review period after 2 years. That would be the amendment. Those in favor of Councilmember Purington's motion, please raise your hand. Voting in favor are Councilmembers Boyette, Ewald, Tricky, and Purington. If you're voting in opposition, please raise your hand. Voting in opposition, Councilmembers Cole, Joy, Ronning Yakowicz, Brown, Shaw, and Neese. So the amendment fails. We're back to the underlying motion that was also amended. Further discussion on the underlying motion. Councilmember Neese.
Councilman Brown convinced me on that last vote, but thank you. Penny brought this to my attention, I think sometime last summer. She gave her presentation that had her come and talk to a group of people, and I was, as well as they were, educated on what's happening in our city. And frankly, I was pretty shocked that it was as bad as it was. We've heard some of the stories tonight. So I appreciate that this is being brought before the council. This ordinance, when I first looked at it, it was a lot of work. It was going to be a lot of work for the massage therapists, and it was targeting them individually, and I really did not like that at all. I dug into the state laws, looked at it. A lot of the problem is the state laws themselves are not enforcing them. It doesn't give the city the power to enforce them, and we have to have an ordinance in order so we can enforce them. So I think that this now that it's been changed, there's been a lot of good compromise. I think it targets what it should. It targets the facilities. It doesn't target the individuals. I will support this. It's difficult for me to vote for more regulation, but I think in this case, as Councilwoman Joy said, is we have got to do something. There's a problem in the city, and if we don't do something, we're contributing to that. And so I think this is going to do it. It's, as people have said, it's not going to solve it. I think it's going to be one little tool. And it may drive them out of our city. That means maybe Laurel is going to have to enact something like this to stop it in their city, or the county or somewhere like that, to where they have to follow suit, that we can stand as a community to get rid of this type of thing that's happening in our community. So I will support this. I appreciate this staff going through a lot of work to try and get massage therapists involved. They've held a lot of meetings. And I hope we get a good support of our council on it and the community. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Any further discussion on the underlying now amended motion before we proceed to a vote? Councilmember Purington.
I just have a question that hasn't been addressed, which is, what is the financial impact for the city? Because we've talked about training of code enforcement. At first, the fingerprint check was $25, and then Andy said he thought it was closer to $30. I know that those, I guess those details will come out in the second reading, but what does the city foresee with code enforcement, with the police department, with the licensing? What is the financial impact?
So we do not expect to generate any additional revenue from this. We've been criticized on both sides of that. We are not, this fee is not to generate revenue to cover enforcement. If you recall, the concept is for the first 12 months, we actually reduce the fee. That's going to reduce our revenue coming in for permits because they have to pay the state of Montana Department of Justice for their fingerprint. When I looked on the DOJ site, I think it was $15 to $30. So I don't know precisely what it is, but we were seeking to make it cost neutral on that. I think the only cost you would say, direct cost we will incur, is we will do some training with our code enforcement folks. We've had Trevor and Aurora offer to help us in that regard. We've had offers from some of our folks who've helped us out tonight. And so I don't expect that to cost us tens of thousands of dollars, but I do believe we will spend thousands in properly training our folks to be able to enforce this at the code level. Now, the overall net effect of that is less than to do it with law enforcement. So I think that's been an easily misunderstood component tonight is we do believe black and white, we can shut you down, or if you do not meet, if this passes, you don't have a business license, then you can't operate. So direct costs for training, no additional revenue from the licensing of it. The licensing has never been meant to cover the total cost, I don't think. I'm told that licensing business tax technically hasn't been changed in decades.
So what is the estimation of how many facility license you will have to issue?
Well, if you just pull the number of business licenses that include spa or massage in their name, I believe Andy's told me the number's right around 75 to 80. That's with the name. If you take the sole practitioners and all the exclusions out, I believe that number will be substantially less than that. But I don't have a precise number that'll be worked through with the definition tonight.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Further discussion, I'll just second what you've heard many times, which is this is a very different ordinance than it was even a few months ago, and that's largely because of the objections of the licensed massage therapists. And so I thank you for your efforts on that. There's no longer a requirement that you post a sign that says no sex sold here, or whatever the whole language was. The solo exemption for businesses is a huge deal. The fact that the fee is a wash and no additional fee over regular business license cost. The variance option for locked doors, for not having locked doors, is a big deal. Not that you don't have to lock doors if you only have one licensed massage therapist. Again, a major change. And that there are no criminal penalties anymore unless you're running truly a sex business. Is another major step forward to make this that much less intrusive for licensed massage therapists, legitimate licensed massage therapists, while still giving the opportunity for code enforcement to shut down the IMBs and to prevent the IMBs from even applying for one of these licenses. So I think we've come a long ways because of the hard work of many people, staff included. Shout out to Councilmember Ronnie for her years of hard work here. So further discussion before we proceed to a vote? Any further discussion? If not, hopefully the underlying motion is now clear with those two sets of amendments. We'll proceed to a vote then. I'm sorry, Councilmember Tricky, did you have your hand up? No, okay. So if you're in favor of the motion for passage, please raise your hand. Voting in favor are Cole, Boyette, Joy, Ronning, Yakowicz, Brown, Shaw, and Neese. If voting in opposition, please raise your hand. Voting in opposition are Councilmembers Ewald, Tricky, and Purington. Motion passes on first reading, 8-3. Thank you very much, everybody. That was a lot of hard work. It's after midnight. Everybody can go to bed except for the council and people who still have item number 6.
Jeff, Canning, and Aaron are still on.
Okay, all right. So we've now moved to tomorrow. So we'll try to move through this next item as quickly as possible. Jeff, wake up out there, you know. Tony, are you still awake? If you are, would you please read item number 6?
Second final reading ordinance for zone change 987, a zone change from agricultural to heavy commercial on tracks 1A and 1B of COS 1889 located east of Billings Flying Service at 3655 AJ Way. Aviation Properties LLC owner, Collaborative Design Architects agent. Approval of the zone change and adoption of the 10 criteria. Action, approval, or disapproval of staff recommendation.
Okay, thank you. Do we have a staff presentation by Nicole or anybody else on this item? Wyatt?
Yeah, Mayor and Council, just very briefly, not a full presentation here, but this item is on your regular agenda. This was approved on first reading on March 22nd by a unanimous vote of the council, but because there had been a valid protest, we needed a supermajority to approve it. So that occurred on first reading. So we were working with city legal advised to put this on your regular agenda since it needs that same supermajority vote for second reading. So that's really the main reason you have it tonight like this on your regular agenda. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions. And as you know, Aaron and Jeff are here as applicant agent as well.
Okay, council members Yakowicz and Neese, did you have something before? Or let me just ask, does the applicant have any presentation on this item? Jeff or Aaron?
No. Councilman.
Okay, so no. All right, then Councilmember Neese, and then Councilmember Yakowicz. Councilmember Neese?
Thank you, Mayor. I move to approve the second reading for zone change 987 and adoption of the 10 criteria as recommended by staff.
Second.
Okay, and Councilmember Yakowicz made the second. So the motion is for approval consistent with the staff recommendation on second reading. Discussion now on the motion. Is there any discussion? There is no public hearing on this item. That was on first reading. Any discussion? If not, we're going to proceed to a vote. Maybe we could drag this on until tomorrow, Wednesday. Okay, all in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Voting in favor of the motion are all members of the City Council. Motion passes unanimously. Jeff, Aaron, you get the award for most patient of the meeting.
I'm going to award myself with an extra cup of coffee in the morning. Thank you, everyone.
Well deserved. Sorry to keep you.
Shows the commitment.
Yes, it shows commitment. Okay, that concludes item number 6 of our regular agenda. We still have public comment on non-agenda items. There's nobody left. We've scared them all off in the library to make public comment. Do we have any Zoom commenters, Tony, for public comment on non-agenda items?
I have not had anybody raise their hand.
Okay, thank you. Any council initiatives? Then with that, we are adjourned. Thank you, everybody. Good job. Thank you for your work.